year in a lot of their kind of big moments where they like had their almost wins against T1, and like a lot of their almost great moments were kind of punctuated by mistakes from Umti, right? So it is tough, and hopefully they can kind of find that consistency. I know they had an interview with him, and he's basically like, you guys can't say anything. It's just like a best of 3, right? So I could play bad this week, and he said in the interview that like, but next week I could be the best player in the world or whatever. So at least I was glad to hear that he wasn't just kind of like down on himself, because it doesn't do anything for you. It's nothing positive there. So hopefully TL can find some stability. But yeah, I was already a little worried for them at the start of the split, and now I'm like a lot more worried for them for sure. So
yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of highlights on Umti, and I don't know. To me, he's definitely not had his best performance, but I think like there's more than that as well.
Their team fighting is really bad.
I mean, even just individual performance, right? Like APA has had some really sketchy Azir moments, like some super bizarre stuff there, and like Impact got solo killed as Jace versus Cassante against Fudge, and so I don't think Umti is the only one who's like faltering.
Yeah,
I think that the team
as a whole, obvious.
Yeah, and I think the team as a whole is just not as untouchable as they were, just because I think most people are still remembering them from last year, where it was the entire split was people just saying how good this team is, and so. Yeah, obviously the expectations are really high, so anything other than the best is going to, not look that good. So, yeah, we're going to have to see if they can get it back together. But I'm kind of in agreement that they're top 4 for me. I don't think they're the level of C9 or Fly right now.
Yeah, and then for Flyquest, I guess takeaways from their side, like, they did try some more variations. Bwipo was talking after last weekend or the previous one about how Shopify had tried to pick the like extra long range into them with their Hui, poke comp or whatever. And then Bwipo was like, yeah, but if you guys aren't as good on those champions, then we're still going to be able to outplay you and stuff. And so it definitely looked like Flyquest were trying more things than like their comfort. So it does make me confident that going into this tournament, like they're going to make pretty big improvements within their practice. And I just hope that the same is true for Team Liquid. So I'm hoping the practice is good. And one cool thing is that Team Liquid actually has a facility in Brazil, in Sao Paulo.
For their Counter-Strike team?
I don't know what team it's for. Maybe it probably is for Counter-Strike.
I think it was.
But they have a facility. And I was watching Jose Deodo's stream, and he's in the facility. Like the TL logo is behind him.
Wait,
and
really?
they're playing them later too.
Why was he in there?
Because I don't know. I think they're like renting it for practice or something like that.
Okay.
Because Israel Estrella is the LATAM team.
Probably wouldn't have
so it's actually like it's an advantage for TL to have their own facility, of course, down there. So their travel like setup situation should theoretically provide like some good practice. And then it is a little weird that like their first opponent has been using the facility.
Hey guys.
But hopefully both of us.
Steve got the cam, behind.
Yeah, I'm wondering that. It's like, they might have a little.
He's in the walls.
Might have a little extra intel.
Yeah, you're like, oh, why are they practicing in there? You're like, oh, well, TL gave them a really good deal for some reason. They're like, yeah, come practice here for free, no problem.
Yeah, don't worry about all that software running in the background.
Why does that camera have a red light on it? That's weird. I wanted to ask you, Medios, what did you think about the Inspired Vi game against TL as our resident Vi hater? Because I thought that he played insane that game.
He did.
I thought he was absolutely
one of the
cracked.
people who can play it. Yeah.
He's got the Vi pass.
He has the pass because
who else gets led in the club on Vi?
Owners Vi is really good.
Okay.
And one thing that I notice a lot of them do is, there was this play Inspired made in that tiebreaker that was so impressive to me that I swear, like, every other Vi in NA messes up. It was his first gank bot lane where he was level 6 and he was kind of running up on TL's bot lane when they were like a little bit outside the turret. And, so Inspired has everything. He's got like Q, Flash, and all. And it's like, how are you going to play that? And I think what a lot of people do is they would like, alt in and then maybe have to like flash out when you blow their flashes. But Inspired just Q flash on them and then forced both of their flashes as the wave's coming in. And then he just backed out. So he took no damage. He got both flashes. And then Teal had to back off the turret because
he could ult
there's
them.
there's the threat of Inspired alting. And so it's like, wow, that was so well played, since he didn't even need to use his ult. He didn't take any damage. And he got pretty much the maximum result out of the play. So I think that's the kind of thing where, when people look at Vi, I think they get tunnel vision. What are you cheesing about?
I'm just laughing because we've come to the point where we're like, yay, he did not Vi ult people with full sums right next to their tower. And we're like so proud that people are not
It is because
Vi inting.
So many people are playing Vi. And I think part of it is you let your teammates mind control you, right? Because say you are a laner who's never played Vi, but you play against Vi all the time, and to you it's like he just presses R on me and it's over. GG. So then when you're on their side, you're like, yeah, just press R, dude, just press R, like Q flash ult, just ult him. It doesn't matter, nothing else matters, just ult him. And then you go into it playing like that, and you look like a total clown. You're just running it down.
Yeah.
And that's not the reality of it. It's like the Jarvans who like flash combo ult. They're like, yo, got in my ult, he's got no flash. Oh, I'm dead. So it's definitely nice to see people who are a little bit more controlled with it. Also, the way that Inspired would like reposition with his flash in team fights, that's something I saw Owner do a lot on Vi, is like, you go in, you ult, and then you would quickly flash out, and then you can re-engage with your Q later, or you just make a ton of space, because it's like when Vi's going in, you cannot ignore her. You have to respond in some way. So yeah, I mean, it was just super, super good Vi play, which is kind of rare.
He did like all of the things that you're looking for, where it's like he had in the final fight, I remember he had both carries in front of him, and so he's like on the Azir with his Q, but since Azir is right in front of him, he's like, great, I can just Vi ult behind you onto the Ashe instead, and I get knockups on both of you, instead of like doing the tunnel vision, like you're talking about, and trying to immediately just kill the Azir. And then he lets Masu on Corki finish off the Azir, who's at 50%.
Yep.
And he goes on to the next carry, and it's just like those efficiency things, and not tunnel visioning are, I guess, the most important thing in handing out your Vi passes to people.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm the most insane Vi player too. I'm sure if you put me in there on Vi, I would look like a clown too. But it's just, what we see so often from people 100%. On this champion, because it's like it is really easy to feed on her, and it is easy to see red and just press R and not think about anything else.
Yeah, I thought it's like both those two plays that you guys highlighted were things I wanted to mention, but the one that was actually the craziest to me was when TL won a fight around mid, and then Flyquest lose like 3 or 4 members or whatever, and I think they lost 3, and it was him and Busio, I think maybe, or him and Quad, I can't remember, were the only 2 alive, over by Otacon. So TL won a fight mid, and then they go up, and he delayed so much. It was actually crazy. Like, the amount of pressure he was able to draw, he was always staying just close enough that they couldn't ignore him, and just far enough away that they couldn't actually finish him off. He's forcing out, Cassante ult, and then he's like queuing over the wall or flashing over the wall or whatever. He's constantly re-engaging, going back in when his passive is up to utilize the shield and soak even more damage. Like, he made that play look like this was a position that TL was about to win the game from, to pretty much wiping, I want to say, almost all, if not all, of the Otacon GAs off. And like that whole sequence, I thought was crazy. Like, he played that so well. And I just, the thing that blows my mind the most about Inspired is not that he hits these levels, because you do see some incredible plays from pro players sometimes, but it's that he does it so consistently, right? It's like, I just thought that game was crazy. That was not an easy game to play out, and TL even got Mountain Soul, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean, the game looked pretty bad for Flyquest multiple times, but they were able to just find ways back into the game, and that was really cool to see.
Yeah, really.
Both Jan and Core JJ afterwards on pros were like, they messed up. There's so many points where they're like, if we didn't just mess this up, and you can identify multiple of these team fights and multiple of these setups where, it could have been a Team Liquid win, but all of these issues that we've seen from them, you can't just go, what if we didn't, make that mistake or whatever so many times. So for sure, I think it was good from Flyquest, but it wasn't like they had it in the bag the whole time.
Yeah,
Not at all.
no, I mean I think TL was looking. If your nameplate's off, there was multiple points that game where you would have called the TL win, right? Like, and I would have too. But we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back right after this with Audi. Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. We have the LLA GOAT. We've got Audi Land joining us, 5-time LLA champion. And you are here to talk about the LTA South versus LTA North matchups, because obviously LLA teams that joined the LTA South did really, really well. Their first and second seed. So we brought you in to be able to give us the experience against both the North and the South teams.
I mean, yeah, I think like I know more like Isurus Extra because there are 4 people that I play with against or in my team. Obviously, I don't know that new top laner, but I think they show really good on this part of the tournament. I feel like Isurus Extra, obviously, I think is a little bit better than Leviathan. Like if I have to talk about like each player, I feel like mid lane is the best role in that team. I think Mireo is like just the GOAT, and he always want to like get advantage on lane. So I feel like, for me at least, I feel like they're gonna face Team Liquid. I think. I think he's better than APA. I'm just gonna be honest. Yeah, I feel like he's better than APA. At least, unless he plays 6. I mean, he's so good with 6 APA. But I feel like the style of Mireo is better than APA. APA's style is like a 1-2 roam. I think every time he just want to push the lane and just roam to help the team. And I feel like Mireo is not gonna let him like easy lane.
That's actually a really interesting topic, because people have been talking about APA's like positioning in team fights and stuff too. When you're like scrimming against him, do you think it's like what's the easiest thing to attack for him?
I feel like his laning phase. That's why I'm very comfortable. That very like, I don't know how to say, but I feel like Mireo is like better than him. That's what I'm saying. Like only laning phase I know, but I feel like his APA is really good at like reading the map.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So before we get into all those specific matchups, obviously, you joined LTA North here. You came from the LLA. You even have it in your name now. It's Audi Land, which I think is cool, representing the region. Talk to me a little bit about how your experience has been so far, playing in LTA North, and maybe kind of some of the differences.
Well, at the start, obviously, we didn't have like a lot of screens because we have some visa issues. But as soon as we started screaming, I feel like the level of like individual players, it wasn't that different, to be honest. But I feel like the macro stuff was really different from my own region. So that's why it cost a little bit me and the support to just like be the same page. But I feel like if we have a little bit more time to just get used to, I think we should show a little bit better on the stage. But yeah, I think the change was pretty good for our region because we really needed to grow up.
Nice.
And I think this is the good step to do it.
Well, we can start with the first matchup that is going to be this coming Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific. It's going to be 4 p.m. in Brazil. It's 100 Thieves versus Pain. So you said you obviously haven't played against this team because it is one of the former CB Law teams, but you've been watching a lot of LTA South as well.
Well, I play versus Spain.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. I feel like the best players
internationally, I guess, right?
Yeah, the best player is Titan, I think.
For sure. I
think he's just a beast. He's showing also in the playoffs. I feel like he's the heart of the team. Also with a jungler, I think, but he didn't do that well in this tournament. But I feel like if someone has to like be the star, I think it's Titan.
It's pretty funny because he leads the league both in kills and deaths. So it's like, which is pretty rare for an AD carry, but like he is so aggressive.
Like he has more deaths than anyone.
Yes, he's number 1 in deaths and number 1 in kills.
That is super rare for AD carry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he
Wow.
is just the most aggressive. Like I feel like whenever I think of him, I think of his Ezreal and him just like shifting in on everyone.
Have
like,
you
oh,
seen on Ash?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
has in front of everybody is dodging skill, and he's just good.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna send you his Tristana game that he played in LTA South. It is so sick. He's like always going in for like double jump executes and
Yeah.
stuff, and like then jumping back out. It's like every play is super hype for him. So I mean, yeah, watching them play, he makes it really fun. So I can see why he has so many fans. He's also like he's one that like gets up and celebrates on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
All
remember
the
him
time.
from like Worlds and all the international events. He's
Yeah.
a name we've seen multiple times, and yeah, I mean, he's just fun to watch. You
Yeah.
know, he's having a good time up there.
Yeah, I think he's really fun to watch, to be honest.
Because we talked to some of the casters and we got some notes and stuff, and they were talking too that there was like a little bit of drama because Seos was like calling out some of the members of some of the Brazil teams, and Jinqueiro was one of them. What do you think about their mid lane? Like, Seos was like, yeah, he's a weak player, and like they wanted to attack him. I know that there had been trash talk back and forth, probably Titan started it, and kind of got the aggro going. But what about their mid lane too?
I mean, I don't know about the mid lane, but I know Seo. Like
Uh-huh.
he always want to like show that he's better than the opponent. So if someone is gonna talk him,
He'll talk back.
he will talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think he's very confident of his skill. So he always gonna like try to show to everybody like why he's good. But actually, I don't know about the mid laner thing.
Yeah,
But maybe he just talk and he wants to defend his teammates.
In the games I was watching, a lot of them seem like pretty comp dependent. Because like when Payne was playing against Loud, they drafted this like Nocturne Orianna in the very first game. And then, they just drafted like 3 tanks on the other side and like Azir and Ezreal with dashes and stuff. And so like, even though they lost the early game, then it became a lot about comp. So I think it's going to be really interesting to watch the drafts progress in these games as well.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fearless.
Yep.
Also?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's still fearless. So for those of you who don't know, the roster for Pain right now is Weiser in top lane. They have Weiser and Curry, who are their 2 Koreans. Curry plays support, and Weiser plays top lane. And they have Karioka, who's a very famous player, obviously. Well, I mean, Pain in general. I think all 3 of the Brazilians are very well known. Jinkato and Chidan. I think it's Chidan, right? Chidan.
Yeah. It's hard. It's like a T
combination
and a
between-
CH.
Yeah.
Titan.
Yeah.
How do you say it?
Titan.
Teton?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I feel like it's interesting with them going up against 100 Thieves because obviously I think 100 Thieves was kind of a surprise to finish as highly as they did, right? And it was funny because I was hearing from some of the Brazilians that I was speaking with that when Flyquest and TL, ended up losing. They ended up being really happy that the LLA teams got first and second because they're like, oh, we're dodging Flyquest and TL because they still were believing that those were the best teams, not actually C9 and 100 Thieves. So it'll be interesting. I mean, I think this is going to be a really hype match. Obviously, the Brazilian fans are going to be, I think, pretty intense for the former CBLOL teams, trying to cheer them on and see if they could pull off an upset. And it's like, and if I'm looking at, history and stuff, well, we saw 100 Thieves lose to R7 at Worlds last year. They were the first team to ever lose in play-ins for NA. So it's like, I feel like there's extra pressure on the 100 Thieves team because they had that happen to them last year to be able to perform well. But also, it's like maybe the nerves and stuff work in Payne's favor.
Yeah, I feel like can happen, to be honest. Like
Yeah.
they did it last year. I feel like 100 Thief when we play against them, they didn't play like as good as like everyone was saying.
Yeah.
Because I was talking with some players and they say like 100 was like one of the best or just the best team, but they choke a little bit versus I don't know who they play, but yeah, I think it's gonna be different. I feel like they grew up the 100 Thief.
Mhm.
Like they also be the first team, I think, here.
Yep.
So yeah, I think I think they should win. To be honest, they should win, but I don't know, everything can happen.
I definitely agree. Like I'm pretty confident too, because like not only was like Seos calling out Jinquedo. I mean, I know last year he got Finals MVP Jinquedo, but I feel like Quid has been insane, and I feel pretty confident about like the mid lane matchup. Bottom lane is like the only thing.
FBI was doing really well though.
I know our bottom lane has been smurfing. It's just that Titan makes it like so volatile, you know. And he's more about like taking over the team fights. But I feel confident about all of our teams. So I think 100 Thieves for sure, for sure is gonna get this dub. I mean, you're talking about the bottom lane. Like Ayla also has been playing way better. So
Yeah. I mean,
I feel pretty confident. Plus, or go ahead.
last year at Worlds, I thought 100 Thieves should make it out of play-ins, but I didn't really have that much confidence beyond that because I thought they were a really bad macro team. And I thought it's like the way that I saw 100 Thieves doing well at Worlds last year was just basically River and Quid being better than their opponents,
yes.
right? I do think 100 Thieves is a more well-rounded team now. I think FBI was a pretty big upgrade in the bot lane. I think Ayla's playing better. I don't think Sniper's had like the best games on stage, but I'd be interested to hear your opinion on him because from players I've been talking to and their coaches and stuff, people are saying they think that Sniper has developed a fair bit from last year. Like he's like, in difficult situations and playing tanks and lane swaps and stuff, he's doing a lot better. So the team does seem more well-rounded. But still, I mean, it's like the stars are clearly to me River and Quid, right? Like those guys, I think, are the kind of like heart of the team.
I think obviously for me at least in the last year, Quid didn't have the best performance.
At Worlds, he didn't. No.
Yeah,
he got gapped by by Kaney.
Yeah, so also it's gonna be like pretty well change. I feel like he's better now. I think so, and also like for top lane, I think Sniper. I don't know why versus us he just locking Casante every time. And just like Summit just beat him like really hard. So I don't know. I feel like they just they play really different against us. But for this year, I feel like FPI, like you said, is really a good upgrade.
Yeah.
The support is playing so well also. So I feel like the key for 100 is gonna be the jungler. I think he should be better than Pain jungler.
Mm-hmm.
So and also the mid, if they play like really good, I think there's no chance to like Pain. Who's Pain? Pain?
Pardon?
Yes,
Pain.
Pain, yeah,
Pain.
Pain,
Pain. Gonna win.
Yeah.
How big are lane swaps? Are they as big in LTA South as they are here? Like
They're lane swapping a lot.
they're lane swapping a lot. Okay.
But I personally thought that the lane swaps was one of the areas that LTA South looked weaker. I don't know if you agree, but like I felt like there's even some examples. Like for example, there was a game where it's like I think it was it the Isrus Leviathan? I think it might have been. But on the lane swap on level 1, it's like here you always see like when like the dual lane always steps so far forward and fully zones you from XP, and it's like top laners generally have to give up half their health or more to get the 3 melee creeps for experience. But there was like a number of cases where like they weren't getting fully zoned and stuff, and were getting like into these comfortable situations where like Cassante even in like a 1v2. I want to look at my notes, but I think it was. Yeah, it was the tiebreaker with Leviathan and Isserus. It's like at 9:15 of the game, the Cassante had 78 CS and the Varus had 80, and they were laning 2v1 against them. And it just felt like they didn't punish him in a way that I would expect the Cassante to get punished here, because usually the top laners are like pretty out of the game, you know? And, there was also, I think it was in the Pain Loud game where they lane swapped and they were kind of playing it different, where it was like Robo was playing Jax and he went mid to share half a level of experience. But then because he was so late to bot, he could never get to the tower. And so like there's some of these situations where I felt like the lane swaps were maybe being a little bit misplayed. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like I said, like the weaker thing about us as a region like is the macro thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like lane swap is kind of harder for us.
Mhm.
But I feel like I said, like
Us
they,
as
they
in LLA?
yeah,
Yeah.
But they should know that LTA North is gonna like try to lane swap also.
Yeah.
So I feel like they should be practicing this more. I don't feel like it's gonna be like that same, like you said. Like it's like they shouldn't be this gap, In the,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weaker in LTA South.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So definitely feel like 100 Thieves is favored, but I'm still nervous because they got cocky at Worlds last time, and
I mean, it's also a best of 3.
yeah,
So
and it's single limb, so there's no lower bracket.
So it could be over. It could be over very quickly.
Yeah.
I will say though, having them already have gone to Worlds
They're gonna
and
take it
gone
super serious.
through something where they were like, completely underperformed their own expectations. Also,
Mhm.
I think that's really good experience and necessary because they were so young. And so they got, the travel experience, everything like changes, your whole routine and everything changes. So hopefully they'll be better equipped to have handle the travel down to Brazil.
I actually feel like, obviously we're not playing against Korean and Chinese teams or whatnot, but I feel like the NA teams will probably look better than, we do relative to other international competitions, just because, when you go to Worlds, you're scrimming against these like Korean teams for like a month or whatever, and you're just losing every single scrim. So I think that's part of why sometimes when they go on stage, you see them look so like bad and scared, because it's like they've tried everything and nothing works, and so they try to fall back on like the safest strategies that maybe they didn't lose as hard on. But for this one, the teams are just flying down like this week. You're just playing this weekend, so yeah, I think they'll look good.
All right, so we all predict 100 Thieves to win. And it should be the series with the most trash talk. We have Sniper on one side and Titan on the other side. There's definitely going to be
I don't know if
fun.
I want Sniper to trash talk after the last time.
as long as he's not typing
more.
in game and he focuses.
Nah, his 1v1 with XU was not pretty on either side.
And also, I mean, it's like if you go down to Brazil and you trash talk and then you lose, the fans are going to destroy you.
I would fear for my safety if I was down there trash talking.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one then. We got Leviathan
Who finished second.
versus Flyquest. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And Flyquest, I feel like you were kind of talking to Zale about like originally they're kind of happy. Oh yeah, we're gonna dodge TL and Flyquest because they're going down to the lower brackets. But to me, I think TL actually is weaker. I don't think Flyquest is actually going to perform weaker. I feel like they're fixing their issues way quicker than TL are fixing their issues. So I also have a lot of confidence in Flyquest going into this one.
So Leviathan, how do you pronounce the top laner's name? Is it Zoth?
Sotbe.
Zothbe?
Yeah.
Zothbe? Is that close? You're like
Sotbe.
Zothbe.
It's Sotbe.
Zotbe.
Yeah. Sotbe.
Okay. So there's like no like V sound. It's like Zotbe.
Yeah.
Okay. I can say that. So Zobe and then jungler is Scary. Cody, I think is kind of the star of the team in mid lane, and then Seo and Pro Delta. Cody to me is pretty impressive. I know like as far as how he performed in LTA South, all the games I was watching, he was playing really, really well. He leads the league, I think, in like a ton of different categories. Like statistically, he's
almost all of them for mid lane. He's first.
Yeah, like he's crushing it. He's first in CSD at CSD at 10, at gold at 10, the highest KP in the entire league, like higher even than any of the junglers, which I was like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. Second highest first blood percentage in the league, which is also crazy. It's like these are supposed to be jungler stats. He's playing really, really well. So I assume you're pretty familiar with Leviathan.
Yeah. Well, Cody, when I was playing on him versus in LLA, he was the star. Like we should always focus him because he was the one who can like carry the whole team. So yeah, I feel like this year he come back really strong because he for some months he wasn't playing really well, but now he seems really good. He's really comfortable right now with this team. So we know that he can do great stuff. So for mid lane, I think he's just gonna be like the key from the Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean he's been doing a lot of like Ari and Talia and Aurora, like roaming, playmaking mid laners, and so that's why he's racked up such good stats. Roaming around and making plays with the team. So it's definitely a little bit scary. But I feel like Flyquest are just so solid, in their game plan. I will hope that they'll be able to neutralize, early. And if they don't get behind early, I just have so much confidence in their team fighting. I think they actually match up pretty well.
Yeah, actually, I also want to talk about Seo, like the ADC. I feel like this guy is really crazy. It is so good. I play with him. I know his lane phase is amazing. So I feel like the support needs to grow up a little bit more. So like if they get better together. I think that it's just gonna be that like the best bot lane, even better than Titan. I feel like I maybe get more Brazil hate, but I know that Seo is really good, so
Yeah.
I just I'm really confident that like he can show up in this tournament.
It is interesting because you mentioned the Ari point, and like there are mostly the meta is pretty similar, but like Ari is so popular in LTA South. It was like the most played mid laner, and Ezreal was the most played bot laner. So there were like a couple little changes. Rakan super popular. Besides that, it seemed like mostly things were pretty similar. But do you think that's just because like a couple key players are like really good on those champions? So everyone's like, oh, like Ari looks OP because like this guy plays Ari all the time, or
No, I think Cody likes those champions.
Yeah.
Like in LA, he just play Ari, Talia, like Annie. I don't know when Annie was like, his Ragas was really good. So also, I feel like it's just more comfortable, like because I feel like Aurora is one of the strongest, I think, or the strongest for me at least.
Yeah.
I hate playing that versus that champion. I feel like there's just one shot.
Really interesting. Yeah, I've heard. I was talking to Pobelter about Aurora, and he doesn't actually like the champion. He feels like she always runs out of damage and can't kill people. But I mean, it's probably different in pro versus solo.
you just blew his mind. He's like, what?
I feel like
skill issue.
I mean, I feel like obviously also for me at least, like playing against John, I feel like it's so hard also. But for me at least, in the mid lane, it's very volatile. I don't know, like there's so much that you can win, or like for example, if you blind pick mid lane, AP mid lane, Galio is gonna be there, and everyone hates playing versus Galio. Even my mid lane like doesn't want to blind. And second game draft, Fearless, he don't want to blind me because there's a Galio pick. So, I mean, it's really volatile, that mid lane matchups.
I mean, I think Aurora is really strong too, especially with the electrocute buffs. It was one of the champions that was like already in the meta. I think that benefited the most from it because it's super easy to play electrocute. You can play it mid and top and stuff as well. So definitely pretty strong. Were you surprised at all that the LLA teams ended up being 1 and 2 in LTA South?
I mean, there was like I'm not like surprised, but
Of course not. I knew we would win.
no, it wasn't like that, but I know that they were really good, but I also feel like the Brazil teams didn't play that well this tournament, at least. I feel like they're playing really weak. But I don't know. There's some like rumors that they didn't scrim that much, or they didn't practice that much for this tournament. So for me, the key is gonna be like the second tournament. But I'm pretty glad that LLA teams were like first and second place.
From the Brazil casters, they were saying they had high expectations, at least for Isurus. They were like, yeah, because they have Jose and they have all this star power, but they were more surprised by Leviathan also doing well and getting second. And Leviathan did get the 2 Brazil players, so I feel like they also got a lot of Brazilian fandom that way, by actually signing the double Brazil players. Of course, Isurus with Jose is going to always have fans because it's big stream and everything. But now that you are LTA North, if you're going to give Flyquest a game plan to attack Leviathan and win this series, what's the biggest weaknesses that you want to expose of your friends?
I don't know if I want to expose everybody, but I feel like I mean the jungler matchup, because I'm the jungler. I feel like Inspire versus Scary.
Yeah,
Scary. I think should be for Inspire. I feel like he's really, really good. I still don't play against him, to be honest, in scrims. We never play Flyquest yet. I mean, they wanted to stream it. So
you don't want to?
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
Because we were like, it was like the second week when we were still practicing with the new mid laner. So we didn't want to practice that much.
More comfortable first.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like the jungler also Sotbe is pretty decent. I feel like I don't know. Whippo makes the lane really volatile. Also, I feel like he always tries to like do something crazy.
Yeah.
Like when I would talk with Licorice, he always say like, I don't know how to play against him because he just. I don't know. He's trolling, or he has like limit testing or something, or the jungler is behind him because sometimes he feel like he can win the lane. He can play really aggro, but he feel like he's trolling and the jungler is behind, and then we see in the review the jungler is bottom, and he is just playing so much aggro. But yeah, I feel like I don't know what's gonna happen, but I feel like also it's gonna be like more the younger stuff.
Yeah.
For also, if I have to say, like I said at the start, like the support for Leviathan, I think
For Pro Delta.
Yeah, Pro Delta. I think he needs to like get better a little bit more because I feel like Seo was 2v1, 1v2 the lanes, but yeah, I feel like I don't wanna say much more.
That's fair.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the kind of thing I know about Leviathan.
It'll be interesting. I mean, Bwipo, I think one of the advantages he has, unironically, is that it's like you can't practice for Bwipo by playing against anyone but Bwipo. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know what you
because
mean.
he plays weird champions, he plays a weird style, so it's like he has so much practice playing in that way, and you don't have practice playing against it. You know, so it's like. I do think it can be an advantage. And sometimes, kind of the thing you're talking about with Licorice, I think when a team has like really strong lanes, and if they're confident, in Maso and Busio doing well and Quad doing really well mid, it's like you can play aggressive because even if you get ganked and the jungler's not there, well, then your team's going to get something somewhere else, right? And I think that's one of the advantages you have when you have strong lanes and a really strong jungler is you can afford to play a little bit like more aggressive because you know that, okay, if Inspired's up here, we can 2v2, and if he's not and I die, I'm going to force him to use ults or summoners or something, and we're going to get Dragon or we're going to die bot or we're going to do something, right? And I know that's one of the things that Popo talks a lot about if you watch his stream is just like getting resources. Like people, it's a meme. Like the whole like making space is kind of a meme, but like also it's true. Like
no, it's real. It's for sure real.
It's like if they gank you and they kill you, but they have to use both flashes and both ults and stuff to do it. It's like, well, sometimes you're just gonna get more as a result.
It's like the boss,
Yeah,
the
it's a good death. Good death.
Yeah, good death. But yeah, I feel like that also I feel like you said, like Flyquest is really good at trading.
Yeah,
and also
really
I feel like teams from LTA South and LLA teams were that good. It was trading. We always want to fight. We always like think we can win a fight, but the enemy team just gonna like trade, and we just like, oh shit, now we cannot trade. So I feel like also it's like they win out the Flyquest, I think.
Yeah. Flyquest is super solid. They're the team I have the most confidence in, I think, still.
Really?
Yeah.
I also don't know what happened with Flyquest. I thought they just gonna like be the best team here.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because when I talked to Inspired and some of their coaches and stuff before the split, and one thing he was saying was he felt in the new season that if you fall behind at all, it's easier to lose because it's easier to go like objective to objective to objective, and with Otacon and stuff, there's like less of that kind of like mid game where, okay, it's too early to do Baron, but like, so it'll be interesting. It's also, the reality is it's like split one is basically like a small tournament, right? They lost one best of 3. And so if this was like in the middle of a regular split, like an 8-week and 9-week split, losing one best of 3, like would that really knock them down that much in your estimation? Probably not, right? So I still think that they're looking good, but yeah, I mean they did at least lose one.
I also think that legitimately Cloud9 and 100 Thieves are significantly better.
C9 looked good in their series.
They are like all 3 of those teams I think are very, very close, especially because 100 Thieves and Cloud9 both did long boot camps. Yep. And so like they're legitimately looking really good, and so it's very close at the top of LTA North.
Yeah, I just wanted to like emphasize that point about we've only actually seen these teams play like 2 series or whatever, like in a regular split, especially the beginning of a split. The rankings can be really misleading because it can just come down to like what teams did you play, what meta read did you have, because a lot of times what we see is a team like could have a really bad start because they just had a wrong read on the meta, but then you see what's working for everyone else and you adjust, and then you could look a lot better. So I don't know, I don't put a whole lot of stock in like the like seeding, I guess, of these teams going into this tournament because it was just such a short like tournament to get there. So I think first, fourth seed, probably not a huge difference, at least for LTA North. I don't know about South.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Definitely expecting Flyquest to win that one, though. Fingers crossed. Next one is C9 versus Loud, which I think should be really hype. 2 teams with obviously really big fan bases, and should be a pretty exciting one. That one is going to be the first match on Sunday at 11 a.m.
I mean, this one, I also, I mean, there's only one that I'm a little worried for, and spoiler, this one is not the one. So I still, with the way that Cloud9 have been looking, coming off of their boot camp also, I feel like I feel pretty confident here as well, especially with Thanatos' lane phase. I feel like his lane phase is so good. They put out a graph worldwide. I think he was like third in CSD advantage and like gold advantage and stuff for top laners.
His laning phase is really good.
Like I feel like I feel like he's actually really well positioned to go versus Robo. So I think Cloud9 have like a bunch of areas that they can attack pretty early in the game.
It's Scream versus 69, and also want to say like I feel like they're the best team right now. I feel like also I didn't scream like 100 Thief, but I feel like C9 is really good, to be honest. When we play against them in this year, we were a little scared because they were like boot camping for 1 month or 2 months, and we just one scream. so it was like, oh, well, it's gonna be hard now. But after that game, we just keep screaming versus them. I feel like their macro is really good. Also, there's a meme like with Blabber with the crabs, and now because I play versus him, I don't know what happened, but every time like there's a crab, you know, and even the lanes that don't have push, they just find man there, you know. I don't know, it's so weird. I feel like we should be winning this crab, and then just find man appears, and then we fight for a crab. It's so weird, but
the Avengers teleport.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny. I don't know, it's so crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about Blabber actually, because I always felt like when I was playing against Blabber and C9 is really hard for that reason, because like they've played with a lot of different mids and rosters over the years, but I do feel like they play for jungle really well. Like when you jungle against them, it doesn't feel like a 1v1 against their jungler. Like obviously Blabber's really smart. I've always found it hard to predict where he's gonna go. Like it'll seem like there's an obvious play and then he shows up somewhere else. I'm just like, whoa, what are you doing, dude? But yeah, their team also just like they push, they track you all the time. It just feels hard to do stuff. Like, has that been your experience?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like literally, it feels like it's not never 1v1. There's sometimes like where the lanes, I mean, we help the push and they just don't help Blabber, and that feels like how, like if they don't help the jungler, they feel really weak. I feel like in that position, we I don't want to say a little bit more, but we usually ahead on early games, but then they just like keep like there's one fight and then the game is already boom. But yeah, I feel like they're really good playing with the jungler. They always they always put ward, they always look for the next play. They're really fast also on that, like training stuff and like making plays, even though like you don't have like a push or something. They just want to do something. I feel like that's why I feel like they are the best team here.
I think it's also interesting because that's kind of been a signature of the team ever since even back when you were on C9, is that Cloud9 was always a team that like fully committed to plays, right? And like I always felt like that was one of the reasons that C9 did better internationally than some of the other teams, was like they played confidently, they play aggressively. Like if you guys are gonna commit to a 5v5, like everyone's gonna commit. And I felt like that, even though like you said, the roster's changed a lot over the years, I feel like that identity has stayed pretty similar. Sometimes to their detriment, sometimes to their advantage. Like we saw the bad end of that, I think, sometimes last year, where Thanatos was just kind of getting used to the team, and sometimes he be TPing in, they'd be trying to force a play, but he'd be TPing in like way too early or too far away, and everyone tries to bail in and save him, and the fight goes super bad. This year, they seem way more on the same page, so I think those fights are working out. And I do think it's an advantage to like sometimes just be willing to kind of like practice, and force these plays over and over and over and over, because then your team gets really good at it, right? And then you can have the confidence to be able to take a lot of these more aggressive fights and stuff like you're saying, where it's like even if you're winning early game, they just show up and they're ready for a fight and it's really explosive. And sometimes it's like, okay, you earn a gold lead, but like early game gold lead might be 1,000 gold, but if they get an instant kill at start a fight, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, actually, that's what I feel like. So that's why I feel like this year LTA North, like, I think they really improved a lot. Like at least top 4 is always really good, but I think for this year, Cloud9 is the best.
Interesting. So Loud's team, if you guys don't know at home, is Robo and Tanones are the two Brazilian players. They have Wiz as their Korean jungler and Route as their Korean ADC, and then Winsome joined with the new import rules from, I can't remember which cat team he was actually playing on last, but doesn't matter. Route, I know, is one of the players that, speaking to some of the Brazilians, they're really hyped about. They think this is like the best import of all time in their region, and they're like really, really excited about how strong he is. I was watching some of his games. Like, he had some pretty monster Ezreal games. Like, he is definitely very confident. I think sometimes it's like a little bit of the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, you know, where it's like sometimes he goes too far. And like there was one game I was watching where they were monstrously ahead. I think it was something like 14-3 at 24 minutes, and then it took them, and they had like Otacon already, and it took them like 48 minutes to end the game because they like went up to the base and he like shifted into the base and instantly died and stuff. But he is really strong, and I think Robo is kind of one of those players where I think his laning phase is not that strong, but he's another one of those guys that is like really confident to start fights, and I think that's kind of like what Loud likes to do, and traditionally I think what a lot of the CBLOL teams like to do, and similar with LA, like you're saying, it's like you guys want to scrap, you like all going to show up, and you're down to fight all the time, and I think that's definitely been like a strength and a weakness for Loud when I watch them, because they do have times where it's like they get behind, but they just like fight their way out, and then they also have times where, you know, they're ahead and they could just take guaranteed advantages and like get Soul or take Baron, but like someone shows up and they just take a fight and it goes bad, and then, you know, the other team can get back in. So I do think like we're gonna have a pretty bloody series, I think, between C9 and Loud, because I think C9 likes to fight as well. So I think this one should be super entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I do have confidence in Cloud9 snowballing, because that's why I was talking about the top lane matchup early on, like lane phase. I think Thanatos is well positioned there, and then Blabber, when Thanatos is winning lane, I feel like he can play top side really well. You know, focus a bunch of grubs and try and snowball. For Root, like he was number 3 in LTA South rank for damage per minute. But I guess because one of the teams that was above him isn't going to the Americas stage, he's second of all the teams in Americas stage for damage per minute. So I mean, like, if the games like go long and it does get scrappy and there are like, you know, back and forth and one team is coming back and it comes down to this like super late game team fights, then it could become a coin flip later. But I do think going into them, the games should look like Cloud9 with early control and then being able to snowball. I also, you mentioned Winsome. I was gonna say, even though he has experience being on Cloud9 a long time ago and Flyquest as well, I think at least from the games that I watched, he's been making a decent amount of mistakes. Like there's this one, Bard game where he like portals into the grub pit. Did you see that one? Yeah. And then he's like, all right, okay, then we flash out. There's nothing to do here. There's definitely been a couple oopsies there, and of course it works both ways. You know, our players know him as well, pretty well too. So this one I'm pretty confident on. What's your prediction for this one?
I feel like Cloud9 should also win. They should also like focus on bottom. I think the route is not like super ahead. I think it should be really easy. I think the team really plays around him. Also, like I said, like you guys said, Robo, I feel like his laning phase is not that good.
No.
So should be pretty easy for Thanatos to just like win the lane. So with all that, I think it's gonna be like pretty comfortable win for Cloud9.
2-0.
Yeah, I'm pretty much sure.
Yeah.
All right, we have the last matchup is going to be the one you said you're maybe worried about, Kobe.
I'm a little nervous for one of the matchups. I'm still predicting all 4 LTA North teams to win. This is the one that I'm the most nervous for. Adi, I could tell you have some feelings about it too.
I mean, I'm pretty excited about this matchup. Like, I feel like it's like the closest one. To be honest. For my experience versus TL, I feel like they're not the best team. I think this top 4. To be honest, so I'm pretty excited. I feel like I said,
playing Isris for those of you who don't know at home.
Yeah, so I feel like the lanes are pretty same. So for me, it's gonna be I don't know who's gonna win. That's what I'm feeling. I'm pretty proud because I really want like Isuru's to win.
yeah, for this one, I specifically wanted to ask you because this is Jose's team. For for everyone who doesn't know at home, Jose Dodo, very familiar with him. But him versus Umpty was part of the reason why I'm a little bit nervous for this series. So as the jungler, give your jungle matchup analysis here.
Well, I'm gonna agree with Ross. Like, I feel like Umti is not that good. I feel like that's for me. He's decent. I also feel like Jose is like a really like Jose, how to say he's really confident with what he's doing. He also makes a lot of mistakes, but I feel like he's playing decent right in this tournament. So I don't think it's gonna be like so much different in the jungle. What I fear for TL is like the mid lane matchup. But like I said, I think Mirio is a little bit better than APA. On bottom, I'm gonna say something like very hard for our team, but I feel like our bottom, because it's my region now, was my region. They're not playing that well.
TL.
No.
Snacker and Acker.
Okay.
I feel like I think they're more better than, but in this tournament they're not playing that good. I feel like they really need like get better a little bit more in this
I
tournament.
think TL's bot lane is also really
Yeah,
strong.
so that's why I'm a little bit worried. Only that lane, because I feel like they're not playing that well. But I feel like they can do it. That's why I don't know what's gonna be the final result on this matchup. But I feel like it's gonna be 2-1. But I'm gonna say for Isurus Extra.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still don't know what's
I mean,
gonna
this was
happen.
supposed to be the like super team. This was the one team I think that people were kind of expecting to do really, really well in LTA South because it's Isurus and Astral like combining forces, and then they got Bertle and Miru as their imports, and so this is a team with big expectations. You know, it's like you said. I think definitely the LTA South fans want at least one of the teams to win, right? And I do think this is potentially their best shot. TL's team fighting, I think, has looked kind of suspect, and I think, has been having a rough split so far. He's been struggling with some of the mistakes, and these teams are good. I mean, it's like if you make mistakes early and Isurus Astral gets ahead, I think TL are not going to be able to just like out team fight them, right? So it's definitely one that I'm nervous for as well.
I will say, listening to pros where after the TL Flyquest match, so of course the TL players were pretty sad. They were talking a lot also about how they're trying a lot of stuff in scrims. It was Jan and Core JJ talking about it. Buppa was like, "What? You're doing the same stuff on stage?" But Jan and Core JJ were like, "We're trying a lot of stuff in scrims." And so there's a lot of, I guess, volatility in their practice maybe for TL. You're like, oh, it sounds like excuses.
I mean, I feel like they're doing the same thing. I feel like when they, that's why I also mentioned the 6 wing.
Yeah.
I think when they're out of auction, they just pick 6, and they just try to flex it. I don't know if the ADC last year play 6, but they're just trying to like flex it. But I don't know. Like I think if they're not that champion, I think they're just like the same team than before.
Okay, well, I hope that the intense week of practice that they have is going to bolster Team Liquid. Maybe that's one benefit. Also, I feel like because they've been underperforming, they've been in like, oh no, we have to improve mode, and so I hope that the extra focus that like getting losses early will help them improve in their practice.
One thing I'm kind of excited about, for LTA North and South for our teams, as they're going to go international throughout the year, is I do think these kind of tournaments where we're meeting is advantageous, right? Like it's some international tournament experience, right? Like it's not the exact same as Worlds or anything, obviously, but it's an opportunity where you travel, you go, you practice against teams from other region, and you kind of get that like boot camp experience that you would get going to Worlds or MSI or First Stand or whatever. So I do think, for both regions, it's hopefully really beneficial. And, I'm hoping it's like when I think about like a 100 Thieves team or whatever, right? If they had played an event like this before going to Worlds last year, would they have done better at Worlds, And so I think it'll be interesting to see, how like the regions kind of like interact over time and stuff, and what teams take away from this event, right? Because you'll get to go and you'll have both our, our region's top teams are going to be scrimming against each other. And so it'll be interesting to see, like what people kind of take and can kind of learn from each other.
Yeah, I think it's always a great opportunity to be able to go somewhere else and practice, just because, when you're playing against LCS teams, obviously most teams don't scrim the team they're going to be competing against that week. But, even all the teams you're playing, everyone's like kind of practicing in the same pool. So it's less common to see something that's just like totally out of the box. Whereas when you go somewhere else, other regions, like they could have totally different metas, especially with stuff like lane swap, the way they do vision control, maybe certain plays you just hadn't seen before that could be really normal over there. And then even like the responses to those things. So I think there's a lot you can learn from this for sure. Hopefully NA just dominates, but I mean, I'm sure they could learn something.
I mean, for me, it's gonna be like this. Like in paper, it's like North is better than South, like in paper. But I feel like even like if in this tournament like South wins, it's gonna be such a boost for them, like for the next tournament. So I feel like it's pretty good if they win. Also, if they lose, I feel like this more experience for the teams. So it's gonna win-win for me, at least in
for the South.
Yeah. So that's what I feel like as a player. But yeah, I feel like it's gonna be like really interesting tournament. I feel like Medio said, like should we win for the North? But I don't want like 100 things to happen. Like they are overconfident. And
we don't talk about that. Okay. Well, one thing we didn't talk about too, though, is the home field advantage for LTA South, because I know Brazilian fans are super, super passionate about their teams, and so they're probably going to be real loud, and that can be kind of distracting when you're playing. It's like when if something goes like exactly, everything that goes wrong for you, everyone's like cheering, and I mean you've got the noise canceling headsets, but like you can tell when a stadium is cheering, right? Like you might not be able to hear what they're saying, but like sometimes if they're really loud, it'll like come through your mics, and like I don't know, like I experienced that when we played against TSM back in the day, because like rest in peace TSM, but they always were the home team.
They're coming to LPL soon. Don't worry.
They're the home team no matter what. At least they were.
Yeah.
And so, but I guess the flip side is, when you do beat a team like that, it feels really good to just like hear nothing, right? It's like when they go from cheering really loud to just complete silence.
It's like the Busan library or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It actually feels pretty good when you're on the receiving end of that. It's just like, where you at? So, I'm sure it'll be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, I kind of agree with what you were saying, though, Audie, like about there's more pressure on the North teams because you're expected to win, right? So it's like the only good result is winning, right? Like, and even if you win, people are going to be like, yeah, you were supposed to win, So for the South, it is more of like it's an opportunity. And it'll be interesting because sometimes I think when people are underdogs, maybe they're going to get nervous with who they're playing against, but some people can really kind of rise to the occasion and just play without any pressure. And that's often when we see teams play their best, right? Is when they can kind of play like full gloves off. Like they know, hey, there's maybe no expectations, but they play like fully aggressive and they play fully confidently. And that's how we see a lot of upsets. So that's why I'm going into this. Like if it was double limb best of 5, I would feel very, very confident. It's single limb best of 3, right? So I definitely think that we're not guaranteed to win all 4 matches by any means. I could absolutely see upsets.
Everything will happen.
Yeah.
To us. I feel like also like that's the beauty of the tournament, right? Like best of 3, like it's gonna be like imagine if Cloud9 loses, it's gonna be like wow, this tournament is like
why Cloud9? Why not any other NA team?
I know because the Cloud9 is the best team, so that's why I'm saying. So.
Well, it should be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for it. Kobe and I fly out tomorrow to head down and cast, so that should be a blast. Thank you, Audie, so much for joining us. Appreciate it, and best of luck going forward in the next splits. That is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The Americas stage of the LTA Split 1 playoffs, that is North versus South that we've been talking about all day today, begins this Saturday, 11 a.m. Pacific. It is an earlier start time, 2 hours early for all of those days because we're going to be down in Brazil. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus Pain Gaming to kick off that stage. So make sure to tune in. We will see you soon from Sao Paulo.
Welcome to Waiting Room, LTA Americas Stage.
Americas!
Brazil! Yep.
I don't know what we're doing, but I'm
I have
dancing
no
along.
idea.
Okay.
You lost me already.
We're in gold now. That's previously been in blue
Yeah,
because we were north.
snazzy. They
combined the
South was
symbols.
red, and now they've moved into
Oh.
Yeah.
the
did.
ultimate LTA. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is,
It's the hands coming together.
it's an
That's
A.
great.
It's an
just
A.
a big, they combine and make an A.
Yeah, and it's an arrow
Yeah.
pointing up, arrow pointing down. Now we're together.
I legitimately
Absolutely.
didn't know that. I had no idea.
Now you do.
You didn't have
Yeah.
to out yourself on
So it's the first
Yeah.
week of America's competition we've been saying. So the top 4 teams from the North are going to face off against the top 4 teams from the South in a 8-team single elimination bracket. And in case you missed it, we do have a quick refresher of what happened to get here. Because I got to pick, I'm going to talk about the North. So things in the North, they didn't go the way anyone expected, but they did in round 1. Whippo took some shots at Shopify, and Lion made things a bit closer than we thought, but it was still clean 2-0s across the board for TL, 100 Thieves, Flyquest, and Cloud9. Round 2, that's where things got weird. 100 Thieves, they upset TL in the bloodiest best of 3 in North America history, and Cloud9 knocked off Flyquest later in the day. So both of last year's finalists found themselves in the lower bracket. 100 Thieves then trounced Cloud9 in the seeding match and secured first seed, which is something nobody saw coming. And then in the lower bracket, we said goodbye to Disguised and Lion in round 1 before TL and Flyquest made short work of Dignitas and Spot and Shopify in the qualification matches, which set up yet another clash between Team Liquid and Flyquest. Fly came out on top in what is now a best of 27 between the two teams to secure a 3rd seed, and Azael taught Kangas some math in the process. So that leaves us with our top 4 teams heading to the Americas stage from the North: 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Flyquest, and Team Liquid.
And for those of us, many of us who have been only watching the LTA North broadcast and didn't see what happened in the South, here we go. The South was also full of upsets, and they kicked off right away with newcomers Leviathan immediately knocking off last year's finalists, Vivo Cade Stars. Pain beat Loud 2-1 in their matchup, and round 1 wrapped up with an Isurus Estral, a merger of the 2 former LLA orgs, and former Flyquest jungler Jose Deodo taking out Furia before Red Canids took business of Fluxo. Things stayed crazy in round 2 as both former LLA squads took down Brazilian Blue Bloods Pain Gaming and Red Canids to take top 2 seeds in the South right away. In the lower bracket, Pain held out in a nail-biter versus Furia, while Loud went on a run, beating both Vivo Cade Stars and Red Canids in 3 games each before beating Pain in the seeding match to secure 3rd place, with final seeding being Isurus Estral, Leviathan, Loud, and Pain. So that leaves half of the league left the battle to be the first LTA split winners and advance to International First Stand event.
Yep, that's the big reminder that the winner of this at the end of 2 weeks is going to be the representative for the LTA at the new Fearless First Stand event. So here's the conference bracket. You can see this was the South
Yeah.
Their first round they had a lot of 2-1s. Let's just say that.
I also think the biggest, I really do want to point out, and we'll go over this again because I'll be talking about Leviathan again, but the upset of Leviathan was massive. People had rated this squad comparatively low as opposed to the rest of the qualifying teams, and so I think if you're looking for a cool underdog to root for,
And I'm seeing a trend in both the North and the South, because in the North we saw the likes of Team Liquid and Flyquest go into the losers bracket quickly, and in this case, Loud. Okay, my bad, guys. It is what it is.
Now you have the northern bracket,
Yes,
Raz.
this is the example of both Team Liquid and Flyquest going into the losers bracket, but in the South, it was both Loud and Pain, two of the organizations that you saw great success from in prior years. So, it was just shock and awe immediately.
Yeah, and we also have now the Americas bracket, which is the top 4 from the North and the top 4 from the South. Bam, here it is. Focus up. Put on your glasses. Raz, put on your glasses. Raz, put them on.
Okay,
put them on.
my glasses
Yeah,
to understand this better.
It's not quite in focus for us, but actually on the screen it looks really clear.
Oh, yeah.
So we put our glasses
it's
on.
just us.
So pretty much top 4 versus top 4. The number 1 seed will play the number 4 seed all the way down the line. So that is the way that is going to work. And it is single elimination with the final being best of 5. So today, the first seed of the LTA North, 100 Thieves, they're going up against the 4th seed from the South, which is Pain Gaming. And then the number 2 seed from the South, Leviathan, will go head-to-head against Flyquest, who is the number 3 seed from the North.
And a lot of people, hearing the South fans talk about the seeding, it seemed like they got the draw that they were hoping for, because they played right before us, and we were getting the reactions live. When the LLA teams, Leviathan and Isurus Astral, took 1st and 2nd seed, it almost felt like they were disappointed, the Brazilian teams didn't come in 1st and 2nd seed. But then they saw our 1st and 2nd seed compared to our 3rd and 4th seed. They were like, wait, we dodged Flyquest TL. All right, not too bad.
True. And it's, I don't think it's going to be that easy. You already know my opinion. I just want competition, though. So as long as we get, constant team fights, we've all researched these teams, and we're already getting a banger with 100 Thieves, and I think we're in for a good time.
Yeah, you've notably been very vocal, thinking that all 4 North teams are making it through. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But keeping in theme with the season, and yesterday being Valentine's Day, Emily and I wanted to give some love to our compatriots in the South with some Valentine's Day cards. So I created one. Here, I'm going to show it. Okay. I have it live in person with us. Here's my Valentine for Pain Gaming. And if you hadn't heard, Titan Magic is what we're going to get on the Rift today. Raz, have you heard about Titan Magic?
No, I haven't.
Titanzada Chesquedele, as they say down in Brazil. Basically,
I've heard about Titan Magic, but not Titan.
Okay, fair enough. I've had people, some of the unofficial English broadcasters talk to me about how strong Titan is on the Rift, and when they win, when he has that clutch moment, that's it. Titan Magic, everybody. Boom. That's it.
Do you make that yourself?
I made that myself.
It's beautiful.
You can tell.
How can you tell, Raz? How can you tell?
It's just being mean.
Earlier this morning, I saw him in a room working hard at it and talking about how difficult it was to make this.
Okay, cutting a heart shape. I don't know. Rate the shape of it alone. This was actually difficult freehand.
Wait,
Yeah,
can't you
here's
just
the
do
camera.
the thing where you, never mind, you fold a piece of paper in half? Did no one teach you this in kindergarten? You just,
Well, Emily, how about you?
just fold the paper in half and then you cut
But
it
it's
like
already
this. Never
folded.
mind.
Look.
Okay.
I
No,
was
yeah,
proud
you
of
did it.
that.
You did a better job.
I was
No,
proud of
it
That was the
was
harshest I've heard Emily.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah.
I
Next
did
one.
this.
Okay.
Now let's see some
Here's
real
what Emily
art.
made.
There we go.
Yeah, and I made a poem too, of which I couldn't fit the entire thing on. But again, like I said, I think Leviathan have been a really fun team to watch thus far. No one expected them to be here. This is from a selfie I believe they took when they were doing content the other day.
Well, read the
this is
poem,
the
Emily.
team.
Read the poem.
Okay. I forgot what I wrote. When evaluating preseason power, Leviathan languished towards the bottom of most estimations. Yet someone forgot to tell Leviathan, who thoroughly bested these expectations.
Hey.
Very nice. And
I love it.
It's mainly the drawings of the 5 players that's.
Yeah, that's actually.
Yeah, that's the thing that took
Can I see
a long
that?
time.
Wait, I need to see
Are you
that.
gonna rip it or what?
No.
While he's
That's
looking through it,
amazing.
the drawing is amazing. I have one point of critique.
Yeah, what?
Because you couldn't even remember what you wrote. You got to keep it simple.
I spent so much time I was like, I'm going to write this poem. It's going to be based on an Argentinian poem because they're like an Argentinian organization called Creo. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. It's going to be great. And then I forgot what I wrote. Yeah.
Wow.
That's why you got to keep
you
it
did
simple.
your research.
Keep it cheesy, keep it corny, and keep it to the heart of Valentine's Day.
Oh boy.
Because I'm a loving man.
Do I want to know what's coming?
I'm loving only to the north. So I see what you're doing to the south. That was my second criticism. So I'm going straight to inspired. By the way, from me to you. You inspire me, inspired. He's been somebody that's been incredibly strong in team fights. His pathing has been stellar, but he's not the only one. If I look to the rest of the team, I would get a quadra just to be alone with you, and I can't cover his face. So like, so of course, Quad, you have to love the play that he's had. He's holding his trophy because he ended up getting MasterCard Player of the Week in Week 1. It's Cassiopeia. I can say a lot, but there's more. There's a lot of love to go around, and so immediately, I will never quit on you.
Okay, that's actually cute.
That's good.
I like that one.
One's good.
I like that. From me to you. The only thing I can say that I was a little worried about is saying I'll never quit on you. Maybe you don't get the the entendre. Sounds a little iffy. So I had to have a safe backup. I had to have a safe backup. Call us quit because you and I are together.
Oh, yes.
Just in case.
That's actually genius.
He came with a backup.
I know, wow.
I just needed to. Ain't no river wide. So, like, of course, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you.
He
so,
even
like,
stretched him out a little.
Yeah, what happened to him?
I like this, Raz.
I got too small of an image.
He could have been wider, you know. You could have been a little.
The image that I made was too small. So I'm
It's
going to be
fine.
sending this one out,
It's
by the way.
beautiful.
This is
Those
just
are
my
beautiful.
Valentine's.
You did
Only-
great.
Who is Team Liquid?
This is just for today's games. I can make more for tomorrow.
Okay.
If you want, I could do that.
Yeah.
But yes, I just wanted to put that out there on theme of Valentine's Day.
Team
No
Liquid actually
slouching.
sent out some brutal ones if you saw on
I
their
did.
Twitter account.
They did.
They did.
Yeah. The one that I remember is Umpty will die for you 12 times.
Oh, God.
They flayed their own players. We'll
did.
see. So there's also, Raz, you're super confident in, I've been saying it everywhere.
Very confident.
The North
I shook
is gonna
hands
win.
with you.
The North is going to win all four. All four first-round
Yeah.
series. Okay.
All four series.
Okay, but we
They will
haven't
take-
established any stakes for it yet, Raz.
That's true.
You've shaken hands,
Yes.
all splits long, and you haven't actually bet anything. So I got one for you. Actually.
Okay.
Because I'm confident there's no way that all four North teams make it through. I don't think
there is a way, but it's not the
I must
likeliest
ask you.
I think
scenario.
we're cursing ourselves by saying that. So I
Did you
actually have a
write this
bet for you,
graphic?
Raz.
Is that the bet? Did you write that graphic?
I must ask you a question, Raz. I bet my mustache on not for the North American teams, but against them. I think we're going to drop at least one series. I think one of the Southern Conference teams will make it through. You're confident that all four will
You're just
make it through.
identifying as the LTA South? I knew you were a turncoat.
Just saying.
okay.
This is the reverse curse because
Okay.
we're overconfident right now. But will you accept this bet? If all four North American teams make it through, or rather, if all four make it through, then I have to shave my mustache. But if one drops, will you grow a mustache?
I don't even know if I can grow a mustache. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, can we
believe
get a
in you,
graphic?
Raz.
Can production like throw up a little PNG of a mustache over his face? I don't know. maybe
Raz,
we
you'll
can
have
get that
until
going.
April 5th to grow it. That's when Split 2 starts.
Yeah. That's
I'm
a
down
long
on.
time.
I'm down.
You're down?
I
All
am-
right.
I am
You're
down.
shaving the
I'm
mustache
confident.
area for a month and a half.
I'm confident.
The instant a Northern team loses in the first round.
I'm down.
Okay.
I'll do it.
This is going to look so
I'm
cursed.
confident. I'm not as confident to take my own hair, but this mustache is doable.
I should have bet the double shave. Actually, that would have been good.
It's done.
maybe next
It's
split.
done. Mustache on, mustache off. So
All right.
that's for the stakes of this weekend. Let's talk about the second matchup of the day. We also want to welcome in former CBLOL great and current broadcast analyst Takeshi to talk about this series with us. Where do we got Takeshi coming in?
Ready to come in through.
Hey, beautiful brother.
Hello,
Lording
everyone.
over us. How have you
Guys,
been?
first
Are you
of all-
looking forward to the weekend?
Yeah, I'm really glad receiving you guys, your players here in the South. But Raz, here in South, here in Brazil, we take curse really serious, okay? So I hope that you were wrong.
All right, that's fair enough.
Takeshi, will you bet any facial hair on this one? Do you want to join the bet?
No. I'm out of it. I'm totally out. But I know, right? I think we have a chance in one or two series here to start on like receiving your players here in Brazil. And I think that Izuru the Stroud tomorrow is probably the favorite one in terms of like gameplay, game style. They are really good. And what I'm hearing in the like backstage is that they are having a great time on scrims, even against North American teams.
Nice. That's great to hear. Focusing more on today's match, specifically Leviathan and Fly, I wanted to talk a little bit about because you're a former mid laner yourself, so I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about Cody and how well he's been doing recently for this team.
Well, the first thing that impressed everyone here in Brazil in the South is that Cody was totally out of radar, you know. No one would expect him to play that nicely. He is probably the greatest player in this first split, in these 2 series that we had, and also in the best of 1. He was like winning lane, performing really well in team fights, and I think that right now, if Leviathan has a chance, it will be on Cody's performance right now. He's just really strong on lane, playing like Ari, Talia, and also Corki. I think he has a great champion pool, and from all my honest heart, I really think that he's like an outstanding mid laner. I think the general level of the mid lane here in the LTA South is not that good right now, but Cody, he's just like performing as a beast. He's just way too good.
Man, I've heard him, some people are calling him the Latin faker. Is that a true thing? What's the story there?
Yeah, like we say that la farsa. It's like the Latin faker here in LTA South. So everyone in Brazil would not expect him to be that well, and now everyone is calling him the Latin faker and la farsa. You guys have to repeat that in North as well.
Okay, I'm down for that. I'm interested in your opinion of Seoul, like the bot lane matchup, because Seoul and Masu, I know Seoul has been a very like expressive player actually. Like he's been talking, standing up. Like, what is your view on Seoul as a player?
Well, right now, Seoul, after he won against Pen Gaming, he just like stand up and scream to Titan. Titan is like the best AD carry that we have, a Brazilian AD carry at least, here in the LTA South. And when he won against the Pen Gaming team, he was just like screaming so much, and he got so much confidence that no one would expect him to do so. And then he go to like a podcast with the LATAM community, and then he's just like seemed really confident. But I think on the bot lane, I don't think like Masu and Buzio, they're gonna have a problem on laning phase. I think Cell and Pro Delta, they are more like in aggressive way to play in the map. The laning phase, I don't think they are excellent into that. They are also like against Pen Gaming, against Titan and Curry. Titan and Curry just beat them on the lane. So I think if they can just like hold still, that's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it's an interesting bot lane matchup for us from like a personality perspective, because Masu is so soft-spoken, so almost hard on himself, but also he's the best or second best AD carry in the North, for sure, especially after his performance at Worlds last year. So I I am probably favoring Flyquest in this series. How close do you feel like this is going to be from your perspective?
Well, to be honest, I think Leviathan just got bad luck. Like, no one would expect Flyquest to be C3 and Leviathan also being C2. We were thinking that maybe 100 Thieves or Cloud9 should be this 3rd or 4th seed for the North. So in this series, I think it's like 80% chance of Flyquest winning. I hope that Flyquest don't put their best job, because I'm cheering for the South, but right now I don't feel like that much impressed on Leviathan against Flyquest. I think Flyquest just dropped the game and they are just way better. They took Genji to game 5 on Worlds, right?
Yeah.
So that's
they look good doing it. Well, we're still trying to get to know all the players from Leviathan. Now, we heard that Seo also has a nickname. So we had Latin Faker for mid.
Yep.
Am I correct? Is it Latin Viper for Seo?
Yeah, the Latin Viper, it's La Víbora. La Víbora and La Farsa.
Nice.
It's the Faker from Latin and the Viper from Latin. So we got La Farsa and La Víbora. You guys can call him as well La Víbora.
La Víbora.
I'll remember that.
I love the nicknames, but if Flyquest slams them, then we get to inherit.
Is that how that works? Is that how that works?
Okay. Takeshi, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. Hope to talk to you again soon. Thanks for joining us, man.
He's great.
So,
awesome.
would he be La Víbora, or would it be now the NA Viper?
We're taking those names.
We'll see.
Okay, just
That's just how it works.
They're just getting away with it. La Farsa. We got Faker and Viper at home. We'll just see. We'll see what happens. We haven't talked about Whippo, who we do have here, and he's been very vocal this split. I think we need to remind people, but he's also been very effective in game.
That's the thing. I mean, this play is my favorite. Just like getting the minion low enough for the ulti. Like, he had an incredible series, and you're right about him being vocal. This is what we love Whippo most for. Someone who is like not afraid to say what he thinks and then, of course, check himself and be like, maybe we're being too cocky and all these things, drawing it back because they're in the lower bracket, and then still running roughshod with the competition.
Yeah, it was super funny. I know I keep going back to the stream scrims, but it was super funny to hear his comms in that too, because you get the sense that he just always wants to push the envelope, right? So some of those more overly aggressive plays that we are used to seeing in game on stage, there were even more of those. So he'd be like, I'm going in, and like if it was a really positive play, he'd pop off. And if it wasn't, like, you know, if he goes in as Udyr and just gets like damaged down and dies, he'd be like, all right, my bad. Like, my bad, shouldn't have gone in there. So it gives you a sense of like just how much he always wants to play forward and play around the expectations of what his opponents have of him.
It's the concept of the primary shot caller, which I love hearing how teams' communications work, because hearing the scrims, yes, it's pretty much every time Bwipo like, okay, I want to do this, or here's a bit of information, and then it's Busio kind of reacting to it. I don't know if anybody else picked up on that, but it really did feel like those two voices. Masu was even piping in a lot as well during the scrims. So it's fun to see, okay, it kind of trickles down from Bwipo, and then the rest of the team deliberates on if they're happy with the play or if they want to follow up on it or not.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because if you go through a bracket like this, a lot of your expectations are like, oh, so they got knocked to the bottom bracket. They're not the best team in the league yet. I still think that they are. At least what we saw from their domination in the lower bracket was their lane swaps were really strong. Their team fighting was just as good. I think their drafts really cleaned up from the mistakes that they made prior. And when we saw that Swain game, it showcases that they're able to play lane swaps well enough to be able to get something as weak as that through the early game and then just be beasts in team fights. So I think, and you know, Takashi was right. Like, they are right now the heavy favorites.
Yeah.
What, did he say 80%?
He said Leviathan is unlucky.
80%
I actually
to fly
do think I think Leviathan are unlucky. Like I think they would have a lot better chances against a team that wasn't Flyquest.
Especially with Flyquest's ability to scale and take team fights. But that's going to be the second matchup of the day. The first matchup is going to be our first seed. Debatable whether they're our strongest team. Raz still thinks it's Flyquest from the North, 100 Thieves, and they're going to be taking on the fourth seed from the Southern Conference, who is one of the most storied orgs from the CBLOL originally in Pain Gaming. But quick throwback to the last time 100 Thieves left the country.
This is repressed memories.
Yeah, what happened the last time 100 Thieves left the country?
Cover your eyes! Yes, so at this time, Sniper did make the pledge that if they didn't make it out of play-ins, that he would be retiring. Well, he unretired after not making it out of play-ins.
You know what? Maybe he actually did retire for the offseason and he unretired for 2025. So it's a promise kept. No, it's definitely a promise broken from Sniper. This was a rough performance by 100 Thieves. They mentioned afterwards how much they felt like the nerves got to them. There was a lot of pressure because they had already set themselves up to be an unlosable play-in series for them, and then they ultimately did fall short.
And if you caught the pros episode, Sniper's just flaming quid too. He's like, look, man, he died 10 times. What am I supposed to do about that? I'm wondering if this team's come together. But FBI was a big change for this team, obviously. And they look much more on the same page, much more coherent as a team with FBI. And I think that was, again, a lot of people are saying the biggest offseason move that we had here in the North, FBI getting picked up.
I think analytically, there's also the point that lane swaps, even though I don't think Sniper is still having a good time in them whatsoever, they are easier and a lot more rudimentary to execute. And with the way that timers work now in the game and you're fighting constantly, that was always 100 Thieves' MO. That was always one of their strengths. And so now I think this meta, Fearless seems to suit them really well. And the game itself, the way it's played, I think suits that kind of bloodiness that they have always wanted, that Grayson, I know, has talked about he wants the team to have. So it's been they've looked really, really strong thus far in the current meta.
Yes, and the reason why we're bringing up their past failures, just as a reminder to the audience, was because it was at the same event that Pain's greatest success was. They qualified to the main stage in the first time since 2014, 2015, whereas 100 Thieves didn't. They lost to Rainbow 7. They didn't qualify. Pain beat Rainbow 7 and then qualified in what was an amazing moment for these set of players. So it's interesting that it was Pain's success, 100 Thieves' failure at Worlds that is now putting us in this position where they are now going up against each other.
Yeah, and then I'd say even in the Swiss stage, Pain put up a pretty good fight against Team Liquid before being eliminated from the tournament. So a precursor to what we hope can be a strong North versus South rivalry here in the LTA. Individual personalities as well. Sniper definitely has a lot of pop-off moments. Chitan also has a lot of pop-off moments.
You can't match Chitan.
Yeah, he's so fun.
It's insane.
If any player from North America is going to match the energy of the Brazilian players, it's going to be Sniper, right? Like, he's the guy doing it right now. He's the one kind of getting people in the North to react to him. The impact interaction he had was incredible as well. And, like, just look at this. I hope that they actually get active on the stage today.
I think they will, almost certainly. Like, Chitan's most amazing moment wasn't even shown there, where it was basically he had, like, it was a team fight versus Leviathan. He was channeling Caitlyn ulti because he was the one that was, like, winning the fight. And as it's channeling, he is standing up and talking trash. It was insane.
It's a long channel timer, man. Yeah, you got time.
True. He had time to do it. So the passion is definitely there. It's exciting between both of these teams. I think it's going to be a fun comparison. So we should do probably a deeper comparison on the teams as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. We can look at some of the draft choices that they made, with Fearless being part of this format the entire time. Best of 3 Fearless, so we've seen a lot of shared and unique champions.
Whoa.
Let's take a look here.
That's a lot.
Oh my God.
So Pain has played slightly more games.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do want to bring up that Pain played, last week in the qualifier where 100 Thieves qualifying as the first seed didn't have to play many matches, but yeah, I think 100 Thieves again have looked really strong in this meta. In particular, Quid looks to be like fully back to his MVP form from last spring. And I'm really curious to see what Pain bring out, since it's still going to be in Fearless. Both of these teams really, really like to fight.
Yep.
So we're going to be looking at both of them bringing out a lot of team fight comps. And there's a lot of interesting new things to be found on the current patch.
And that's the thing. 100 Thieves probably, even though it didn't look like that, you're right, they had the shorter path to make it here. And didn't max out every series. But the main thing being that I was actually really impressed with the champion pools of 100 Thieves. Not only were we seeing new champions from Quid every time, but also a different style of Sniper being able to play tanks. The Ornn that we saw on that one side of the graphic made it very clear. What you're seeing in front of you is the combined kills per minute globally, and 100 Thieves is still leading the pack as the bloodiest team in the world to this day.
I also love how you see TL up there as well. They play 100 Thieves, so probably not a coincidence there.
LGD mentioned.
LGD, they're there. But yeah, I think the other thing, I'm glad you brought that up, Raz, is like, I think Ayla has also improved significantly, and we saw in some of those clips, his support Elise was really fun, and especially early all over the map.
And the thing with 100 Thieves, with them having some success last year, is they've always been very good at fighting.
Yeah.
Then they made the one roster change with FBI being added to the team, improving their team fighting slightly. But then the changes to the game, I think, probably benefited 100 Thieves more than it did the other teams in the LTA North, because the game is just a little bit more streamlined. With the way all of the objectives are syncing up, with Otacon spawning at 20 minutes, with Baron being pushed back, and with the feats of strength being added to the game, you pretty much just need to fight a lot more. And they were already very skilled at that. So I think that tweak has catapulted them a bit above where they were last year.
And arguably that's a buff as well for Pain Gaming and a lot of the Brazilian teams, because that's also the style that they like to play. It's just scrap, fight for objectives all the time. And when there's always objectives on the map to fight for, first off, it makes for entertaining League of Legends. And second of all, it's going to make for a very entertaining matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, and also mid laners. Quid has already been mentioned as being in MVP form. He's going up against Gene Kato as well. But I think for me, Quid has just been someone who looked absolutely incredible in their qualifications for seed.
He has, like, he won Player of the Week for a reason. He was just monstrous, and you hearing from other players, like APA in the content piece, I think it was the TL content piece, where it's like, he doesn't believe Quid is going to play like a monster every week, so it's like, what's going to happen when he's not playing as well as he was on the second week of the main stage. Jinkedo on the other side. It goes to, I think, I'm going to ask you, Emily, about how Pain play as a team. Because their team fighting has always kind of been their thing. Always heavy front to back, but the likes of Chitan always walking up, being willing to test his skill like a Jackie Love, and a Jinkedo who is, I think, very creative. What's your thoughts on like Jinkedo or the team's like team fighting?
So I think the team fighting is how they win. I think team fighting is how both of these teams win, right? And like if Pain are going to take down 100 Thieves, it is going to be through these large front-to-back fights, especially with Chitan. I think Jinkeido has a really tough opponent in Quid, and I think I agree with some of the stuff that Takeshi said that applied to Masu and Seo. I think applies to Jinkeido and Quid here, where I think he might have a little bit, depending on matchup, struggle in the laning phase, which is where, to your point, I'm going to be looking at their team fighting as a window if they're going to upset 100 Thieves.
Speaking of their lanes, their bot lane's been together for a bit, back from Red Canids, where they were together. Like, Kuria is interesting. I know you mentioned the fact that Elise for Alo is a big thing. That's the same for Kuria. I thought his Elise play was great. And this team reminds me a little bit of RNG, of the old, like, 2018, in the sense that, like, they will send the jungler bot. Yeah. He will be there. And if you're sending your jungler, well, they're sending their mid laner. And if you send your mid laner, they're committing to a TP. Like, they had, like, a 4-man play bot lane when they were going up against Leviathan. So I think that's one thing 100 Thieves should be preparing for, is that they will commit hard if they think a play bot lane is winning. Yeah,
across the board, predictions, I believe all of us are on the side of 100 Thieves. It is the #1 seed from the north against the #4 seed from the south. Interesting factor, though, Emily having one game going over towards Pain Gaming, is the fact that there is travel to the south. There is some home field advantage going on for the south teams. They're playing in front of their home crowd in the LTA South Sao Paulo studio. And 100 Thieves, the last time they traveled, as you remember, did not go well. They failed to make it out of the World's Play-In stage. But that is it here from the lounge. It is time to get us into the games.
Welcome, LTA! First up, we have from the LTA North, our #1 seed, 100 Thieves!
Stage here in Brazil for some cross-conference competition here for the Americas.
Should be a lot of fun. Definitely a lot of pressure, I think, on 100 Thieves, especially after a disappointing Worlds performance here. Coming in as the #1 seed, they've got to represent. They've got to wash the stink of the Worlds performance off.
Exactly. They want to show up. They want to show everybody what they're really about here. They're going to be the debut performance for the North American teams here against the Brazilian squads. And you know they want to come out swinging, really set the tone, set the bar for everybody else to meet.
And also, if you're listening to the crowd, not a lot of 100 Thieves fans out there.
No, sir. They are definitely up against it in that department. We know how passionate the Brazilian fan base is, and you know they are going to be cheering every time 100 Thieves fumbles.
Brasileira, Seed 4 da LTA Sul. Vamos fazer muito barulho para Pain Gaming!
Pain going to have a big challenge ahead of them here against 100 Thieves, but they have the full support of the crowd. They have been chanting, they have been singing, they have been stomping and clapping since, I don't know, I want to say like 10, 15 minutes before the teams were even coming out. So the teams definitely have the full support of the crowd and are going to want to turn in a really good performance here today to make that home crowd very happy.
The Brazilian fans are some of the most passionate in all of League of Legends, man. They love their teams, they love their region, and I'm sure they got to be excited to see them go up against these guys here today.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I think, a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves, but also a lot of pressure on the LTA South teams here. And Pain, of course, no exception to that because they're going to be first up.
Is a monster. You can't contain him. You can only hope to slow him down. Noxian Justice First Blood. Increíble lo que hizo el día de hoy, cerrando boca.
Are you ready for me? Stop all that acting dramatic. If they put it hot and I'm jumping and grabbing it.
Titã não podia ficar de fora dessa fase Américas.
Tô com sede de vitória.
우리가 첫 시대라서 놀랐지. 이제 시작인데.
But you should expect 100 Thieves, North America's #1 team.
Now, it's time to play our game.
Pull up, we causing a scene. I want it all, so you better believe.
Ya me conocen en el sur. Es hora de que entiendan que soy el mejor.
Hold up, we causing a scene. I'm at the top. Are you ready for me?
A tempestade encarnada, Loud Root!
Beautiful aim from Thanatos. And Yawn is going all the way. Tiene que aparecer una espalda del tamaño de José de Oro.
I was out for a minute, I was down for a minute, yeah. Had my doubts for a minute, now I'm back in the business, yeah.
Yo ya tengo la experiencia de haber jugado con ellos y sé exactamente lo que se puede ganar.
Watch me walk, you gon' think that I'm floating, I'm effortless.
My focus is always to be the best.
내가 사신이다. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Americas stage here for the LTA. It's time for North and South to finally meet and go head to head. Both conferences have locked in their top 4 teams after these first few weeks, and now we're gonna get to see who reigns supreme. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael here for this first best of 3. And Azael, the stakes are starting high. It is single elimination, win or you're done.
Yep, it's single elim, best of 3 here. 100 Thieves going to have to come out hot as our Pain. Of course, 100 Thieves are the #1 seed from the LTA North, so they are going to be going up against LTA South's 4th seed. So, of course, on paper, definitely big favorites here, but the home crowd really, really loving Pain. They have been chanting nonstop since we got here, and we'll see how much that does affect 100 Thieves because it is kind of that 6-man advantage for Pain.
All right, let's get into the draft. We've already started things off here, and it looks like we've got some top-side focus coming out from the bands of 100 Thieves. It's Rumble and Mbessa taken off the table. The response from Pain, they'll ban away the Poppy and the Jace. Reminder, we are there on patch 25.S1.3. It's the patch 15.3.
Yep, exactly. We're on third patch of the year.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to the new format.
Yep. And it's going to be interesting to see, some of the differences between the regions. Do they favor, different styles of champions? It is going to be Sniper with the first pick, Kasante. Obviously, Rumble is banned out, Mbessa is banned out, Jace is banned out, Poppy's banned out. So a lot of top lane focus. Yes, some of these are flex picks as well, but all viable top lane picks. Zyra and Varus early picks here. Going to be interesting to see, if that, we're assuming it is going to be a Zyra jungle here for Carioca.
Yeah.
And then, of course, this could be, like Lethal Tempo. It could be Poke Varus. But if you are playing alongside that Varus, it can be pretty deadly to have that poke style Varus alongside the Zyra. You know, a lot of damage here, mixed damage as well.
Let's see what 100 Thieves wants to respond to that with. We do have the Skarner band away alongside the Kalista, those last two bands of the first half of the draft, Sejuani and Yone. So 100 Thieves going to lock in both of their solo lanes with these early power picks. Both of these are blind solos. However, Sejuani with 2 melee solo laners, you're always feeling confident about that.
Also, I mean, Quid here, and with the Yone, it's a pretty big takeaway from Jinkato. It is his most played. He has 3 picks of it, and only 1 of any other champion besides that. So it has been the one he's been preferring a lot so far this year in the LTA. Is going to elect to grab the Corki here. So with Varus already picked, we know this is going to be a Corki mid going up against Quid. And Quid is definitely known for his melee champions, is really good on this style of aggressive champion, has a really strong pairing with River. So this should be a point of power. But, you know, when I think back to Worlds last year, to the loss against R7, it was Sniper, you know, playing tanks, and it was the expectation that River and Quid would be dominating, and they weren't really able to have that same result. So we'll see if they can get a good start here down in Sao Paulo.
Mid Corki, a little bit concerning to me these days after the change with the champion away from the package, trying to engineer him more towards being a bottom laner. I feel like we see more success for him in the bottom lane, so I am curious to see how Jinkato will be able to play this up against Quid's Yone. We have Kaisa and Gnar banned away in the second half of the draft. Thus far, back over to Pain for their final ban.
Yeah, more bans, like you said, up towards top lane. We already have Gnar banned away, but there was already, as I touched on, you know, 4 top lane bans, a top lane takeaway, another ban now in the second round, so we're up to, you know, maybe the 6th champion there for Weiser. And when I'm looking over at the champions that he does play, the things that he has played so far this year that are still available are Jax and Renekton, so potential to maybe target one of those. But when I am looking over at Pain, you know, they don't have a lot of playmaking right now, so it is going to be the Jax ban. Renekton would be the obvious one if he wants to stick to champions that he has already played so far this year. That's the last remaining one. Everything else has been banned out, and we'll see if he is going to go that direction, or if he feels he needs to go a little bit of a different route, because like I said, they're really low on engage, they're really low on playmaking for now. Of course, you could draft a hard engage support and try to fix it that way, and it looks like that may be the choice if they are going to go Aurora top.
So I am looking at all of these top lane bans that you're talking about, right? You're looking at 100 Thieves, 4 out of 5 top lane bans. First pick for the top laner with the Cassante, Sniper needs to perform in this first game. They are putting so many draft resources into curating this experience in the top lane to be a favorable one for him. That means he needs to be the one paying the dividends on that later on with this game. I think there should be pretty high expectations for his performance given all of these draft resources. 100 Thieves will pick the Ashe for themselves for the marksman role, and they'll have the Rakan down there for the support. And exactly what you're saying, engage, engage, engage. There are so many go buttons on this 100 Thieves squad.
And there's so many targets. All 4 of the first 4 picks here from Pain are viable engage targets. You don't really need to say, we have to get past this guy and past that guy, and we have to get just to the Varus. You can go on the Varus, you can go on the Corki, you can go on the Zyra, you can go on the Aurora. Any of them are great options there. It is going to be Rel here as that last pick for Pain, so Curry's going to get some engage for the squad, so they do have a go button now finally. But, you know, I do think this 100 Thieves draft, it's going to be scary for Pain to deal with here, because if you are outpositioned at all, any of them can be very easy to pick off. Even the Rel, while it's not an ideal target, it's a support. It's not a true tank. It is not going to be a super tanky champion. So pretty much you hit anyone with your Ashe arrow, and it should be a free pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to be biased here, but man, I like 100 Thieves draft so much better in this first game. I feel like if Pain falls behind even a little bit, exactly what you're talking about, where everybody is vulnerable, how do you creep back into your own territory to establish vision once your opponents take over the jungle? How do you manage to try to like move forward to check into an objective if you're not already first there? It feels like Pain has got to be ahead from the very beginning, or they're toast.
I agree, but they do have some tools to do that. Varus, very strong laner. Rakan obviously is not. You look up towards top lane, it's Aurora, you know, very strong 1v1 if they can actually avoid the lane swap or match the lane swap that I'm expecting would be coming through from 100 Thieves. And also Zyra expected to clear, you know, a lot faster than Sejuani to be able to power farm, you know, maybe be first showing up to those objectives. But I think, you know, to start things off, it's going to be all about the potential level 1 here, because if I'm 100 Thieves, I definitely want to go into a lane swap. I want FBI and Ayla, you know, matching up and holding that Aurora down, because Cassante is fantastic in those those situations.
Yeah.
And, you know, Aurora needs the farm, needs that experience, whereas Cassante can really deal with a lot less.
And it's one thing that I think will be very interesting, not just across this particular head-to-head, but across all of our opening matchups here this weekend, is seeing how well the Southern teams can adapt to things like the lane swaps from the North. Because traditionally, when you look at the state of macro in League of Legends, you're going to see the more advanced strategies be more often utilized by the teams that are in the Tier 1 regions, right? If you look at Brazil trying to keep up with NA and things like the lane swap, they're generally going to have a lot more work to do in those departments. I want to see how well prepared the Brazilian teams and Pain Gaming are for this 100 Thieves squad for North American lane swaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think that was something that was a bit of an obvious weakness, but earlier today, Chitan told us who he wants to take down during this series.
I think snipers can be a good one because he's like on the words I could see it, like he's blaming on other players, and like he likes to, he's younger, so he likes to scream or something like that. I see something about him, so yeah, it's gonna be good to shut up him. I think 100 Thieves didn't make it at the Worlds, so they came to Brazil and it's gonna be happening again.
Well, I'll tell you what's happening again right now. We got some level 1 action. Chitan ends up being the one eating his own words as he is first to fall before minions even spawn.
Yeah, that is rough because he went in, you know, he had to use his flash, then he re-face checked and had to actually get chased down and killed. He loses his potion. FBI gets the kill, so FBI gets a bot. Didn't have to actually, you know, spend his potion, so he's going to have a significant advantage down on that bot side. This is going to be really tough now for Chitan, and it is going to be that expected lane swap here from the 100 Thieves. As I was talking about, you can see they're doing this style where Weiser is going to lane mid a little bit. This is something I've seen in Brazil, you know, a fair bit. In the LTA South, they like to do this style where they kind of just do this dual lane mid to get some experience on the top laner before they then try to go down and actually answer. What 100 Thieves has elected to do to adapt to this is just have the Rakan lane with the Yone for these early levels, while Ash pushes up in top. So right now, no one is matching top here for Pain. We'll have to see when they elect to actually send Weiser up there, and it looks like he's going to head up right now.
Okay, that's going to be the state of the early lane swap. We'll see what those supports end up wanting to do, how long they'll hang out. Jinkato does have that wave, finally crashing into the turret of Quid back in the mid lane. Really, really curious if we're going to get to see anything more super exciting here out of these lane swaps early on.
And I think what we're trying to see from 100 Thieves is they're saying, could they actually zone Weiser away? That's why Ayla immediately matched and was trying to see if he walked a greedy route. He did not. Cassante, though, meanwhile, has been getting experience this whole time. You know, he was being able to actually soak up most of this, so he's going to be able to grab a lot of this farm. So we'll see how well Weiser does. He did get fully to level 2 before he actually went up towards topside, and as a result, Yone obviously taking some damage because he was laning against not only the Corki, but also the Aurora in those early stages, so he's going to get poked down a little bit. Aurora does get 6 CS, so it's going to be completely tied as far as that experience is concerned there. But I would expect Quid to be kind of slightly ahead as far as XP is. Yeah, just ever so slightly ahead of where the Corki is because there was additional experience sharing that was done by Jinkato.
And you saw Curry sitting there over the Raptor pit wall, was on top of a ward for most of it, doesn't end up making an actual play with the Hex Flash, instead just passing through, soaking a little bit more of that EXP, making his way up towards the top side. He'll join back up with Weiser, make sure that's a safe situation for the Pain Gaming top laner as Jinkato maintains control over the mid lane, has that health advantage versus Quid that you were talking about because of the extra pressure early on. But now River is hanging around here. If Jinkato overplays this, Carioca now also just hanging out on top of the ward. So 100 Thieves knows he's there. They're very much aware. The Zyra is waiting over the wall. They don't want to overcommit into the Corki here. Pain hoping to set a trap, but 100 Thieves is wise to it.
Yeah, and Carioca reveals himself, you know, did throw down the plant. Quid down quite a bit of farm, you know, as he was in this difficult situation, but they are going to look for a fight.
Yeah, River wanting to jump forward there with the Arctic Assault and the Aftershock, but River is very low. They do hit the knock up there on Jinkato, who has to try to get back now. Quid's going to maximize his damage here with the Soul Unbound. Meanwhile, back in the bottom lane, it's Sniper versus Chitan. Sniper never miss. Cheaton hits him right through the heart with the arrow in the 1v1.
And that's Cheaton for you, man. This guy plays so aggressive. He's willing to take these fights. He actually leads the LTA South in both kills and deaths. So this is not your typical AD carry player who's going to play safe, who's going to prioritize farm. And we can see this fight one more time. It's actually Sniper who is initiating it, knowing that there's no flash on Cheaton. You know, he hits the W, hits the initial Qs, but then that Q misses. And this last one here, again, sidestepped. Sniper predicted that he would be walking forward. 2 Qs misses. That makes the difference there as Cheaton's able to take the fight and get the solo kill on the top laner.
The 2 missed Qs, man. You got to hit those shots if you want to make those challenges. And that is Cheaton there. You can see first in kills, first in deaths. You already said it. Add another 1 to the kill column and 1 to the death column.
Exactly.
It's all Cheaton here in game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, he was calling out Sniper, saying he's going to take Sniper down, you know, just like what happened to him at Worlds. You wouldn't think it's like, that's kind of random. It's an AD carry trash talking a top laner. They're probably not going to interact that much. He just solo killed him in game number 1. 4 minutes in. I didn't expect that.
All right. Meanwhile, Engage coming on the top side. FBI in danger as Curry goes for the Engage, and Cheaton again getting paid. Pain Gaming are absolutely beating 100 Thieves up.
Yeah, that is actually huge because they're going to lose all of this experience on the wave as well there. You know, FBI just kind of got chased down. Carioca up here to cover. River will be able to get a lot of this farm, but not a good start at all here. 400 Thieves, some big mistakes. You know, getting caught out on that 1v1, getting outplayed, then getting killed in the 2v2 up on top side. And it is going to mean Carioca's just going to go straight to the grubs.
Right onto Grubs, but River is nearby and waiting, wants to steal away at least one of them. River drops the smite on the first Grub, secures that for 100 Thieves. Carioca hanging around, but he backs away. Does not want to overcommit to this position, so it looks like River and Ayla will maintain control of the pit long enough to at least secure Grub number 2, but then switching the attention away instead of hard focusing the third one down immediately. Quid level 6, Jinkato level 6. Quid obviously having a lot more big instant power with that ulti, but Jinkato now with all that extra poke, we'll see if he can get Quid low enough for Pain to try to make an additional play. We did see a couple of different players try to make roams up here to see if maybe they could set something up, but it hasn't worked out so far thus yet.
And you can see River took away that last Grub. Is going to be spotted here by Pain. He's trying to zone them away from the tower. They know there's no flash on Cheaton, and they're going to try to go for him.
They immediately engage. Cheaton could be in some danger here. Ayla wanted to go forward. Cheaton doing a nice job stepping back to avoid the grand entrance, but it's not nice enough. They just brought enough firepower this time, and 100 Thieves going to grab their second kill of this game. They'll get that money on FBI too.
Yeah, that's really good, but great backstep by Cheaton because that forced out additional summoners. He got the flash from Ayla and the flash from FBI, so that was an expensive kill there. 400 Thieves. Curry going to be able to stop the base as well there from Ayla, but you know, a pretty necessary play. Get that back. The gold now slightly in the favor of 100 Thieves, and this is, as expected, going to be a game that really does come down to the team fights. That's where 100 Thieves have been having a lot of success, and that's where FBI, I think, as well as Ayla, have been making a pretty big difference for the team this year. FBI definitely feeling like he is that more reliable carry that they've been wanting to bring in. You know, you compare to how Tomo was doing last split, it is a significant difference. FBI has been performing very well, but it's not just about the one player, because to me, Ayla has been a big part of that bot lane success. He has been playing much better individually compared to last year as well, so definitely deserves some of the credit for FBI's success down there in the bot lane.
So 8 minutes into the game, and we've got dead even gold between Pain and 100 Thieves. I think if you're Pain, you're feeling great about that one. They're showing us that they're not afraid to just go aggressive every single time. Even if level 1 went a little bit awry, they're still constantly looking for angles. They're always looking for plays, and I feel like that's what our northern teams have to look out for the most. They've got to be ready for these Brazilian squads to just throw down and say, hey, we're going to fight right now. We want to go for this objective.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, win or lose, these are teams that are down to scrap. 100 Thieves, though, they're kind of the same. 100 Thieves, you know, is leading globally as far as bloodiness. You know, they have the most combined kills and deaths in their games globally of any team worldwide. So they are down to scrap, as is Pain. We'll see what 100 Thieves can do here. They get the push mid. Looks like the Dragon is just going to be sacrificed, though, as now we are kind of back to standard lanes here. Ocean Dragon, obviously, going to be nice in the early game. Give it a little bit of additional regen for this laning phase.
Meanwhile, again, this time Ayla is in some serious danger. The Stranglethorns just choke him to death. Beautifully done from Payne to pick up another one. Bit of irresponsible play from Ayla getting caught out there, and that's Payne first to 3 kills.
Yeah, and it's actually pretty rough now, as you say, because that is the feat of warfare, and it also means FBI now is going to get zoned off of the tower. It's going to be able to spot with the hawk shot. That Carioca did go back to base, so we'll be able to walk it back up, but Ayla just totally disrespected their damage. Yes, it is just a support, but it's a support with the Zyra behind him. The Zyra is post level 6, does a lot of damage here.
And you're level 5 Rakan.
Exactly, you know, really did not pay any respect over to that and gives over a pretty foolish kill there to Payne, who again reclaims that early advantage. River going to try to get something back on this top side. We'll see if he can find an angle to go for Jinkato, but there's no minions. It'll be tough.
All right, meanwhile, finally we're getting to see our top laners meet one another. Didn't get a whole lot of that in the early game. Quid wants to take advantage of the fact this Corki has no mana left to work with in the mid lane, but Jinkato's safe underneath the turret. He has his jungler nearby. Let's take another look at the replay of how Ayla got caught.
Yeah, just W'd in, you know, didn't pay respect to the fact that Carioca could be in the area. Obviously has no one to E2. The W is down. His flash is down from the top lane play. So once you go in there, you get the surprise that Zyra is around. You get punished very heavily. Honestly, he could have just walked in and contested with just autos and Q or whatever if he wanted and held that W to be able to escape if someone else was there. But because he doesn't, he ends up getting punished.
And then here was our look back at Sniper's words that may or may not have backfired, depending on if you watched.
Well, he didn't retire, so surely he won, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Surely that means he won.
It's Schrodinger's Sniper. He was retired and unretired at the exact same time. But we do have another set of grubs spawning now. So far, it's first 3 grubs going over to 100 Thieves. First Drake for Payne. Payne's going to be the first ones here on this second set of grubs. They'll secure the first, but 100 Thieves are looking to arrive and stop them from taking the entire trio. Ash Arrow fired off by FBI. T-Top popping the cleanse, trying to get himself back away, but the counterattack from Payne is huge. Ayla's already down. River's about to drop 2. Quinn doesn't hit anybody here with a Fate Sealed, and 100 Thieves are scattered. Payne Gaming playing so much better.
100 Thieves are just getting stomped in that fight. They got the cleanse out with the Ash ult. They got a flash out with Quid's ult, but they can't pin down anyone. They can't take any kills. And now Payne secure the first major advantage here of the game. It's 3 grubs to 3, but it's 5 kills to 2. They've opened up an over 1,000 gold lead here as well. Payne has got to be feeling really good about this. We'll see if Cheeton can get punished, though. No summoners.
Yeah, they'll catch him there with a bit of the grand entrance. They have to use the ulti too. They don't want to allow Cheeton to try to make this a 1-for-1. So Ayla ends up taking the kill. They would have much rather had this over on FBI, but hey, you'll take it. You need to get something back after this topside fight.
Yeah, we can just watch it again one more time. It's just about the response from Payne. Very, very good. The initial cleanse comes through. The Sejuani ult connects on Curry. They can get nothing done with that. And then look at this turn here. Chains of Corruption. We have the ulti coming through from the Rel. We have the Stranglethorns. Everything getting thrown down and just deleting that front line that is not very tanky yet. Quid's ulti gets flashed. He's forced to flash in response. And then Curry has a really nice Q flash to follow. Is able to lock him down and knock him down. And the home crowd is loving how this first game is starting.
And the only reason they end up getting the kill as safely as they did here in the mid lane is because Rakan still had his ulti to use, because Ayla died instantly in the topside river fight. I really like what we're seeing from Payne, just saying, hey, you know what? Throw the kitchen sink at Ayla. He'll die.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jinkato there, nice sidestep on the Q3, and Curry has snuck into the brush here. So if 100 Thieves does overcommit, it could be problematic, but Quid going to get the news that Carioca is in the area, and now we'll see that Curry is here as well. So Ayla has moved down. They're going to try to defend this in the 2v3, but it's more plates being farmed up here by Payne.
Oh, looks like we might have a catch, though. Cheeton gets hit by the Glacial Prison. FBI ready to follow it up, but with Carioca making his appearance, this could be turned quickly back against 100 Thieves. River and FBI have to try to escape, but Weiser has arrived with the TP. River still in serious danger. The rain of arrows connects. Another piercing shot ready to go, and Cheeton gets another on the Varus.
Nicely done. I mean, they went for the engage on him, but they couldn't collapse on Cheeton for so long, so they didn't actually have any real follow-up to be able to knock him down after that initial look. And now Quid very low here, is going to be pushed back by Jinkato. Another plate goes their way. More farm is lost. 100 Thieves still within the 1.5k, but it's Payne that are winning out, and it feels like every one of these skirmishes.
Really, really good game one that we're seeing from Payne here. Never afraid of 100 Thieves. outplaying them in multiple different situations. And honestly, Azael, it feels like 100 Thieves is really just kind of all over the place. We're seeing attempts at picks, but there's no follow-up. We're seeing attempts at team fights, but there's no coordination. 100 Thieves might have came into this thinking that they were going to be a little bit in store for an easier match than they were, and it's getting turned on its head.
Well, we'll see if they can start to battle back here, as Carioca going to be starting up the Dragon. Would be the second Dragon of the game for them. 100 Thieves obviously not too worried about Seoul just yet, but they have been getting, you know, this slight advantage is extending here. The objective advantage looking good as well.
That's Feats right there, easy peasy. 2 Drakes, 3 Grubs, easy stuff for Pain Gaming. Man, 100 Thieves starting to slip a little bit as Chitan going to get this next wave pushed up here in the mid lane. You can see gold advantages everywhere for Pain except for the top lane. Now that one's even going to switch over by about 3 gold to favor Wiser, as Jinkato will take the first turret of the game down here in bot lane. He is allowing this to eat as many of the minions as possible before he takes that last shot and claims that one. Full solo gold here for the Brazilian mid laner. And man, Pain Gaming continue looking good as we're now 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the lead that they've built for themselves, you know, they're sitting in a really good spot. They do have powerful counter engage here with both the Aurora and the Rel and the Zyra. So a lot of damage that can be thrown out. And when you're playing this comp from a lead, and it feels like 100 Thieves is always kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit, you know, their ultimates are just forcing summoners. They're not getting kills, right? So, you know, if you're in that situation, it can get very, very difficult because there are so many threats. So if you go forward and you don't kill someone off immediately with Quid's ult, with River's ult, well, all of a sudden you're getting hit by 4 carries, and you are not going to last long if you are far in there. So 100 Thieves did really like their draft, but are now in a difficult spot as they've fallen pretty far behind here in the early game.
And that's what we were talking about back in the draft, right? Is it feels like Pain needs to be ahead. This comp isn't going to feel good if it's second to the objective, if it's having to face check into their own very dark, unwarded jungle. But Pain, from this point of the game, feels great. And I really want to see if they can keep that momentum up, because that was one of the things that I was most concerned with watching the LTA South games on my own, is how well they were able to convert leads into wins in the mid game. I want to see if Pain can keep the Pain train rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. Chidan?
Nope, just pops the cleanse. He'll walk away from that one. But again, just what you said earlier, engage tools are just becoming summoner spell poppers.
Yeah.
They're not leading to kills.
Exactly. They need to find better fights. Quid gonna look for a skirmish here on the side lane.
Jinkato losing a lot of HP on that one, but not dead. Just gonna drink the potion, head back down to the lane, stay underneath the turret and catch the wave.
Yeah, and again, when you spend your ultis, you know, and you just get that summoner out, you know, that's great if you can find a kill later on, but until that happens, you don't really have a way into the fight, so they're not going to actually contest here on that top side. 100 Thieves did start up the Herald, but then elected to give it up. Wiser's going to back off here and play defensively on that side, and Curry, as well as Carioca, moving down towards this bot side again to maybe put some pressure on FBI.
All right, FBI, you got to respect this Zyra. Uh-oh, Chains of Corruption fly out. FBI with a fast cleanse to make sure there is no follow-up from Carioca. But Pain have their sights set on the tier 1 turret. Couple more auto attacks takes that one down. And Pain is now up 2 Drakes and 2 turrets over 100 Thieves.
Yeah, River maybe going to be able to interrupt that recall. Cannot do it. And though Quid will have the advantage in the side lane in the 1v1, you know, he has the Blade of Rune King done, and just the nature of their champions is going to mean he should be more successful in the side lane than the Corki. The problem is they already lost the tower in mid and bot, so it's very dangerous to actually be pushing up very far. You don't have anywhere to really retreat to, so Quid is going to have to be safe. They do have some wards covering for him, and he will spot Carioca and get the bad news that he has to get out of there. You can see they also took that scuttle on bot side, and that spotted Curry, but he has so far to run now, he's going to have to use the ult.
Wow, yeah, has to Fate Seal just to try to get away from it, but
chasing.
Curry's ready to follow it up. They know that without that ulti, Quid doesn't have any real escape mechanisms. The Rift Herald going to be taken by 100 Thieves on the opposite side of the map at the same time, and Pain does not end up getting anything out of Quid. Yes, they get the ulti, but no summoner spells forced on that one, means that across the map, this feels like a better play for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a bit of an overchase, I think, from Pain. Really wanted to see if they could get something more from that than the ultimate, but 100 Thieves do at least to get something over on the top side and have closed the gold lead a little bit. You know, it was up to about 3K. It's down, back down to about 2. It is going to be that Hextech Soul, though, which is incredibly powerful, and again, both the tier 1 tower towers near that area are already gone, so it's harder to set up for that. I don't think 100 Thieves is going to want to just give over Soul Point here with such a powerful soul on the table, because that really puts you one mistake away from losing the game.
Yeah, it's really tough stuff. We do have that next Drake spawning in about 45 seconds. Otacon will be entering the Rift in about 30 seconds after that. He will be on the opposite side of the map from the Drake pit, though, so it's not like you can immediately just run a Drake fight into both objectives, one after the other. Pain with total control over this bottom side river, though. Look at all the vision. They've got the control ward in the side brush on mid. They've got a couple of wards placed down over the wall leading into the 100 Thieves jungle.
Oh, Sniper is far up.
Sniper pretty far forward, but he is still Cassante, so just walks it off.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, it's something you have to consider. When a champion is overextended, are they Cassante or not? If they're
Cassante has not changed champions. He's still Cassante.
Okay, we've not mid-game changed champions, so he's still got a good chance of getting out because of Cassante.
Yep, walks it off and is able to escape. But, you always are going to be nervous about these setups. We'll see if 100 Thieves are going to be able to make it happen, though, this time around. Quid just pushing up on top side. Getting a nice little chunk down onto Weiser here, using that W shield to absorb some of the damage, but it's just going to be a quick start on the Dragon for Pain.
Yeah, Pain is daring 100 Thieves to step up and try to stop them. Curry's going to run interference. Carioca, Titan, and Jinkado all looking to burst down the Drake, but Carioca's going to be the one in trouble. Flashes forward into the Drake pit to guarantee he's able to land the smite. Ayla's going to be taken low, but again, the fate seal from Quid is not going to find a target. Curry down to 200 HP, but FBI is first to die. 100 Thieves still going to stand and fight. Sniper in the pit, looking to take down Titan with the all-out this time, and he gets him. Between worlds from Weiser, Sniper is still alive, but he finally drops a double kill back over to Jinkado. He's trying to outfight him, but it ain't going to work. A triple for the Corki, and he's finally shut down. 100 Thieves, 5 for 3.
It's a bloodbath, and 100 Thieves come out as far as the gold is concerned, but still the Dragon going to Pain is a big deal here. They just straight up rush it down. They don't allow River to get in the pit. You can see this Ash Arrow came over the wall there onto Carioca, but what a counter engage from Curry. They spent both River's ult and FBI's ult onto the Zyra, but Curry just denies him from getting into the pit, buys the time for Carioca there to finish off the Dragon to move themselves to Soul Point. And yes, Quid's ult did not connect on Chitan because he flashed it, but that meant he had no way out of the pit. So 100 Thieves just come around here. They wait for that Soul Unbound to come back up for Quid, and Quid just goes over the wall, is able to help take down Jinkado, get some much needed gold there. 400 Thieves. Golden Glue looking happy about it, but still, you are one Dragon away from giving over that soul and potentially losing this game. And I think Pain still in a pretty good spot, despite now a slight gold lead here for 100 Thieves.
Exactly. They put the down payment on the success later, but if 100 Thieves can end up really pushing this forward, we might not never get to the spot where that pays off.
Top damage Sejuani in that fight from either side.
Tank, by the way.
He got a lot of work done. Credit to him. So that's a lot of Heartsteel procs. But when you look over at the comp from Pain as well, like, it's hard to think of a comp that really uses that Hextech Soul that much better, right? There's so many easy ways to apply poke, Zyra plants and Corki rockets and piercing arrows from the Varus. Like, that is going to be so hard to deal with. And the slowdown means that you're going to be able to have those chase downs and the kite outs a lot more easily. But Otacon obviously on the table and will be the big focus here.
That's what I'm ready to see. How soon are we fighting over this, and how bloody does it get? If we've got 8 dead bodies for a Dragon,
we're going 9, baby.
Yeah, we got to go at least 9 for an Otacon on
8
this
is light work for these two teams. These two teams love to fight here. 100 Thieves trying to play the map, though, and do have a good setup to be able to do it. You can see Sniper taking down that bot lane tower, will grab the gold, and now it is a 1,000 gold lead here for 100 Thieves, so it's about a 4K swing. They were nearly 3K behind earlier, and Quid being enabled up on the top side. They're controlling vision well. FBI's pushing up mid, so it's a better setup on the map here for 100 Thieves, and yes, they are close to giving over that soul, but they haven't done it yet.
Oh, nice fate seal coming out from Quid, and over the wall, 100 Thieves are ready to follow up. Weiser is already dead, and Curry's next on the menu. They need a little bit more damage to finish off the kill, but they want to change their guns over to Jinkado next. Immediately pouring damage into the Corki. River is still alive. This is what we were talking about. The button says go, and they cannot stop. 3 for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves all come up to the top side there. The teleport quick from Sniper. The initial engage great, and River survives. This is going to be more rewards as well. Carioca stops his recall. He is spotted by the ward. He wants to see if there's any way he can get over here to Otacon, but realistically, when you are spotted, it would just be a death sentence. So it's going to be 100 Thieves grabbing the buff here, taking the Otacon, and back-to-back team fights.
What a hero move from Quid, making the engage like he did. Let's go back and look at it again. The Uber Eats delivery straight into the waiting arms of the rest of the Thieves.
Yeah, Quid delivers himself in, and that is looking fresh on the engage. Gets the initial kill onto Weiser with River, and is able to, get that engage far enough away from the tower that the tower never really got involved here from Jinkado. And then as Sniper arrives here, him and River just team up to take down Jinkado. Karaoke has no real way in. Chiton has no real way in. And you can tell it's a big deal. 400 Thieves. They're going to have a much better setup now around this dragon. Jinkado limping out of what was a fight against Quid there that we didn't see during the replay, but able to barely survive. And 100 Thieves all down around that dragon. Clearly want to have full vision control on the spot side and make sure it's a repeat of that Otacon fight on top side.
100%, man. 100 Thieves are in a great spot now. For the first 18 minutes of the game, Pain felt like they had a serious advantage. They had a serious edge. The first thing we really saw them slip on was the overcommitment bottom that led to the Herald going the way of 100 Thieves. And I felt like that was a bit of a symptom of things to come. This is what we talked about, where when you compare Tier 1 regions with Tier 2 regions, the way that they move around the map, the way that they make their macro calls is usually the biggest difference. And that's where it feels like 100 Thieves have been able to come out on top over Pain. Now they're pulling them across the map a little bit. Now they're just building this lead more and more. Engage coming out from Curry, though. Nicely done to force out the first false life. Sniper's got to try to get away now, but he will not do so. Pain, good job finding 2 for free there. Obviously, you're just getting the Otacon passives, but you want to knock these things off. You want to get anything you can get because the Drake is alive.
And it's 15 seconds now. This is the nerfed one, so FBI's not going to be there.
They're going in for it. Curry's very low, and Quid is unstoppable. He's already found the first kill, and he's about to find a second. Chiton is down. Huge moves coming out from the Thieves to try to keep their chances at the Drake alive. River's still standing. It takes so much damage to try to get through the Sejuani. The Arctic assaults his way away, and now FBI's made his way back into the fight. He wants to find some damage, but he needs to get away from between worlds. Karaoke trying to escape back over the wall, and Sniper is ready to go. Another volley over the wall as FBI continues the chase, and now a TP back in from Quid to get himself back into the fight, and they have won it. 100 Thieves will force Pain back and deny the soul.
Really great initial engage, though, from Pain to actually force the fight before 100 Thieves were ready. They got those initial kills, and with that delayed rebirth, it looked like they were maybe going to be able to make it happen, but look at this engage again. River and Quid making it happen, getting the instant kill onto Curry, taking down Chiton as well, and surviving for so long. And then it's just about buying time until River can arrive, until FBI can arrive. As FBI goes through the Hex Gates, it looked like he just went too far, honestly, here, and I was worried about him getting potentially caught, but he's able to flash back, buy some time, and Sniper knows, you know what, all I need to do is chase them down, buy time for Quid to arrive. He's teleporting in as well, and that's exactly what him and FBI were able to do. They get the kill on Jinkado, they push the extra members out, they claim the dragon, and they stop that quick march to Seoul, at least for now.
All right, that's the first one stopped, but they got to keep doing it time after time after time after time for the rest of the game.
I will draw your eyes to Quid's items, though. The IE is complete, and that is where things get terrifying against the Yone. That's where you go from, really high sustained damage, pretty good burst, to all of a sudden you're just instantly dead if he finds that perfect engage.
I don't know about you, Isaac. Usually when I'm against Yone, I'm terrified as soon as the champ's locked in. Right now, Curry is terrified, seeing him moving his way towards him as 100 Thieves find the collapse on the enemy support, and that is the only true front line, the only true engage for Pain. Now they got to try to figure out some sort of a way to maintain their positioning in their own jungle, as 100 Thieves has control over everything.
Yeah, and you have to look at all of the missing summoners because we had such a big battle down on that bot side. Really the only major carry for 100 Thieves. He's the only person at all, actually, that has flash is Quid. And then you look over at Jinkado missing flash, Chiton missing flash. Those are premium targets now for Quid here. Karaoke has his flash, as does Weiser, but those are a little bit less important as far as the impact they are going to have in most team fights.
All right, 100 Thieves with control over enemy jungle, placing down some of the vision. Again, the Baron is the focus, at least for the next 3.5 minutes until that Drake is back alive. So 100 Thieves wants to choke Pain out of this quadrant of the map. Make that jungle very, very dark. Make it very difficult for anybody that's not Curry with multiple people behind him to back him up to face check any of the brush.
I mean, even Curry is really having troubles now, just fighting for vision, because we've hit this point in the game, like, once you cash out your support item, you kind of stop getting income unless you're winning fights, right? You really are reliant on winning fights, getting assists, getting kill gold, taking down towers. They haven't done that for quite some time, so his items have not really been changing very much, and with just the Zeeks, you're not going to be very tanky. If you get caught by any sort of CC, you can get burst down.
Okay. Baron Pit, again, totally controlled. 100 Thieves. Pain just trying to move themselves forward ever slowly.
This one little clever ward there against the wall there by the Baron Pit has not been spotted by 100 Thieves, so Pain likely will have knowledge if they see someone on that ward. You know, that is probably going to be a spot that FBI would be on vision from if he's hitting the Baron, you know, just outside that pit. So it is a clever ward placement. Hasn't been spotted. We'll see if they get the info. If FBI moves over, they will know, but for now, they don't have that information. It's just being two-manned, and it is going to be Pain trying to move in and check over the wall here, but Ayla's on the side.
Yeah, Ayla's going to see him. Control ward over the wall from Pain shows them that the Baron is now down below half HP, and 100 Thieves are not stopping. FBI fires off the arrow. Follow-up engage from Sniper as Quick comes over the wall with the Q3 into the fade sealed, and yes, their fate is sealed right here. A double kill back over to Quid. The Baron for 100 Thieves. Weiser and Cheetan running as Jinkato and Curry have already fallen, and 100 Thieves see their green light to go, go, go. Quid wants even more, and Cheetan barely survives long enough. He doesn't even need to hit the Qs. It's Infinity Edge Yone. Just right-click and collect the money. Easy stuff for 100 Thieves. It's another one fight. It's another big objective. Isaac, I think this one's done.
Yeah, it's looking like it. An insult to injury. Cheetan was about a second off having the flash there when Yone was able to take him down. We can see them pushing up all these waves here, pushing up mid and top. They're going to collect that tier 2 top very likely and want to look to try to threaten for even more. Soul on the table, still here for Pain, but when you're down nearly 9,000 gold now, the Soul alone would not be enough. We can watch this fight one more time. It's a really good setup here from 100 Thieves. They controlled vision for so long, and then as Pain tries to move forward, Ash Arrow, Sejuani ult, engage from Sniper, engage from Ayla, Quid over the wall. Everyone gets over there and bursts down these members. Carioca is forced to flash out immediately, so he had no shot to get in there for a steal. Really well controlled, really well set up there from 100 Thieves, and now they are looking to grab this dragon here and then likely try to close in and see if they can finish off the game. We'll see if Pain even wants to fight for the dragon because, yeah, Soul's on the table, but if you lose there, it's probably GG.
I feel like it's already GG. If I'm Pain, I'm full sending it for a Dragon Soul. Just see if you can maybe get it. It feels like your only chance to maybe have an opportunity back into the game because 100 Thieves being up 9,000 gold, 100 Thieves having the comp where they can always decide when the fights happen is just so difficult for Pain to answer. Cheetan's piercing arrow just does no damage to River while he has the Aftershock and the Arctic armor up.
And no one is matching Quid right now, so 100 Thieves don't even have to rush the play. They can just take this tier 2 top for free. Someone is going to have to answer. And there's also a wave down on the tier 3 bot that is crashing. The Pain is not answering, so they're getting split across the map. Mercurial is done on Quid, so he is not easy to control. And really the 100 Thieves 4 just have to delay. Someone's got to answer from Pain or they're just going to lose the game to Quid.
Quid's knocking on the door, but nobody on Pain Gaming's ready to answer. That tier 3 turret will not last very long as Cheetan and the rest of the Pain Gaming squad try to force their way into the bottom side.
He's going to go for the Nexus Towers.
Yeah, there's no reason to stop, man. Nobody's coming back to try to interfere with this. 100 Thieves are now going to look to stop the ports. River threw a Sejuani LT off into the abyss, but that doesn't matter a whole lot. The 4v5 from 100 Thieves going in after Pain Gaming as Quid's going in straight for the end. Pain hobbling back to their own base. Nobody at 100 Thieves is dead yet. Quid's allowing the minions to hit the turret so he can guarantee his push onto the second one. It's going to be an open Nexus. Quid's still working on it. Needs a little bit more damage. Pain scrambling to try to get back in time as 100 Thieves looks to stop the backs. Sniper joins up with the other solo laner from 100 Thieves, and he and Quid are just going to kill this Nexus right now, 32 minutes in.
100 Thieves taking the first game of the Americas Stage here over Pain. It was a scary early game for the #1 LTA North seed as Pain was able to get a lot of objectives, had some great individual outplays here. But at the end there, Pain seeming a little bit paralyzed on how to play that out. As you said, they were already down 9K, so they very likely had already lost the game. They decided, you know what, we're going to force it at the Soul. 100 Thieves says, we're not going to give you the fight. And Pain got stuck in that decision paralysis where they couldn't decide who to send back, when to send someone back. Do you even just try to commit to a 5v4 and try to force the play there? They couldn't really make it happen on either side. And Quid was afforded, I want to say, almost 2 minutes top lane, it felt like, where he was just pushing and pushing and pushing, ends up being able to end the game.
I mean, it's so scary because everybody on Pain knows that no one person could have fought Quid, so that decision just feels so overwhelming. Tough stuff there for the end of the game for Pain. But a reminder to all y'all, don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champions Shop exclusively on Uber Eats. Now let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
We did it!
Oh my God.
Exactly as
We won
planned.
one game.
Exactly.
How you feeling, Raz?
They didn't
How's the
choke.
mustache feeling?
Don't smell my pits. I'm sweating.
I wouldn't anyway.
Thank God. Just making sure.
Ended that game a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Because Quid never really got stopped. I understand what Payne was going for.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they weren't going to win a 5v5, and they didn't have anyone who could match him. So they were hoping that they could just like get a 5v4 while Quid was split pushing.
Yeah.
But well played by 100 Thieves down the stretch.
And then they almost lost the 5v4. I mean, 100 Thieves were the ones engaging on them to stop the backs, and it actually looked good in just the 4v5. I thought that they were just going to take that fight anyway.
Yes.
Weiser was able to get back, but yeah, it's just too late.
It was a tough one. The game was really ridiculous, especially from Payne. They're going to be pretty upset that this one fell away from them because they had the lead.
Yes.
They had a good game state. And I wanted to go over a good game state for Payne. This was the third Dragon fight that ended up happening, so let's go over it. Yes, Payne, as you can see, has full vision control. Now, the one thing that will bite them a little bit is by zooming in just this control ward that will be used against them. But either way, they have full push on mid. They have full push here top. Everything has been good for them. They have full vision. Here's the problem. It's important to maintain your vision. And so once they actually push out this wave, they're going to duck in here, sit a little bit. Dragon's coming up, as you can tell. But they notice Sniper, they think he's an inter. So as I show you full vision, they just four-man chase him. And so River and FBI are like, wait a minute, we can just take the vision back for ourselves and get pushed here in mid.
Yeah.
So they were able to do that. And they actually end up pushing on not only getting this ward down here into the pit itself, but also clearing out the ward in the banana bush. And if you just sit and think about what the composition of Payne wants to do, you have Varus, Corki, Zyra. They should not even be getting into your vision. That shouldn't even be a thing. You should be poking them and punishing them in doing so. But as they start Dragon, what you'll notice immediately is, guess what? Quid is looking for a TP. He finds a TP angle. Sniper's already on the back angle, so both Chitan and Jinkedo are not being flanked, and Ayla is going to be right on top of them. And so this is a very late TP from Weiser. He can already be here. And the whole thing that your coach is going to be pissed off about is that you have the lead, you had the push, you had everything. You let them take your vision in for free, and if we play out the fight, by the time Weiser gets here, Carioca has already been basically killed. He's chunked immensely. And if we just play out the fight, just so you can see how it actually went, yeah, it was actually a really close fight. And the fact that Quid and Sniper, River, they were all really low in HP, and Weiser did have a really solid impact in this fight, could have gone either way. The fact that 100 Thieves won on a margin in what could have been a massive advantage for Payne is disappointing.
Yeah, I think it's very disappointing, Raz. When I was coaching Dragon setups as well, that reminds me, if you're ever in a situation where you don't have mid or bot prio and you're on the Drake and not the one initiating the fight, find me where that works.
Yeah.
It actually never works. If you let yourself get engaged on in the Dragon Pit without prio on either lanes, it's almost always a fail. So 100 Thieves found the fight that they needed to. Sniper was he was playing on the edge, right?
He was.
And that's, I think, what gave them the ability to regain the vision, and Payne just wasn't willing to give up the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing to me is that money went into Quid specifically, right? Because then he was able to take over the game. Because earlier in the game, as we take a look at I believe it was a second grub fight, it was around like 11 minutes. This is where I thought, okay, Payne are going to take control of the game. Before this, it was really back and forth, slightly Payne favored, and they just absolutely take over the fight thanks to, in my opinion, Curry played this really, really well. I actually thought he had a lot more impact in Payne's fights than Ayla did in some of 100 Thieves' early fights. And then additionally, they're all going into the Zyra, right? And so this was where I was like, okay, if Payne can play this out with this advantage, the game is theirs, right? Like they scale really well. And that's why I'm glad you pointed out that Drake setup, right?
Yeah.
Because to your point, like they had everything in hand. And that fight single-handedly changes the entire fabric of the game, because not only did they lose that, they end up giving so many resources over to Quid, who ends up being a split-pushing and team-fighting menace.
Yeah, after the Drake fight that Raz went over, they didn't really look back. We can just watch some of the 100 Thieves team fights where they were able to find advantage after advantage. And they actually had pretty solid setup for most of these plays.
Yeah, what we saw Payne trying to do for most of the game was just hard push these side lanes. When 100 Thieves do it, it's under turret, but they actually pull it up. Everyone's ready to execute at the same time, and the timer just makes sense for what they're going for. Props to Quid for setting that up. I mean, that took some stones to actually go under the turret and look for that play.
And so like that, it's funny to me watching both of these teams that they're both very similar in how they want it, like wanting to win the game through team fights. A lot of times heavy front to back. Maybe they can find an angle, but. So I thought if there's a chance for Pain to win this series, it's based off of just them having really talented individual players like Jitan and being able to, I guess, set them up for success. The level 1 did not set Jitan up for success, but they were able to clean it up like a little bit.
You got a solo kill.
This fight was incredible, by the way. They're two-manning Baron, and as the engage happens, he just flies over, kills everyone, then pops back to help finish the Baron.
It's efficiency right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think my other big thing, if I had like, as we see Quid's phenomenal stats here, 9, 1, and 3. If I was to focus on one other thing for Pain, because we saw it a little bit before that Drake fight that you went over, Raz, where when they're overloading sides, they either don't ward their flanks properly, or they don't consider what they might be giving up.
Yeah.
Right? And so even if it's a positive play, if 100 Thieves are able to get something elsewhere, it's not so positive.
My takeaway is nervy start for 100 Thieves. I thought Ayla played a much poorer game than he had over in the north, but Quid ended up being Quid.
Yeah, that's true.
So good job.
That's all we need.
100 Thieves up 1-0. We'll see if they can close out the series in game 2, which is going to be up after the break.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
No flash, okay?
Look here. Look here.
Watch me, Cody.
Side back, guys. Look front line.
Let's go this way.
Careful, olha isso.
You're no flash.
I'm fine now.
No. I can get.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Look at her.
Switch behind. Save me. Save me.
No flash, guys. No flash.
You. Haka.
Maybe I'm dead. No flash, no flash.
Guys,
keep helping me.
I'm here, Chester.
Python dead.
Front line.
Oh, guys.
We can kill Cassette.
Front line.
We can kill Cassette, guys.
Kill. Critical. We get the Drake, guys. It's fine.
I'm looking Zara. Take. I'm okay. We're looking Zara. Okay.
Aura behind, guys. Aura behind.
We're clean, bro. Take it. Yeah. Be on spot, guys.
It's fine. Keep going.
Yeah, trendsetter, whoa, league of my own, it don't get better. No, read what I wrote, I'm a bestseller. Yeah, reach for my goals, hit it dead center, hit it dead center. Bullseye, hit it the most, is no misses. Something like fish in a barrel, it's no different. Blindfold on me, I still got the most vision. Trendsetter told them before, but they don't listen. Better, bring a better bad because I'm bigger, better. Solo, single, selling several shows at every single second. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Kinda came and crushed the competition, hope they get the message. Look.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to some America's competition here for the LTA. Our previous game to kick things off between 100 Thieves and Pain Gaming was pretty close for a while, with Pain actually leading over 100 Thieves for the first 18 minutes of the game. But then once we got to those later stages, it was a big fight around the Dragon where 100 Thieves was able to turn things around, and once they had control over the game, they never let go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the second half of the game was all 100 Thieves. First half of the game felt like it was all Pain. We'll see if they can be able to pull it back here in this second game and take one, push us to that game 3. They still looked like, all the Pain members still look like they were really in good spirits. I always love looking at the players' faces and seeing how they're feeling after that game. They were animated, they're joking, they're laughing, they're still having fun. So I don't think they are fazed by that game 1 loss at all. And we're going to have to see what adjustments come in here in game number 2 because there was such a focus towards top lane in that first one. Remember, there was like 4 or 5 bans even in the first phase between the two teams up towards top lane. And then we had even more in that second phase after it was that first pick, Cassante. So Cassante is going to be out of the pool, obviously. We're playing Fearless, so Cassante is going to be gone. Aurora is going to be gone. Is there going to be that continued focus towards top lane? And for now, Mbessa is left up, so Mbessa will be able to be grabbed there by Pain.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that was banned out in game number 1. We do have the team switching sides here for the second game. So just like Sniper got first pick for top lane in game number 1 on blue side, now Weiser is going to get the same thing here in the second head-to-head, as Talia and Vi are going to be the lock-ins for the side of 100 Thieves. These two champions as a duo can be an absolute menace. Vi has the point-and-click ulti. It is impossible to miss Seismic Shove if your eyes are open once Vi has ulted someone. Generally a pretty effective combo.
Yeah, it is very effective. Of course, as an answer, we do have the Ezreal and the Azir, 2 very safe carries that are going to be trying to stay very far back here. You know, of course, you can ult in towards that Ezreal, but if he shifts out of range of the Seismic Shove, well, all of a sudden that combo becomes not so easy to land. So not the easiest ones to lock down, but of course, the Unraveled Earth is also very effective just against dashes, right? And Mbessa has a lot of dashes. Azir trying to fly in as well, and it is going to be FBI on the Kai'Sa. One of the champions I associate most with him throughout his whole career. I do think it is one of his strong champions that he is very, very effective on. It does also lead you to believe that we're going to be playing very heavy dive on the 100 Thieves side. You're looking towards hard engaged support, potentially diving top laner, and everything is just going to be about go, go, go.
And on the other side, though, for Pain, one of our biggest criticisms for their draft in the first game is they did not have any go buttons. They had to play from ahead, be there first. They had Rel, but then as we saw when she got picked off, there was just no way for them to ever approach anything. So I like the fact that already we're seeing with Mbessa and with Azir, there's more options for Pain to go in.
Yeah, there are, but I still think that these champions generally are better as follow-up. You can't have those big Azir moments where you fly in and you can have the public execution, but generally it works better, you know, as either a pick tool or as just like a follow-up to the start of the fight. So you can see some of the extra bans there from 100 Thieves. Obviously, they played the Sejuani last game, so then they're banning away the other kind of engaged tank junglers from Carioca this game. So they take away the Maokai, they take away the Skarner, they played the Sejuani last time, so that is going to limit the pool there from Carioca a bit. You still can go like Wukong and things like that, you know, that's just not a tank as far as that engage goes. And it is going to be Pantheon support here for Ayla, unless they're going to get really spicy, but should be, you know, Pantheon support. I'm not expecting that to go up towards Sniper. That's where mostly it has been played, and this is, again, just more and more dive.
Yeah, tons of dive, tons of roaming potential there as well. Once you hit level 6, the ability to instantly turn any fight into a +1 for your team is huge.
I really wonder, you know, with now you committing to kind of double semi-globals here, do you go a full split push pick? Like, do you go a Jax or something like that and try to play to enable that with the Talia, with the Pantheon ult, play towards those side lanes? They're considering the Ivern here, which does do a great job of absorbing the engage, and because 100 Thieves has to hard engage, I think it's a really, really smart pick. You have Alistar that can be able to absorb a lot of this engage, that can, disrupt the follow-up potentially, kind of break up that combo. Vi is ulting in, all of a sudden, Taliyah gets headbutted away by the Alistar, can't really follow up. Ivern is there with the shielding, with the redemption, all of these tools coming through, can make it really tough to get those kills. And Jax,
you called it, man.
Yeah,
Nicely done. Plus 3 points from half court.
Well, there you go. I mean, I just think it makes sense alongside what they're trying to do, because if you don't draft something that wins in the side lane later on in the game, then all you can really do is kind of like ram your head into what Pain has drafted, which I don't think is going to be very effective. They should not be able to win front to back whatsoever. You have to get picks. You have to spread them out. You have to kind of find these split up fights where you get in the back line. There's a 2v2 over there, a 3v3 over there, You're looking for that type of game. This does put pressure on Sniper, though, who I don't think has had the best season, honestly. I feel like he has been kind of the weak link on 100 Thieves so far this season. And if you get behind as the Jax, well, all of a sudden playing towards you doesn't really feel that good.
No, it feels pretty lousy. I am excited to see if he can pull it off. Again, we already talked about the Taliyah and the Vi early on that can make so many plays together. The combination of Taliyah and Pantheon with those semi-global ultis being able to interfere with things everywhere. FBI's Kai'Sa being a trademark pick. Meanwhile, over there on the other side, so many more tools in the toolkit, man. Last time was just a broken wrench for Pain. They beat 100 Thieves over the head with it for 18 minutes, but then when it finally stopped working, there was nothing left. This time around, we've got Alistar, we've got Azir, we've got Mbessa, we've got all of these different ways for if Pain takes a lead by 3,000 gold in the early game again, now I can see them having much better methods to keep that going.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree, and I also think that they have very good answers to the dive from 100 Thieves because the Azir ult can come out early, because the Ezreal can shift away to safety. You have the Ivern there, absorbing some of that engage and really making things difficult for 100 Thieves to get that full pile in like they would want to do. You have this triple melee comp here and a short range AD carry, kind of mid-range-ish mid laner, 400 Thieves, and they're all going to be trying to pile through this glacial augment slows, the Daisy knockups, the Alistar comboing you and getting in the way. All this stuff to just kind of block what you're trying to do and
so
keep Cheeton and Jinkato safe.
So tough to deal with. And I really want to see if we get another first blood before minions spawn in this one. Last game was chaotic early on, so maybe we'll get to see a repeat of that as we already have both of our junglers showing up around mid lane. Top laners, okay, not a whole lot.
And you can see Ayla here, how he has been doing. Obviously, support stats are kind of like whatever, but he's dying less. His KDA is better. His vision score is better. And more importantly, he patches the support eye test. He's just looking individually good. He is finding those big moments here, and we are scrapping it up at level 1.
Already ready to go. Ayla versus Cheeton over here in the side. Wants to hit another one of those spear stabs. Has FBI coming up behind him. Ayla. Okay, you're just going to chase Cheeton away. He does end up winning in the health trade, but as level 1 Pantheon, if you have your spear, it means you don't have your jump, so it's not like there's a real follow-up.
Sniper also moving down towards bot side, so I think we're going to see another lane swap here from 100 Thieves. We'll see how they want to play it out, but Jax will survive potential dives and aggression better than Mbessa because of Counter-Strike, just point-blank period. It's a lot easier to deal with, but we're going to have Aussie lanes. 100 Thieves, guess on that lane swap to try to, I think, get out of that 1v1 to try to keep the Mbessa down. But at the end of the day, the dual lane from 100 Thieves will match the dual lane from Pain up in the top lane, and we'll have a 1v1 down bot.
Okay, switching things up a little bit. Mid laners are not going to have to deal with the random visitors to their lanes either.
Yeah, and let's hear from Cheeton on what this Brazilian crowd is like to play in front of.
Brazil is very passionate about the community in overall, so I think it's gonna be kind of different from them because they never experienced like the crowd in Brazil, so it's gonna be fun to see it.
Always exciting to see when the crowd gets really into the games. Obviously, the Brazilian crowd here loses it for their home teams.
They're on their feet, and in the game, like nothing has happened yet, right? Like they're standing there, chanting, they're cheering. It is very much, like the Brazilian football culture of the fans. They're so passionate about the game and about their teams, and it's one of the things that is so fun and so cool about CBLOL and now LTA South.
All right, let's see where we're kind of starting off with any meaningful advantages here, because everybody's sort of just going through the usual paces that you would expect. We're not seeing any super creative pathing or attempts at anything. Quid going to get pushed back here in the mid lane as Jinkato takes control over the wave. Exactly opposite. I said the exact wrong thing. Don't worry about that. We're still getting used to a little bit of the jet lag here. That's all right. As 100 Thieves, they're going to go ahead, recall Sniper back to the base. He'll take his reset on this one. The Grasp of the Undying there for the extra laning phase power for both of these top lane champions laning bottom. Meanwhile, FBI and Ayla having control here in the top side for now. Chitan and Curry got to be respectful as their opponents hit level 3 first.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see Weiser, still down on that bot side, did not base. Sniper base, he's not going to teleport, so he's just walking down towards bot. So we'll be down as far as the experience is concerned and as far as the CS is concerned, but it's going to push back towards him, and he should have Prio in that lane as soon as he hits level 4. So we'll see if he can actually stop Weiser from full crashing this wave and force him to take a little bit of an awkward base or put him in a bad spot. That's exactly what Sniper wants to try to do now, is thin this wave enough so it doesn't crash and Weiser can't just go back. But you also have to be careful about taking too much minion damage and the fact that you're down experience right now, so won't actually be able to hold it off that tower.
Ooh, nice seismic shove there from Quid on the Jinkato. Takes him down to 100 HP, but Jinkato will go ahead. Recall. He's not going to have to use any summoner spells. He still does have the teleport, so not really any worse for wear on that one.
Yeah, not at all. And I mean, Quid had already based and TP'd back. He got the early tier. Quid is going to full shove that though, so he'll be able to bounce the wave, get back to base, but we're going to see a gank mid.
Yeah, gank mid coming out from the Ivern at the same time that we have Sniper trying to play aggressively towards the Mbessa bottom side because he had River waiting for him. Quid gets away, but remember that Quid has already used his teleport.
Exactly.
So
it's a big deal.
Low mana, no TP available. The pressure from Karaoke there showing up.
The Karaoke just completely murdered Quid's tempo. Like, that is really tough now because he basically just lost, almost was fully done his recall, got stopped, had to run for about 10 or 15 seconds, then recall. So we'll see how much he loses as a result. He probably would have lost 0 minions off that previous recall. Now he's going to at least lose the melees, I'm assuming. Maybe lose a little bit more, but it is one of those kind of incremental advantages that you can get. And it's just a nice thing for Karaoke to do here because on Ivern, you've got a lot of downtime. Like, you channel on the camps, you wait for them to be ready to collect, and then in between that, you want to be putting pressure on lanes like this because it really just doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, no big deal, man. Just wait for the animals to be happy enough to pay you some money for the Ivern. I don't know what he actually does. I never bothered reading his lore, so I'm just assuming
he's harvesting them and then selling them to a farm.
You just you just sell them to a farm down the road. Everybody's happy. No worries about it. Weiser hitting level 6 down here in the bottom lane. Public execution for the Mbessa. We know that this is a massive playmaking tool, and if you can get a good flank, especially in these larger fights, you can create a ton of space later on by targeting those carries into the back line. River roaming around with Ayla, but they're not really going to find an opportunity for anything on Jinkato here just yet. I am so surprised, Isaac, that it is still 0-0 and we're almost 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the total opposite of that last game. I think last game, starting off, you're going to have some nerves, definitely your 100 Thieves, you're, behind enemy lines here, playing in front of a really pumped up Pain crowd. And, Pain, obviously, a lot of pressure, having that crowd behind them, wanting to perform for them. So I think game 1, we saw a little bit of nerves. We saw people getting a bit excited, forcing out some fights that maybe they shouldn't always be looking for. Game 2 has settled quite a lot, but it's River maybe in trouble.
Caster, Curse, engage. River getting jumped on here by Curry. The Pain doesn't have enough firepower nearby to fully bring him down. In the meantime, though, as they chunk the enemy jungler, Pain's going to take the opportunity to start up the first set of grubs, but they do have to be careful. Quid's coming around, but so is Weiser. 100 Thieves looking for the damage here on Curry at the very start, and it's first blood over to FBI on the Kaisa. Follow up on the Karaoke is not good enough for Mikhail, and Weiser's in the back line, tearing health bars apart. He does get stunned up. Chitan's the kill on River. Another one to FBI. Weiser created all the space, and Chitan's getting the payday for it. He needs one more shot to maybe kill Quid. The last turret shot of the air just barely doesn't kill him. They're both hanging on at death's door. Quid sidestepping as another spear flies in from Ayla to claim Chitan the feat of warfare.
Yeah, that is huge because they couldn't get grubs. They got nothing off of that. So 100 Thieves gets the kills, gets 2 plates bought. They lose some farm and experience as well for the Mbessa. So Pain tries to make the early play on top side. Looked like it might have been able to work out because Weiser got there so early and there was no TP on Sniper. But at the end of the day, it is 100 Thieves coming out on top early. 1K gold lead here already. And Sniper is going to be the one getting paid for a lot of that.
Feels good for that split pushing Jax that you set up for in the draft. Talking about how you can make a win condition out of this guy as Karaoke wants to try to secure his own red buff. River does not want to allow such a thing to transpire. The smite is ready to go, so Karaoke can claim that one as soon as the grove is planted. River jumping back over the wall with a vault breaker. not going to go ahead and start up the Dragon here. Instead, just walking back to his own half of the map. He's got plenty of camps ready to clear.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be feeling really good about that. Just continuing to farm up here. Still pretty even game overall, but we can watch this one more time. This is the very end of the play. Chitan getting cleaned up there by A-Les. He came back, gets that kill, and they get the Feat of Warfare. You can see Chitan, again, between those two towers, wants to play so aggressive, always going to play in the face of his opponents, always going to believe in his ability to outplay his opponents and make these big plays happen. And it's been fun to watch. Like, he's just a really exciting player to watch. He has these big pop-offs, both in-game and out-of-game, where he's standing up, he's jumping around, he's yelling at the other team. And if he's beating you, he's going to let you know.
Well, right now, they've still got a little bit of ways to go to get to that leading position. 2-3 for Pain. The Grubs not claimed, like you already said. 100 Thieves just barely securing that last kill with a long-range spear from Ayla means that that feat is already taken care of. Down here in bottom lane, Sniper versus Weiser. Sniper going to hit level 8 first.
Ouch.
And you can see by the EXP on the left side of the screen, it's not like Weiser is particularly close. He will obviously get a bunch from that minion wave that is about to crash into the turret, but that's kind of what you're talking about with Sniper staying down in the bottom lane, getting leads in that department.
Yeah, it's a good third to half a level or so that he did get as that additional advantage, and is working quickly towards that Triforce. River going to be in the pit here. Daisy's been summoned, and Pain already got one grub, but looks like that's probably all they're getting.
Yeah, River wanting to step up here, has Ayla and FBI both following him. They'll kill off the Daisy. They'll kill off the first grub. River still has no smite ready for the second, though. Meanwhile, two different fights going to break out. Two-shot barrage over the top, looking to kill Quid, and Sniper barely misses on the kill in the bottom lane against Weiser. Curry picking up Quid finally up here in the top lane battle as River tries to get himself back away and takes Jinkato out in the entire meantime. Karaoke finally knocks down River. It's a 2-1 victory for Pain over 100 Thieves across the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Sniper can threaten a dive, though, because it is traded flashes down on the bot side. He uses flash and now, and Bessa's going to have to leave, knowing that there could be a threat. Vela moving down there. He has level 6 for that Pantheon ultimate, so it's going to be more of an advantage there for Sniper. It is just 1-1 as far as the Grubs are concerned. Maintains at about that 1,000 gold lead, but Sniper's individual advantage will grow. There's no teleport to answer, so he's going to lose this full wave, and very likely the next full wave as well, as Sniper should be able to make this crash, and is getting himself into a very good spot. I wouldn't be surprised if he has the Triforce fully completed on base, at which point Weiser's going to have no shot in the 1v1, at least until he completes an item of his own.
Exactly. He will be very, very much stuck in turret farming town, and it is not a very nice neighborhood to live in these days. Not when Jax has the Trinity Force, not when he's this far ahead. It is a pretty terrifying prospect for the Mbessa down in the bottom lane. Let's take another look at the fight up here in the top side river for the Grubs.
Yeah, we can watch this one more time. Jinkato going in for that initial gauge onto Quid. Nicely timed with the Ezreal ult from Chitan as well, getting that additional damage into the backline, helping to finish him off. And then River just kind of getting sectioned off from the team. FBI and Ayla realize this is not a fight we are going to win. If we overcommit there, we're going to be down a man and end up having to give over that one kill for the second that goes away at Pain. We can see as well, these are the longest tenured active rosters here. Pain and TL tied. Number 1, number 2, in the world, or both tied for number 1, whatever you want to say. Pain has been around for a long time with this roster, building together, really trying to get stronger and stronger. But you can also see the reality of, these League of Legends these days is that teams don't stay together for very long, right? If you are not performing, you're going to be replaced. Number 1 in the world, just over a year.
Yeah, and by the time we got down to the number 5 slot, it was 70 days, right? That is a fraction, a couple of months. So not exactly a whole lot of time to get to stick together with your teammates. We'll see if that long time together is able to give the edge to Pain Gaming they need to take this to another game, as that Mountain Drake looked way too close to getting stolen away.
That's a clincher, man.
Yeah.
That's one of those moments as a jungler when you just see an ultimate flying in, you can panic and smite a little bit too early there, but I was already in smite range, so River was A-okay.
I call that one a pre-mute, because as soon as I see that flying through, I'm already in the tab muting teammates so I don't get pinged, and then I realize, oh, I got it. Okay, it's no big deal. Unmute. But it's a dangerous one. Curry could be in some danger here. Flashing forward for the double knockup. Karaoke right there next to him, looking to help, but this is only Alistar alongside the Ivern. Where is the damage here in the fight? Sniper has to try to get away now as Weiser's getting the better of him. Counter-strike to try to not get knocked up there by the Daisy, as now the entry into the fight from Quid. He is totally gone, and Sniper's still at about 100 HP. A double kill back over to Mbessa. Pain Gaming bringing the pain to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves really been misplaying in that spot. I mean, Sniper tried to stick on the tower. It looked like he was trying to finish off the tower, but ends up just getting free hit while he is autoing the tower. Watch how much damage Sniper takes here. He steps up, he says, you know what, I can just finish off the tower. They don't have any damage in this position, but then Weiser arrives. He's getting damage done. The teleport's coming through. Sniper can't even finish the tower, and now as a result, he's free taking so much damage from Weiser that he can't continue to fight whatsoever. So he jumps out. Quid teleports in to just a horrible spot here. There's almost no mid laner you could be teleporting into that spot on and really make it work, but definitely not on the Talia. Arrives on the teleport, flashes, gives over a kill. A great public execution from Weiser means they grab another kill. It is still 100 Thieves gold lead, but not by a lot and not for long with sloppy fights like that.
I'll just call it what it is. That was an absolute mess from 100 Thieves, and Payne did a good job punishing it, taking advantage of the fact that even though this Jax might be ahead, he's not in a good spot. Quid's teleporting into a Christmas present here in the middle of February. They're happy to unwrap that one.
Yeah.
It's just bad news after bad news for 100 Thieves in there, and Payne are loving it. Remember, in the previous game, it was Payne who were ahead for the first 18 minutes, and then 100 Thieves were able to get themselves back into the game. Now let's see how this one's going to work out here in this topside river. Curry forced to use the Unbreakable Will. Does not want to soak any more damage there from 100 Thieves, as they will now take control of the topside river for themselves.
Yeah, you can see Jax did get the tower down on bot side, so unfortunately, not in that much of a gold lead. Even though he got all this additional time down on bot side, it's actually only 100 gold lead because 3 kills went the way of Weiser. He picked up so much from that last fight off of 100 Thieves' errors. So Sniper, still in a good spot, but definitely not in the position that you would think he would be in, given how much time he had alone down in the bot lane.
Yeah, the last fight pretty much erased all of the bonuses that Sniper got to have from that solo time on the turret. Plate gold, you can see 625 to 0, with most of those plates being taken
all of them
down there in the bottom lane. Yeah, just really, really rough stuff for Payne in terms of the plates, as it's still a 2-to-1 lead in the grubs for 100 Thieves with the +1 in the Drake.
Yep, also the feats of warfare were claimed by 100 Thieves, of course, so they do have those upgraded boots. I'm going to be feeling pretty good about that. Some additional stats coming through, as only 2 members so far do have the upgraded boots and getting anything from it, but we're going to have Audicon spawning on the top side, Curry already trying to clear out those wards, and River hanging out in the area, but there's quite a bit of Payne vision. We'll see if he can actually sneak around these wards. Hasn't been spotted so far, but Curry, maybe not the one you want to go on.
No, the Alistar being the one to face check, you just kind of have to go, well, damn it, just walk away.
They're looking bot. We'll see if they want to try to force this. They are behind Weiser, and he is too far up.
Okay, Weiser steps far forward towards the wave, flashes back over the wall, wants to stay alive with the seismic shove, knocks him right back in the unraveled earth, and it will be his grave. 100 Thieves send a 3-man squad to get the job done.
Yeah, they get the shutdown, and it goes on Sniper, which is really good. Does cost them a couple flashes, but they get the flash off of Weiser as well. That is that 3-man squad I was talking about in draft that you want to play towards those side lanes on, and now they're able to get active. I don't think we've actually seen Grand Starfall, Pantheon ult so far this game, but Ayla definitely can be threatening that anytime Weiser overextends, and of course they can use the Talia wall just like that. Even with Weiser pretty close to his tower, you put it behind him, it makes it very difficult to get out.
Yeah, it looked for a second like Weiser was just trying everything he could, spin the flash, try to get over the wall, but the seismic shove, knocking him right back onto the wrong side of the wall, just guaranteed his fate was sealed. Payne on to the Rift Herald now. They've got this one down to 5,000 HP. They're going to go ahead and burn it before anybody from 100 Thieves can really move up to try and challenge. Ayla and River are nearby, but the problem is, so is Curry. River forced to flash out to escape the Alistar engage. Ayla's going to buy a little time with his shield, but Heartsteel or not, that Pantheon doesn't live through those. Payne Gaming pick up an objective and a kill for a cherry on top.
But again, no one is answering bot side, so it is going to be Sniper pushing up, down on that bot side. We'll see how much he can get. Looks like not much, but we have to talk about Jinkato because he is the one that was on the other side of the map, collecting some of that power gold. Well, we saw Sniper down on the bot side. This is a guy who has been around for a long time. He's been first team All-Pro in the CBLOL. He's won the CBLOL 3 times. He's been to Worlds. He's been to MSI twice. He is an absolute veteran. A very big fan favorite as well here in Brazil, as Ayla is going to arrive back from base.
All right, 100 Thieves ready to fight for the Dragon. Curry's in some danger because he does not have the ulti. It was used in the previous play to guarantee that they got the kill there. Now Chitan knocked back by the seismic shove. Follow-up from 100 Thieves. They need a little bit more, and they get it from FBI. Shut down for the Kaisa, and now that's 2 kills for the Thieves. It's going to be another Drake for them. Seems like when Payne Gaming gets something, 100 Thieves then gets it it back, but better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they got the kill onto Ayla, but because he has the ultimate, he gets back from base way faster than I think they were expecting. Curry did not have his ultimate. Chitan was pretty much so they're trying to force this dragon, but they realize, you know what? Pain doesn't necessarily have the tools to be able to force it in this position. So they just use the Pantheon ult to come back, and they get down there. They get that dragon. It's the second one of the game here now for 100 Thieves. It is going to be Ocean Soul on the table. Not the most desirable, let's be honest, especially because there's no true tanks or anything on the 100 Thieves side, but a soul is a soul. And,
exactly, right? It's like, do you want it, or would you rather just have 0?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Take the thing.
Well, I'd rather have $1,000 than 100, but 100 bucks is still pretty good.
Yeah, 100 bucks still ain't bad. 100 bucks more than I got. Yep. So that's what we'll take. Nice big $100 green lizard. And that's what 100 Thieves is controlling right now, is that and everything else on the map, man. They're up in dragons. They're up in grubs. Kind of the rare occasion of only the 3 grub game this time around. So still leading in that 2-1. Tied in turrets, at least, with Pain. So I got to ask here, what is really the game plan for Pain Gaming?
I mean, I think for Pain, it's about absorbing engages and punishing them, right? It's about, okay, all of a sudden, River and Sniper are going to try to make a dive happen on Weiser, and Karaoke is there, stops the engage, drops the redemption, shields them up, and being able to turn around the fight, because they do have very good sustained damage. They have really good range with the Azir and the Ezreal, great scaling. So I think it's just going to be about shutting down those initial engages, more so from this position than it is about going for the aggressive picks, unless they really find someone out of position, because I think that they are going to struggle to the counter engage from 100 Thieves if you overforce, right? If Azir dives into the backline to try to ult in Quid, but then dies for it, that 1-for-1 is not really going to favor, I think, what Pain is trying to do, because Karaoke and Curry are really kind of just there to enable what Chitan and Jikado could do.
Well, we are seeing a couple of second item power spikes come through, 2 of which are for the 2 men on your screen right now. The Ambessa with the Spear of Trojan plus the Eclipse. Sniper dropping low here on the Jax, immediately responds with the ultimate, has his Sundered Sky and Trinity Force both completed as well. These guys are ready to beat each other down to 1/3 HP, but then both disengage.
Yeah, exactly. Are going to have to back it up. And Sniper has no vision down on bot side really in the jungle. It's just kind of that river line of wards. So because of that, he doesn't have the confidence to stay around. Maybe he wins in the re-engage with Counter-Strike back up, but of course you don't know where everyone is. And 100 Thieves are going to be setting up on that top side. You can see Sniper has teleport, so he's heading down towards bot lane again, going to try to draw them down. And Pain really has not been a team to match what 100 Thieves are doing a lot of times so far. They have been very happy to just, okay, you're going to go bot? Well, we're just going to try to force over here. And that has kind of caught them, I think, a number of times so far this series. So we'll see how they want to elect to play this out with both top laners heading down towards bot.
100 Thieves controlling that top side river. No problem with that as Pain has to try to get away now. Karaoke with the flash over the wall trying to stay alive. He sidesteps the seismic shove. Chitan ready to try to reinforce over the wall as FBI's in danger. Nice ulti there from the Emperor of Shuriva. The shutdown to 100 Thieves AD carry. The kill in the jungler to follow it up. Pain with a beautiful reversal as 100 Thieves went too far. Finally a kill comes through as Karaoke dies to Sniper and he's looking for another. He jumps over the wall trying to chase after Chitan. Curry's barely alive. Chitan's barely alive. A double kill back over to the Jackson. Sniper's finally shut down. Pain Gaming just aced him.
That is massive for Pain. They're going to be able to get a huge play off of that. And we'll see, can they actually get the Otacon as well? It's 100 Thieves that try to start this up. They try to go for Karaoke, and they're able to absorb the engage. He gets a pre-shield down. He flashes over the wall. The seismic shove here is really the critical miss, as they couldn't get in range to get that seismic shove. Quid did not want to elect to flash to try to get it in. It wasn't really a primary carry. They didn't fully commit, couldn't get the initial kill, and then as a result, FBI stuck in the back line, having ulted in. He gets punished heavily. Sniper tries to come up with a big play from this spot, but this early in the game, the cooldown's still a little bit too long. You can see the public execution was a swing and a miss. Curry gets knocked down by the blue buff, so the 6th man there for 100 Thieves helping out, but the leap strike just not coming up in time for him to be able to get in and take down Chitan.
The fan reactions, man, I love it. As Pain roars to life, so does the crowd. Yeah, I think they might be a little bit into the game. I think they might just be a little bit excited to see their team bring this game back to such a close deficit between themselves and 100 Thieves.
Absolutely. I mean, they're in a great spot. Another boss engage like that from 100 Thieves, and it could be a disaster. 100 Thieves, though, setting up on this bottom side. Pain got the kills, got the gold, but they didn't get Otacon off the back of that. Didn't really get too much. And you can see now some more more incredible items being picked up, more important items, I should say, really being picked up here for Sniper, has that Seeker's arm guard, so he's going to be able to go into the back line, use that stasis, allows you to play really aggressively, push them back. But second item picked up for a lot of members here, and you can see Carioca is going a very non-traditional build here. He's building towards Zonia's as well.
Yeah.
On the Ivern, which...
How do we feel about that?
Well, it is really strong against Vi, because you can just immune the Vi ult, right? You know, and the Vi ult's cooldown is still wasted. That being said, if they go on someone other than you, it's a very expensive item and it's not going to have a lot of value, right? Compared to that of a support item. So I think he's just making the judgment call that's saying, you know what, I think they're going to go for me. I think I'm going to be that primary target potentially. And if 100 Thieves makes that mistake, it could really bite them with Seekers being there.
And I feel like a lot of the time when we talk about Ivern team fights, when a team that's doing really well with Ivern finally loses a fight, it's like, oh, well, now they didn't have all the shields and the healing and that powerful battery in the team fight. So maybe he's just looking to stay locked in. There it is. The engage coming down from 100 Thieves. River gets the ulti on Carioca, but he survives with the Zonias just like we were talking about. Now Ayla's in the middle of 3, and he's likely first to drop. Sniper ready to die here. Next as Chitan's ready to go forward. Counter-Strike ain't going to do enough. Sniper with the Zonias, only to buy an extra second before he's dead in the dirt. A double kill for Chitan, and Pain get him again.
I mean, what is that target selection right after he buys the Seekers? They're going to go straight for the Ivern again.
Downloaded him.
I don't think they pressed tab. I don't think they actually realized that he had the Seekers. The entire crowd is going crazy now. That fight is massive for Pain. They stopped the march towards Seoul here for 100 Thieves. And again, the target selection is just so questionable. The Ivern already a risky target, but if he has the Seekers, it's never going to be worthwhile. They can't get the instant kill on him. He's going to be able to get into that stasis, survive so much. Ayla dies on the other side. Sniper cannot get anything done, even with the stasis buying a little bit of time. It's not nearly enough to make anything happen. Quid and FBI survive, but the crowd so happy about this, and 100 Thieves make a big mistake. Pain punish it.
100 Thieves have now made a back-to-back big mistake. It feels like they are just completely out of sorts here past the 20-minute mark. They're not making good choices. They're not making good engages, and Pain is taking the opportunity to punish.
Absolutely, and as we get further and further into the game, they haven't really made a lot happen in the side lane besides that one play. Sniper's not in any sort of a massive advantage. Ezreal and Azir are becoming a huge problem. This is where scaling for Pain could really take over this game. 100 Thieves aren't out of it just yet, but they are really in a tough spot, I feel like, here. And we'll see if they can battle their way back out, because Sniper pushing in that side lane again has a 1K advantage, but that's the broken Seekers. It's not going to really do anything for you until you complete the full Zonias, and Zonias isn't even a side lane item. It's really all about that 5v5. So I'm really kind of wondering how 100 Thieves wants to try to play this out. Weiser hasn't been getting picked in side lanes, and they've been failing in the 5v5.
100 Thieves fumbling and stumbling here in the mid game has allowed Pain to find themselves a gold lead, has allowed Pain some momentum in these team fights, and I know that Pain's not going to be afraid of continuing to answer the challenge as 100 Thieves tries to keep forcing things. Look at the itemization for Chitan, who just now completed his spear on top of the Trinity Force and the fully evolved Muramana. The 5, 2, and 8 scoreline has been a part of every kill except for one here on this team. This guy is a cannon right now.
He really is, and it's so hard to knock down an Ezreal because he has incredible range, incredible mobility, he's playing barrier, and he has an Ivern behind him, right? So it is really not easy. You know, and that is why they're trying to go for the Ivern. You know, this is a strategy that a lot of players, you know, will do against Ivern teams, is you just try to insta-kill the Ivern right at the start of the fight and then kind of run over it with the extra man. But because they went too far on the first attempt, and because he had Zonias ready, you know, on the second attempt there with the Seeker's arm guard, they just couldn't make it happen. And that second one is really the one that I think 100 Thieves are going to want back. At the very least, Carioca is not close to getting his fully completed Zonias, so if they want to go for it again, well, maybe it's going to be easier to punish. And they are going to spot them now starting this up on that ward. It's not going to be spotted out, and Jinkato is actually taking some of the abilities here, so he's going to be getting those stacks on him, which means less armor, less MR. 100 Thieves are coming in for the fight.
100 Thieves on the approach, but Otacon's already down to 1/4 of its HP. Immediately, the Thieves want to try to stop it. True Shot Barrage over the wall, though, puts River in a bit of a bad spot, but a lot of burst down on the Jinkato, but they're going to take him out. 100 Thieves have already found 2 kills as Carioca drops now 2, and Pain makes a critical mistake. 100 Thieves with the punish.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are able to punish that that big time, and this is one of these situations where knowing how Otacon works is so important. Jinkato was standing in that AoE from Otacon. He was fully tanking those debuffs. Every tick of an ability is 5 stacks of negative armor, of negative MR. He was, I want to say, probably at 25, 50 stacks even, because he was kind of tanking this on both the first and the second ability there. See, he's just fully standing in it. So they go on him, and he's going to be taking way more damage than he normally would have because of the reduced resistances. Makes it an even easier pick. He does not have a Zonius. He did not have a stasis available. Now goes back and actually buys a Seekers, but that is a massive fight because it's not just the kill, it is also the Otacon.
He had 35 stacks before he died. That means he had negative 35 armor, negative 35 MR. That is just a massive amount of increased damage coming after you that otherwise you would not expect for. Otacon can really pile up in a way that just gives you whiplash, wondering how did I die so fast? And the answer's right there.
Exactly. I mean, that leaves him with 33 MR, right? And then there's also going to be, Void Staff components and stuff over there for Quid, so you're taking a lot of damage. You don't have a lot of resistances there, and you can get dangerously close in some situations where it stacks fully to 50 to just straight up true damage that is being dealt to you. So you really have to be aware of that. Whether or not would have made the difference, hard to say, but definitely something you have to be so careful about. And a lot of pros still do not play around these abilities. They're just thinking about so many other things, and they lose track of that debuff, which can be so punishing.
And it's the thing, right? If you can burst down the Otacon, get the false life, okay, cool, great. Now if a fight breaks out, we auto-win. But if you're just a little bit slower than you think, if your calculations are slightly off,
they're starting Baron.
You just get jumped on as now 100 Thieves going to ride the Weaver's Wall to block off the approach angle here for Pain as they want to try to stop the Thieves from taking the Baron. They've got the false life for everybody on 100 Thieves. It's stolen away. Karaoke got the Baron. An absolutely massive moment for Pain. But can they get anything after the rest of the fight? Curry is low. Karaoke is low. River looking to go into the back line as FBI is ready to follow him, and Pain tries to stand and fight and get their way through it. But it's so damn hard. A triple kill for support Pantheon.
Yeah, that's big for 100 Thieves getting those kills because otherwise it's a complete disaster. But even with that, Pain steal the Baron. Karaoke comes up massive, and they're rushing towards the Dragon here. They're going to try to take this before 100 Thieves can get back out on the map and stop them. And they're going to be successful, so they get the Baron and the Dragon. They lose the fight, but who cares? 100 Thieves got nothing with Otacon whatsoever. And Karaoke has got to be so pumped about that.
What a move for Karaoke. Absolute legend jumping in there to steal that Baron away. I feel like this game looks so different if he doesn't do that. That slammed the brakes on the 100 Thieves War Machine.
It really did. I mean, with the Baron buff on the other side, Weiser in trouble though.
Yeah, Weiser about to drop. FBI's got the damage to finish him, and the turret is killed off before it can get a return kill on one of the 100 Thieves players. Chitan still firing those Mystic shots, but 100 Thieves have brought in the backup to guarantee their exfiltration.
Look at all the Zonias being built here by Pain as well. They have a Seekers on both Chitan and Jinkato. They have a full Zonias now completed on Karaoke as well. So all of the targets that Vi would want to go for now have stasis. And this is where it gets so hard when you play this style of composition. And that is why losing the Baron is so critical, because they would have all of that additional gold. They would have all this additional power to try to finish.
Ayla jumping in. They're ready to engage. Snipers into the back. He wants to go after Chitan, who has already used that Seeker's arm guard. He jumps back over the wall, but 100 Thieves follow. FBI with a kill there with a shutdown. The killer instinct. The sniper gets one on Karaoke too. Now Jinkato's alone in a 1v3. Pain went way too far, and 100 Thieves hit him right in the mouth.
Yeah, they went way too far. Jinkato was not with them. That's the major problem. Weiser was dead. Jinkato's not there. They're going in on this fight with really just Chitan as the main carry. They're able to pile everything in onto him. And even when Jinkato arrives, he throws the ultimate out on FBI, and he uses a perfectly timed Seekers there to immune it. And now 100 Thieves are going to be piling down all of these lanes, trying to extend their gold lead and deal a finishing blow to this series.
That feels like the backbreaker right there to me. Up until then, it felt like Pain had their chances to get in some good hits, but that overextension, the breaking of the arm guards, those one-time uses makes it so much more obnoxious. 100 Thieves with a big team fight win and an inhibitor claim right afterwards. Now sitting on a 6,500 gold lead. There's no Baron, there's no Dragon for another 3 minutes. They can do whatever they like with the Rift, get those waves pushed, secure enemy vision control. Let's take another look at how it all went went down all the way back to the Baron steal.
Yeah, this is all the way back to the Baron. I really want to kind of watch what Ayla is doing, because he didn't seem to be able to keep Karaoke out. I guess just didn't expect him to straight up flash in like that. But with the Autocom revive, to me, your job as Ayla and Sniper is just run a Karaoke and don't let him do that. Don't let it be a 50-50. You can always blame the jungler in that spot, but I do not think that is a jungler error. I think 100 Thieves had the tools to not allow him to get that 5v5. They bailed themselves out with the kills in the fight, but here's this next play. Wiser is dead. Look where Jinkato is. You don't know where anyone is on 100 Thieves. They go into what is a 3v5 essentially here. And yes, River had not yet arrived, but River is arriving. And then look at the stasis from FBI, perfectly timed as Jinkato finally arrives. River wraps around behind them. They get all of the kills here. It's an ace, at the end of the day, because Wiser still hadn't respawned. And you can see the reaction. They know how bad that was for the state of the game.
And now Jinkato underneath his sun disk, trying to find a spot to recall, but it ain't gonna work. There's the wombo combo. River sets it up, and by the time Jinkato's body hits the ground, FBI has already burst him 100-0.
Yeah, it's well played there by River and FBI, and I think smart from Jinkato probably just not even use the Zonias, keep the cooldown ready, because I think you're dead to rights regardless in that situation. This is going to be a Dragon in a minute 20. That's the next real objective on the table here, and then the Baron after that. Because Pain were able to steal away that Dragon after the Baron steal, that means this is not a soul. This is a potential soul point for 100 Thieves, which really does change things. That Baron kept Pain in the game. Otherwise, I think this one would be over already. We'll see if they're going to be able to set up properly and fight this, because it is still pretty scary. But if you can stabilize, if you get the inhibitor back, if you're able to have a good team fight, Pain is really still in a pretty strong spot because of the nature of their composition. 2 completed Zonias. We don't have the completed Zonia yet for Chitan. He is missing that, but their carries are strong and they have so much protection.
Yeah, if we get the full Zonias completed on Chitan instead of like a 5th normal item on Ezreal, it's like, okay, here you go, Vi, here's Ambessa.
Yeah, or you just ult to force the Zonias and hope that that's going to be enough to just kind of buy some time in the fight, right? But it becomes very, very difficult, because then you have to really, normally with this kind of comp, it's like a shotgun comp for 100 Thieves, right? Yeah. You choose your target, you dump your load, everyone goes in on this one guy, you throw all the ultimates out, you burst him down, and then you win the fight after because of your numerical advantage. But you can't do that. You can't spend all the cooldowns on one person when they all have Zonias.
I like the itemization here, but I have to see the execution that goes along with it for Pain. I have to see them be able to triumph over 100 Thieves in one of these overextensions. And I feel like overextending is the story of this second game here for both teams. We've seen overconfidence get punished time and time again from both squads. Nobody's going to challenge this on Pain's side, though, as 100 Thieves will easily secure that next Drake for themselves. Finally on Soul Point, like you were talking about. The past 2 had been denied, but finally 100 Thieves will get that one. So Pain now knows the pressure is on for the future of those. But man, we're already 35 minutes into the game. We are in the late game now.
We really are, right? We have some of these upgraded boots, being bought over by 100 Thieves as well. And we'll see, how effective they're going to be. Ayla here has picked up a lot of kills, so he has a full Sundered Sky, plus the Blood Song, plus the Heart Seal. So his damage is actually not irrelevant, right? If he gets in on a carry, you can't ignore him. It is pretty scary. They did, if they were really watching, see River go over the wall with that ward, and yep, they are suspicious. They throw out the Ezreal. They're on the Baron. Is 100 Thieves just going to rush it? Looks like they want to just go for it.
They're going for it. Quid using the Weaver's Wall blocks off that fastest route there for anybody from Pain. So this time, no chance for the 50-50. That is the Drake 400 Thieves. That is the Baron 400 Thieves. Now, what can they do with it as that inhibitor in bottom lane respawns in just 30 seconds?
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what they can get done. They definitely want to play at least 2 lanes. We'll see if they want to try to really spread it out and play 3, utilize those semi-globals that they do have. Frozen Heart now done here for Sniper, and is going to be working towards his 6th fight item. He's about half an item away from that, so very far ahead of what Wiser is now. 2.5k gold lead for him, 1.8k for River. That is where the majority of the gold is, but FBI is full build here too, has a death cap now completed, so a ton of AP in the kit, and this is where his poke is really going to come online and can start to mitigate some of the disadvantages that they have as far as range.
Okay, looks like we've got FBI and Ayla set up to push down the top lane. River and Quid hanging out in mid with Sniper in bottom. So a full 3-lane push from 100 Thieves. Most of the response from Pain is up in the top lane, so immediately the bot lane duo from 100 is just going to back up, continue hitting some of that poke. There's an example of it you can see as the Void Seekers fly towards Jinkado.
Yeah.
Quid and Ayla now just going to take the opportunity, steal away every possible resource from the enemy jungle, and just choke them out.
And it's just so important to actually dodge those Kai'Sa W's because of the cooldown reduction that comes through with them. You know, if you hit one, it really starts to snowball because you get that really low cooldown. If you hit 2 in a row, you proc the passive as well. And with all that AP, that's where it becomes so dangerous. Wiser, though.
Oh, immediately could be some trouble for Wiser as Sniper and River are ready to jump in after him. There's the buy ulti of the Embezzle like we were talking about, but Quid's in a lot of trouble. Jinkado was jumped in, and the 100 Thieves mid laner was already down. Jinkado buying a little bit of extra time at the stasis of his own as Ayla's ready to follow up and goes on a rampage, finally killing him. Karaoke with the escape back towards the Nexus turrets. 100 Thieves have lost their mid, but so have Pain. Another True Shot Barrage flies in, but it only connects onto Ayla as the bottom lane inhibitor is again destroyed, and the top lane tier 3 is reduced to rubble by FBI.
Yeah, FBI, you know, has been scrapping with Chiton as well. He forced out the barrier there from Chiton in the 1v1. He's lower on health, though, so has to be careful. 100 Thieves hanging around a long time here. Now the mid lane arrives, and they're going to try to threaten full court press. FBI is looking for the 1v1.
FBI goes back in with the killer instinct, a massive shield for him. Chiton tries to go forward, tries to catch him by surprise there with a flash, but he dies one auto short. 100 Thieves going for the killing blow as the top lane inhibitor is their next target, and they grab the kill on Wiser to go right with it. Curry and Karaoke, the supports of Pain, can do nothing but look on as the Nexus turrets are destroyed. It was a battle. It was a war here in the second game, but 100 Thieves will emerge triumphant as they try to get their last couple of kills right before they drop the Nexus. 100 Thieves, 2-0 Pain Gaming.
100 Thieves take the win here, the first win in the Americas stage, the first win on the board as well for LTA North. But it was a battle, as you said, a lot closer than I think people would have expected. The crowd still cheering on Pain, even in defeat, supporting the hometown heroes here. 100 Thieves getting ready to go shake the hands there of Pain. I mean, this was a lot closer than I think a lot of people would have expected. People have been very high on 100 Thieves. They've been talking about how well they've been doing in scrims and on stage. But this was close. This really was anyone's game.
It was a fun one to watch. Game 2 just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for so long. But 100 Thieves, the North's #1 seed, are going to move forward as they take their bow for their 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, and they got to be happy about this. Not the cleanest at moments, but at the same time, shaking off a little bit of the nerves here. First time, you know, playing on a stage like this here down in Brazil, you know, against a team that is not from your region. They obviously don't have a tremendous amount of experience with this. They were not successful when they played at Worlds last year against R7. So now this is building up some of that confidence, you know, getting some of those jitters out, and we'll see if they can play more cleanly for the rest of the event.
Yeah, it's about coming out swinging, right? It's about shaking off the play-in stuff from last year at Worlds, going into the cross-conference play, and being ready to go. And now we're ready to go. Time to join Rafa, Lau, and Sniper on stage for an interview.
Acabaram de vencer aqui essa MD3. Sniper, congratulations on the win. Vem cá, você não ia aposentar, não, hein? Inclusive, eu vi no comecinho aqui que quando você chegou, a galera começou a gritar aqui, a vaiar vocês bastante. Então, eu queria saber se isso instigou vocês, porque você chegou a dar risada, né? Queria saber se isso instigou vocês ou amedrontou no comecinho. A Lau tá traduzindo pra gente. Pode traduzir, pode traduzir.
When you guys arrived at the stage, the crowd start booing you guys. Did it instigate you to win, or made you maybe feel afraid?
Should I
yeah, you answer.
Sorry. Yeah, even though everyone is booing us, you guys are actually amazing. I love your energy. I don't know if you guys can understand what I'm saying, but I love this crowd. I love this energy so much.
Ele falou que apesar apesar de que eles foram vaiados no começo, ele acha essa energia maravilhosa e a torcida fantástica e que ele ama vocês muito.
Bom, inclusive nos 2 primeiros jogos aqui, né, a PEN começou vencendo, então eu queria saber se como foi essa virada de vocês aí nesses 2 primeiros jogos, se em algum momento vocês acharam que aqui não vai dar bom, sabe?
The game starts, you guys starts ahead in the game, and what do you think in this moment? You know, it's like, oh, it's done, or what do you guys do, or what you guys did to come back in the series?
We just had a strong mental, and thanks to my teammates, we got the win, of course. And yeah, every single game, I feel like my teammates carry me, so I just didn't want to mess up anything. I just wanted to do my job, and yeah, fortunately we got the win thanks to everyone on my team. Shout out to them.
Basicamente, ele falou que obrigado ao meu time por me carregar nessa série.
Well, thanks for the interview and congratulations once again on the win, ok? Bom, é isso, pessoal. Então, a 100 Thieves segue com a gente aqui no campeonato e eles vão enfrentar quem vencer do próximo confronto, Leviathan contra Flyquest.
Thanks for that. Welcome back to the lounge. Sniper, as pure as ever.
Honestly, whatever comes in his thought just goes through his mouth.
Yes.
And I love it.
I love that question, too. Like, were they feeding off of the booze to have that type of performance? Because that was a loud crowd, man.
It was. We're also going to be joined by FBI. I'm not sure if we have him now, but we're going to pull him up as soon as we do to talk about this series where FBI...
Hey, you there?
Hey.
Howdy, howdy.
Can you hear us, FBI?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay, perfect.
Good.
So, are relieved, expected? How are you after that 2-0?
Definitely a lot of relief. I think this week coming to Brazil, a lot of us were feeling pretty under the weather. So our scrims were honestly pretty bad this week. But yeah, I'm just happy and relieved that the boys managed to pull through in the end on stage and get the win, yeah.
On stage, it felt pretty like back and forth. Were there nerves involved? Also, did you expect like kind of like the rabid team fighting that Payne was giving you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say in game 1 there were a bit of stage jitters. At least I could feel maybe for some of my teammates there was a bit of nerves, but I think we adjusted well into the series, and yeah, I mean, we're always down for a fight, you know, so we're happy to take a team fight.
You say you're always down for a fight. We had the final base push, right, where you're in topside just pushing 1v1ing Cheeton at that point in the game. Do you feel like you had something to prove, especially after the big kind of Baron steal that happened earlier?
Not really. I think if anything, I should have went on Ezreal a lot sooner, actually, because if I get on top of him with a 6-item Kai'Sa, like, he's not winning that. So I think I was a bit passive there. I think I could have killed him faster. Yeah.
The vegan 6-item Kai'Sa?
Yeah, were there any flashbacks?
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to see this right here. Also, Quid then went incredibly deep in the base right afterwards. Were you trying to discuss to avoid what happened in, I think, game 2 of the TL series, where you had this giant lead and then died going into the base?
You know, Quid likes to have fun, especially towards the end of the game. So we just hope that we can reel him in, and I think he played really well, especially in game 1 today. He hard carried that game. So.
Also, just the energy that the crowd has. How is like distracting, or like just explain a little bit? Because like, did you expect it going into the game, and how was it when the fights were going through? Like just hearing the energy from the crowd.
Yeah, I would say it was definitely expected, and I think it's really, really fun. The Brazil crowd, honestly, the energy is really insane. Even walking on stage for introductions, we're like, damn, like these guys, they really love esport, I guess. So it was a lot of fun to play in front of the crowd, even though they weren't cheering for us. And yeah, hopefully they can bring that same energy for our next match.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for joining us, FBI. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you, guys.
Have fun next week as well to try and be the #1 seed going into first stand.
There it is.
If all stays well. So
sounds good.
Thanks,
Thank you,
FBI.
Thank you.
Over on this side, we're going to be heading to break because Leviathan versus Flyquest is going to be up next.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun? Red Bull gives you wings. But only if you drink it.
Aww.
Bye. Nice. Keep fighting. I'm here.
Block her Q. Nice.
I got him. Nice. It's all
okay. Whoa. I'm coming. Slow. I'm coming.
That's going crazy, bro.
Crazy, man.
Look, Kaiser.
Slow G, purple side.
It's good. Go fight.
Keep going.
ITP behind, guys.
Talia, no flash, guys. Chase.
I'm here.
Caralho.
Jax here. Look at Jax on me. I die. Jax no.
Wait my skill.
Help that here.
Bounty Miro.
I'm dead. This fucking blue. Really.
Blue kill you.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah, but look here.
Nice, guys! What a bonkers!
Look at me. Kill them.
No
flash is here.
Yeah, I can dodge.
Let's keep fighting.
Azir here, guys. Azir out. Kill Azir.
Azir dead.
Nice. Can we end mid? We can end mid now.
We can.
We can. Go, guys.
Yeah, we can end, guys. We can end.
Yeah, we can.
Do you think you would be able to recognize champions based on their voice lines?
Yeah.
I think so.
I play with really low voice line sounds, and I normally play with the music on.
No, I don't play with voice lines on.
So I'm going to play you a bunch of voice lines, you tell me what champion you think it is, okay?
Cool.
Ouçam o silêncio depois da aniquilação.
This is in Korean, no?
Because of your upcoming journey, this is actually in Brazilian Portuguese.
Wait, that's so hard then for me to like guess it.
Yeah, can I have it in English as well? No?
Oh, Hecarim.
Okay, Hecarim. Maybe like Hecarim then?
Like, it sounds like Aatrox because it's like Darkin.
Aatrox.
Aatrox.
It is Aatrox, you're in the right zone.
Okay, Aatrox.
Prazer em conhecer você.
What the frick? What the hell was that, bro? What?
Teemo?
Is it Yumi? Zoe?
It smells like yodel in here. Maybe like Lulu? Is it Lulu?
Oh, Lulu. This is Lulu.
It is Lulu.
Yes. Okay, nice.
Meu coração e espada, sempre por Demacia.
Garen. Okay, this has to be, no matter what, Sinzao or Jarvan.
Oh, Demacia. Garen.
What? Garen.
That was very easy. I'd say Demacia.
I got that because of the Demacia, honestly. Big Chad male Demacia.
O mundo todo em uma flecha.
Karma.
Ari, maybe?
What even is this? What the hell?
Yeah, I'll pass.
Oh, Ash. I heard the hawk shot sound.
Ashi. That was Ashi as well, right? It is. When she threw. Okay, nice.
Aceito a missão. Pera, pra onde a gente vai?
I don't know. Rakan?
Rakan?
I feel like this is like a troll champion.
Sounds like Ezreal, maybe?
Is it Ezreal? Oh my god! Holy crap!
Nah, Ezreal.
Tarek?
Oh, it's Ezreal.
Oh, okay.
Cabeça erguida, determinação e tesoura afiada.
Is this Syndra?
I don't know, just it sounded like Zoe to me.
I don't know, I have to pass.
Maybe Kiana?
Gwen.
Bam!
Oh my god!
Okay, I did not expect that.
Wouldn't have got that one.
I literally play this champion a lot.
A morte é como o vento. Está sempre ao meu lado.
This guy's a child, what the hell?
Maybe Yasuo?
Yasuo.
Edgy old man with a sword.
Just clear wind noises.
Ok.
Rammus.
Oh, Rammus. That was hard.
Rammus, maybe.
Maybe it's Rammus?
It is Rammus.
O lance não é quanto tempo você tem, é como você usa.
This guy's saying a lot.
Akshan, maybe?
Akshan.
They sound young.
Victor?
Oh, Victor.
Jace?
Is it Echo?
It is Echo.
Oh my god!
I heard the word echo, so I'm like, I'm gonna say echo.
Echo?
Echo, oh, okay.
I don't know why. I know it's Echo, but it just gives Echo.
Zero.
Welcome back to the LTA. Leviathan versus Flyquest is up next.
Let's go.
You're looking good already, Raz, by the way. You know, the North is up 1 series so far.
And I think you'll look fabulous without a mustache.
Yes. As a reminder, Raz thinks all 4 Northern teams will win. If they don't, he has a month and a half to grow a mustache. If they do, Kangas shaves his mustache.
I want to know if Chad
I like my
thinks
chances.
that Raz can grow a mustache.
That's another great question.
That is a great question. Yeah.
Not in time for that, I don't think, but we're about to find out. Well, I don't think we will, actually. So we'll see. But for this matchup, look, Flyquest is the heavy favorites. You heard it from Takeshi earlier today. And a lot of it comes through, in my mind, just how good of a team fighting squad that Flyquest is. So, like, for me, the mid lane matchup is probably going to be the most important thing. Quad had an incredible first 2 weeks, but he's going to be going up against Cody, who has just been like a legend in LLA. Has been constantly strong as a playmaker for that team. So I'm looking at that matchup for personally.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it from Takeshi, especially how surprising it was that it was Cody who kind of stepped out. Like, Leviathan is this team that, again, a lot of people put them, I would say, around like 6 or 7 in their early like preseason rankings. Did not really expect them to do as well as they ended up doing. Like, they are, even more than Isurus Estral, I think, the like Cinderella story. And it's been through Cody. Cody has been performing phenomenally well. You see it there. First in kill participation, second KDA, second in overall damage per minute, and first at gold at 14. So Quad has been performing really well. This is going to be a tough matchup for Cody as that kind of big point around which Leviathan have been able to play.
Takeshi was telling us earlier that the nickname for Cody is La Farsa, which is Latino Faker.
Yep.
I don't know if you can call someone Faker anything. At least he tried that with Baby Faker Caps a while ago. He ended up being pretty good, but the nickname died quickly. It's been going strong for Cody with La Farsa Latino Faker.
But this is our first look at, okay, we know the stats in the matchups versus the Southern teams, but now, like we're saying, this is gonna be the first time seeing him against Quad. Quad's one of the best mid laners that we have in the region, so this is gonna be a completely different level of competition. But if you smash now, because this technically counts, you know, North region versus South, maybe that does earn the title Faker. Because in order to be Faker, you have to beat international competition too, right? You know?
Oh God.
Yeah.
It's possible. We may try and adopt it, but one of that, we'll see. We'll see. And I think for me with Leviathan, that's really interesting. Last I checked, they were the bloodiest team in their region, and a lot of it comes through their support jungle that are constantly looking for fights. And I'm looking at Cody mostly because he is, like, throughout his history as a player, when he was on Infinity and went to constant internationals, he is a playmaker. his Ari, his Talia, like if there's a play that's happening on the map, it is happening through him. And a lot of it that we saw when he was playing this year out, when they were looking for fights either through Grubs or Herald, it was him who was basically pushing the pace. And so you can see his history. He has been around for quite some time. And like he has been the heart and soul of every team that he has played on.
Absolutely. And if they are going to win today, it has to be on the back of Cody, it feels like.
Yeah.
Or something could happen with Flyquest because they were expected to be the #1 seed coming out of the North, did lose the series in the North, and are now the #3 seed going into this. So unlucky, actually, for Leviathan to be drawing against Flyquest in the single elimination tournament, something that Takeshi was sharing with
80%. That's what he said. That's crazy. I've never heard that high of a confidence in a team, like at any international event or any tournament.
If there's another matchup that you're interested in, like where would you think, like where would your eyes go to?
I want to go Seo and Masu, not necessarily because of like in-game skill, but just because of their disparate personalities, right? Like Masu is someone who we know is someone who's like very calm. He, even when he was their best performer at MSI, when Flyquest was struggling, he was very like, we are a team, like kind of downplaying his own efforts. I know Raz, it always tilts you whenever you interview him on stage and you're like, you did great. And he's like, well, I think I could have done this better. Meanwhile, Seo is like, constantly trash talking his opponents. He's constantly
During
popping off in-game, out of game, on podcasts, everywhere. And yeah, he has come after a lot of his opponents and kind of had this really big, really fun personality. I also do think in a lot of the team fights that we're talking about, because once again, it's the meta, but also we are expecting a lot of this to be 5v5 team fighting with the way that Flyquest really like to go for sometimes for scaling comps.
Yeah.
It'll be on these two AD carries to do a lot of damage, and we've talked about how Masu is such a fun, like almost flanker around the side of team fights. Actually, both Flyquest AD carries are. So yeah, Seo I think has a really tough task going up against the way Flyquest team fight, and also Masu specifically, who's been phenomenal.
Yeah, and you already saw a lot of those replays and shots of Seo, how confident as a player he is. On the dive, you got to hear from Audi, a former teammate from him when he was on Rainbow Seven, saying how much he wants to take fights, how aggressive he is as a player. My assessment of him last year when he was on Rainbow Seven, I thought he was a weaker laner because a lot of the times he was picking weak lanes. Because I think he was just maybe so confident that he was like, I can get out of this lane when he was picking like Lucian or Xayah or Khan into like Lucian Nami and stuff like that. And he was getting hurt by that. This year, I felt like both his lanes and his team fighting has taken a big step forward. And not only that, you're seeing the confidence between him, like basically smack talking Chitan a lot of the time. So like he has been somebody that I've been like loving looking at because I didn't think as highly of him last year, but he's made that big step.
Also, just imagine if he does get the better of Masu, we talk about 80% chance of Flyquest winning the game. There's an 80% likelihood that he only spends 80% chance in his chair. He's going to be standing up, jumping around the entire stage, and that's going to be fun to watch, especially with the local crowd. We saw how much noise they were making for Pain. Imagine if Leviathan, the team that's kind of the underdog, starts to pop off.
Yeah, as we see them getting ready backstage for walkouts, I think the other thing, and I know Takeshi touched on this, but something he brought up is they could have trouble in lane. And I'm glad that you brought up that his laning last year, because I do think he's improved. But another player who I think has improved in lane, and actually the entire duo has improved in lane, is Masu, right? Like when he came into LCS last year, initially, it was this team fighting we were looking at. And we were like, well, his laning might need some work, right? Coming from NACL, I know that was one of the things you had said, Kingus, when talking about him coming into the league. And I think him and Busio have A, really gelled together, and B, really stepped up their 2v2 laning.
I feel like Flyquest has carried themselves with so much confidence, probably ever since midway through the summer split last year, all the way into Worlds, where they took Gen G to the 5th game. And even though they're coming in as the #3 seed, that is after one lost best of 3. And I think Bwipo is a player who continues to evolve. Let's just say. He's oozing confidence. We talked to him. I got to talk to him on Pros last week as well. He said something interesting about how he doesn't prep for specific opponents. Yeah. And that does make sense when you're a player like Whipple because he just wants to do nameplates off, look at the matchup, and he will still listen to the team prep, and the team will still obviously prep for opponents, but it tries to expectation set, which in this case, hope is a good thing for him because he's just going to treat the enemy top laner like an enemy top laner. It's not going to be like he's playing against a Southern team that he thinks he's definitely better than and have an exceptionally larger ego. He's going to have the same ego against everyone he plays.
But that sometimes can be the double-edged sword for Flyquest, right? Like last year when we saw them struggle, it oftentimes was kind of mis-synergy between Inspired Bwipo, not going for the same plays at the same time. So if we're thinking of a weakness of Flyquest, I think that Bwipo is a double-edged sword. Yes, he can pop off. He can really carry those games. But like sometimes he makes me a little nervous. And like, okay, is that maybe where Leviathan could look at picking up a win?
Yeah, as you can already hear, the walkouts are ready to start.
They're absolutely introducing all of the teams here. See how strong the cheers are for Leviathan because they are a Southern team, but they were an LLA organization last year.
True, and they have Scary and Pro Delta, so still there is love for this organization that they have some Brazilian players in their midst.
Well, and as they kind of went through this unexpected run, I think a lot of they did garner more of a Brazilian fan base, like the more they went on, right? Like since this is a combined roster, despite being an LLA org, as we see, the lineup, Zofe, Scary, Cody, Seo, and Pro Delta.
And remember that this was a rebuild of the roster, too. They hold the record as being one of 2 orgs to have a winless split in back in LLA. But now rebuilding the roster and really investing a lot of younger, new talent like Cody, like Seo that we've been talking about.
Talked a lot of these players. Zope, for me, is like the LLA top laner to watch. He is the strongest LLA top laner. I've loved his M-Bessa when they were playing up against Pain in the first leg of the tournament. He's somebody that is really good on carries. If you give him pressure, he's going to make you sweat. So we were talking about Bwipo. That's going to be a fun matchup, I think. So looking forward to seeing. You can already see the Leviathan fans out there ready for this matchup.
All right, it's time to introduce Flyquest, see who we got, see what type of swagger they walk out with.
Please welcome North America's champions from last year and current 3rd seed, it's Flyquest!
Bless Captain Flowers. Here they come. I mean, nice subdued energy. They were waiting back there a good chunk of time.
True.
They are the enemies in the Sao Paulo studio right now.
And we talked about a lot of these players. Inspired is still the best in the West as a jungler. His team fighting is amazing. He's very, very versatile in what he's willing to pick. We already saw Ivern earlier today. That's a pick that he's been abusing since last year. So got to watch out for him. That has to be a matchup to look out for.
Yeah, Whippo laughing at that. I am wondering what the crowd reception is. Okay, yeah, so
they're still making noise.
Well, yeah,
I like it.
Some noise for them. I was wondering if they were also going to get. I think the first match was a little bit more volatile in terms of crowd favor.
Brazilian home team, of course, are going to be going nuts for that one. But I still imagine a lot of the pressure on the players from the North because the crowd is a little against you. You are the visiting team, the visiting region. Didn't get under 100 Thieves skins. I don't think it's going to get under Flyquest skins.
For sure. 100 Thieves was able to head out a little bit earlier than Flyquest because Flyquest did have to qualify for this series last week, so they were leaving on the Monday right after they played. So going to be interesting to see how they adapt to the environment. It's always different to be on the road. Let's see if Flyquest can take care of business here and move on to the next round. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Jet. Azael here, joined by Kobe for the second series, and we saw Flyquest come out to a lot of boos. We could hear them. We're in a soundproof booth.
Yeah.
We could hear all the crowd booing them like crazy.
And they were doing the same thing when I was on the stage introducing 100 Thieves.
No, they were actually booing you.
That's what it was. Yeah, that makes more sense then. You know, the whole crowd and like the energy is just as high as when they're cheering their own teams. Yep. So you're like, I'm out there, trying to balance it. I'm like, woo, go 100 Thieves. But I'm like, this one tiny voice, in the sea, trying to fight the fight for LTA North, but it's like it actually still feels really good.
Yeah.
You can see Whippo smiling and stuff there. You know, they really do appreciate the passion either way. Sniper, I liked his post-game interview a lot too, where you know, he was super complimenting the crowd and really just liking the energy, liking the passion. And those first couple of games, even though it was a 2-0, we had some moments where we were sweating there, right? That was some back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game number 1, it was looking like, you know, a pretty solid early game from Pain. Then we kind of took it away in the team fight. And game number 2 was looking like they were maybe going to outscale us. They were winning some fights. They were looking really strong. But we were going to be kicking off the second series here of the Americas stage. Flyquest going up against Leviathan and trying to take down Flyquest, the reigning LCS champions who nearly knocked out Gen G last year. So this is one of those David versus Goliath situations where, you know, sometimes as the underdog, it feels really good to take a swing.
And Zofe has been a guy who has played any sort of top lane champion. He's played a different champion every single game. And so there's been so much talk about Whippo, you know, talking about his top lane, you know, counter picks and champion pool priority. Zofe is really happy to slam the Mbessa here, even with Cassante up, you know, with Poppy up, with Jace up, with, you know, all those, you know, counter picks and things that that Whippo has played into it and does like.
And a pretty different draft than what we saw last time around. There was so much focus on top lane in that previous series, 4 or 5 bans in the first phase alone. This time, like you say, everything's up.
And I do want to mention, of course, you know, with those counter picks being up, the Mbessa could be flexed into mid lane. And so the first pick priority there isn't like shoehorning them into a top lane pick. Very well could have some versatility. Cody himself, I mean, has had a really good split, especially the Ahri games. A lot of playmaking for him.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but we get some familiar faces here with the Varus and Sejuani for the early picks on the side of Flyquest.
Absolutely. Maokai did not get through either game. Last time around was not played in that previous series, but it's going to be grabbed here for Scary. So Ezreal as well, rounding that out. Obviously very popular pick all around the world, but does give them, you know, pretty solid first 3 there. You have some engage, you have some poke, you have a strong top laner, and I'm really curious to see if Whippo is going to lock his pick here on 3 or let that fall through until the next round.
I thought Scary had a really good early game in their tiebreaker game that they played versus Isurus Astral on the Maokai. It was very active, making a lot of plays, and it did seem like they were going to get an advantage, but Mel already here. Maokai ult is a great ult to reflect, so you see, you know, Ezreal is a great champion to pick up Mel into. Maokai is an extraordinary champion to pick Mel into. We get to see it on stage. I'm actually so hyped for this.
I have played both Maokai and Nami into Mel, and neither is very fun. It is, because it doesn't just even reflect a section of the ult. The whole ult just starts coming back towards you. It is crazy. That interaction makes it so tough, because now you can never start off a fight with Maokai ult. It has to be something first, right? Yeah. And people love using Maokai ult to push you back off the tower, to set up positioning for a team fight. That's just not an option.
Yeah, it also does mean, you know, Quad's positioning. You have to pay a lot of attention to it if he's going to move up to be able to take skill shots for people, block for them. Of course, it does give you a speed boost as well.
Do you think that we are going to get poke Varus then, and just do more of a heavy poke style here from Flyquest?
100%, because, you know, like I was saying on the dive and we were talking about it, Mel's kit is just so perfect for poke comps in general, and especially in pro play, because she brings her own poke, plus the root is really powerful, plus the ultimate, of course, for the reflect. But as we get deeper into the draft here, the couple of bans that they are worried about, I actually really do like the Bard ban, because you're already looking at the Ezreal and you're thinking, oh, there's going to be a lot of time for pro Delta to roam around. There's definitely a support that does like to leave bottom lane, and the Bard ultimate is one that you still have to worry about. So really good, I think, last ban there.
Victor as well is one of those matchups for Mel that can be difficult. You can get the push on Mel, and there's nothing to use the W on. Like, yeah, you can immune the damage, but there's no good reflect target whatsoever. Volibear coming through. We were chatting all about this last week, and you didn't get to be on there, so they're giving a gift to you, Kobe. It's volley top here for Whippo.
Yeah, it's Whippo streamed some of the scrims versus Cloud9. I believe it was one of the last scrims that they streamed where he played top Volibear, and even getting behind, he became a massive Juggernaut, doing the Winter super tanky build. So this should be a fun one. Volibear also does synergize super well with Sejuani because Volibear has the auto attack reset with Q and being able to close distance very easily. So a lot of flexible angles here. Very powerful lane, the Volibear into the Ambessa. So I actually really do like this draft. They've got range, from the dual carries of Mel and Varus, and then plenty of upfront bruiser frontline here to be able to go super deep with their engages.
How do you like Volibear in a potential swap here, right? Would you like to see them go for it?
Volibear is actually quite fine in swaps. The shield is actually really useful, and having the CC yourself is definitely available, but I would want to play my Volibear lane into the Ambessa.
Yep.
So I want to take advantage of this Ambessa before she scales, before she gets out of control. Maybe it's a situation where, you want to keep all of them low economy, but personally, I want them standard lanes, and I want Volibear to be chomping.
All right, well, we'll see if he's going to be doing it. Also, overall, relatively low damage composition here from Flyquest, if they do go for that poke Varus. So it'll be interesting to see if it is going to be lethal tempo or if it is going to be that poke like we were expecting. Obviously, some pretty soft targets to be firing in towards, but the sustained damage does leave a little bit something to be desired. And it is going to be poke Varus because he is playing that Halo Blades. We have Comet for quad here. Pretty much you just see Comet or you see First Strike sometimes on Mel as well. But should be a really fun game here. We'll see what Flyquest is going to be looking like. The teams obviously have had a little bit of time to arrive, to acclimate, to do some scrims in the studio. And the studio setup here is very cool. It's connected with like the Riot offices as well. So they have PC bongs, they have scrim setups, they have all kinds of stuff here. Definitely been a lot of fun checking it out.
Yeah, it's been really fun day one, getting the tour around, getting to meet everyone. Analyst Test also did a pretty good job of getting everyone to meet the big two carries of Cody and Seo. I think those are what most of the Flyquest prep are looking at attacking, trying to keep those carries down. Cody has had an amazing split for himself in the mid lane, and so we'll see how he does into Mel. Do you think it's a very good setup here for quad?
Inspired when the pause comes through, he goes, Rogue? Is that Rogue over there? Pause it? But we are unpaused, and we are ready to kick off this series. Second series of the day here of the Americas Stage. And Leviathan looking for a potential early invade. They are going to be spotted out, though, immediately by Inspired.
Chase him right out of the jungle. Bwipo, you can see on the mini-map, is going to get that counter ward on Blue Gromp.
And while we do get this level 1 set up, let's hear from Pro Delta on Leviathan's greatest strengths.
For me, my team have a really good team fights. We have a really good players mechanical, so doesn't matter if you are 2K or 3K behind, we can still win a fight, we can still win a game, so they need to be careful because we can always get back in the game.
Yeah, Flyquest definitely going to have to make sure they are not underestimating them. It is a 4-man stack on top side. They are committing to this early invade and potentially a split map.
And look at the Flyquest here. They're trying to call and they're staying out of vision in the fog of war, not going across that top side ward. They are going to call and they're waiting till the last moment. You can see on the mini map before they go up past the middle point of that top lane. And then finally reveal themselves. Meanwhile, opposite sides here for both jungles, just clearing away, and we're going to have Ambessa soaking a little bit on the way down to a bottom side. Meanwhile, Bwipo did not soak up any and just helps out with jungle.
And it's very common to see that start in LTA South. If you watch a lot of their lane swaps and a lot of their games, will start with the top laner soaking some experience in mid lane before going down towards bot. So we do have Aussie lanes. Masu taking a fair bit of poke there, and the Ignite was committed by Pro Delta. Bwipo spent his early time actually leashing Inspired, which is pretty uncommon in pro play these days, but because the top laner is, of course, doing something mid, you can afford to accelerate your jungler a little bit. And we see Maokai has full cleared on top side, so we'll see if Inspired has this info and if he's just going to go cross map. He's spotted now, so now he should know. And it's going to be interesting to see if he actually responds because he's still moving up towards the top side of the map. So
they
I don't think he realizes.
They want to fight it. I think that with the vision, he does realize and he's going for a gank somewhere.
Yeah, we'll see. He's going to be moving in towards mid. We'll see if Quad can set this up. He will have to hit the root. Very likely to get something from this. Cody is standing pretty far forward here. Inspired, going to see if he can look. They don't connect on the root, so Inspired will just cross through mid lane. Help to get a little bit of poke down here. and then look for a steal on the enemy Raptors. But back towards top side, it is Pro Delta taking quite a bit of damage there from Masu as he went forward and ends up eating the bad end of that trade.
Yeah, so Inspired's idea there, of course, is just, hey, I'm going to be crossing over to the other side anyway. He waits around a little bit, a little small time investment to see if they can fish around for anything, get a small little bit of poke damage, but nothing truly meaningful. Meanwhile, the Volibear and Bessa matchup, as kind of expected here. Volibear's early lane phase, really, really powerful. Bwipo doing a good job pushing Bessa in under tower and keeping her there. And we are going to have him go for the very early recall here. He moved up between towers to proxy so he could kill the wave quicker. Annihilate that wave and then get his recall off here with his tier buy. Your Fimble Winter makes you so tanky. Volibear really does benefit a lot from the ability haste too. You know, it's a bunch of health and ability haste, which is really key for the Volibear here, and we'll see if he can scale into one of those unkillable tanks.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Inspired took 3 camps from him bot side. Scary took the 3 camps top side, so they are all even at the end of the day. It's just a little bit of a later scuttle take here from Scary. So Inspired has already gone back to base, grabbed his giant spell, going to be back out on the map that little bit faster here. Scary was seeing if he could find an angle to look towards top side, but wasn't really anything there. Flyquest will have control. The 2v2 have been slowly whittling away on Pro Delta and just kind of chunking him down, and Busio just hitting these Qs constantly, being able to get them healed back up. Zope taking the bad end of this trade. Bwipo, if you hit both sides of the E, if you get the shield and they take the damage, it is pretty much unlosable in those trades. You just have to straight up back off. You can't afford to be trading into the Volibear with that.
Yeah, and you can always have perma push, stack up your passive on those minions. Bwipo again pushing this in, and because they split the jungle, there are the deep wards that were still lying around. Him pushing in on tower, this turret play gonna go down. Extra money already achieved here. Constant pressure, even goes for a bit of a chunk under tower, getting the shield, relying on that, takes a tower shot on the way out though.
Yeah, not too bad. Is going to be able to get a decent trade there, procs the grasp and everything as well, just trying to stay aggressive, trying to stay in the face of his opponent who has not yet gone back to base. Pretty calm game 1 so far. Inspired was spotted there, but Scary is trying to match. He's going to be moved down. They're trying to threaten this dive. Bwipo not yet level 6, but they are going to look for it. Zope is going to have to try to outplay. He needs to delay here. Time for Scary, but he's going to get stunned up. He's going to get locked down. The passive is there. They get the flash. They will back off. A nice attempted dive. Zope does survive, but not able to really get much out of it.
Yeah, let's see about any sort of return, because now no flash, big chunk on him as well.
Yeah.
You have to constantly be worried. Bwipo loves to just keep up the pressure. As you say, Sejuani has left and gone over to the Dragon already, so they'll be happy to take their objective. The constant pressure from Bwipo really paying off here. He's level 6 now too, so now with no flash on the Mbessa,
it's an easy
they
dive.
can truly threaten those dives, turn off the tower, and keep that 1v1 pressure off. That's why it was so critical in the opening of this game. Those deep wards, the bottom lane from Flyquest really played around them super well, not giving over the lane swap info until the very last second.
Yep, going to be able to play it out well, still maintaining those swaps up towards top side. Is Pro Delta going to go for a swing, does crash down onto Busio, but the stun missed. Now Busio trying to get a little bit of a trade back, will be able to do so. The double shields there, just allowing Masu to get an auto or 2 out pretty much without being punished. Double tiers on both sides, of course, in different positions, but the main advantage really is just Bwipo for now. You know, Quad just been kind of farming out mid lane, has a slight edge here over Cody, has been doing his best to just step forward when that reflect is up and reflect some of these threaded volleys to try to get a little bit of chip damage back and try to build those incremental advantages. And one of the advantages of Mel is the passive and how it works for CSing. It's so easy to last hit. Like, it is so easy on this champion to get all of the minions, especially for someone at a pro level, and that's kind of where that edge is coming from. Bwipo looking for another trade here. Zope on the run is going to have to just back it up, but knows he cannot trade into this, especially after you get that first W. The second one has all that additional healing. Volibear really doing a good job so far in these early stages, creating those incremental advantages. It's 20 CS now, and Zope is going to have to go back to base here. and will mean he loses a second plate already.
Yeah, he's going to lose the plate. He uses the teleport as well, so finally going to get that cooldown out of the M-Bessa, I would assume. And then Bwipo here constantly pushing in again, threat of his own ultimate. He's almost up to level 8 too, so almost the full level.
Cody is moving up, as is Scary. They may try to look for a fight here, but it is Busio and Masu winning out so far. Pro Delta trying to get out of there. Nice sidestep, but he won't be able to survive. It's first blood for Masu, but now in comes Cody. Cody's going to be stunned up, charmed up immediately. Looks for the seismic shove, does find it. Now the Bramble Smash comes through from Scary, but Busio able to get back to safety. It's a 4v3 play for Leviathan, but it's Flyquest who grab first blood and who get out alive.
Flyquest get the kill. They get mid lane push too. I wonder if Quad will be able to get an actual turret plate in mid with the M-Bessa. Quad get to freely push up. Yep, he finishes up the wave, working right at towers. Is going to be able to get his recall off and reset here. It's perfectly nice buy, plus the turret play. Well done by the top side there. You know, Masu with the Varus ultimate, they're able to get the kill first. And Cody, even though he arrives on the Talia here, trying to make a play up to the top side, it is just a little bit too late. And Busio even matches, peels him right off with the Rakan. So really good like mitigation of the difference in roam here by Flyquest.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that Busio had hit 6 as he arrived was so important. You know, they had the Sejuani ult right into that Rakan ulti, just CCing him up, not allowing him to really get to those juicy targets that he wanted to, like Masu. And Busio now moving around the map. Pro Delta does really favor that very heavy roam style, and we could see, you know, they lost the fight up on top side. He immediately went down towards bot to see if there was anything happening down with Bwipo, but couldn't make it happen over there. It's going to get pushed here in mid, but so far it is just Masu up on his lonesome up in top lane, soaking up some additional experience while Quad just holds this wave in mid.
And if you look at how these comps are going to play out for the next like 10 minutes, Flyquest are going to have really, really good siege angles here. Bwipo is going to be a massive front line. They just pull up to the tower, start throwing long-range damage with either Mel or Varus on their side, and then you have constant side lane pressure from the Volibear, threatening dives with his ultimate. Huge gold lead for him. Bwipo's almost by himself 1,000 gold ahead here in the single matchup, and then you have plenty of playmaking too. If someone does receive poke, actually doesn't even matter if you fully get the kill there, because you've got Sejuani and Rakan who can pick someone off, or if Mel can stack up the passive Mel ultimate as well. A lot of threats here once the siege really gets into full swing from Flyquest.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I had talked about, hey, well, maybe they're going to be a little bit light on consistent damage, but it's not even a tank Maokai. It is going to be full AP Maokai here, going towards that Leandries first. Obviously, you can go in towards tank after that, but I don't think any sort of real frontline is going to be an issue here for Flyquest, as all of the targets now will be fairly squishy. And it's going to make things very difficult for them. They'll have to have proper setup, and we'll see if they can actually find a way to get that really good engage without being able to use the Maokai ult to ever start things off, due to Quad playing this Mel.
All right, we'll see about the next spawn of Void Grubs. Pack coming up here, vision being cleared out ahead of time.
Yeah, Bwipo just constantly pushing in, relentlessly trading, you know, trying to keep him uncomfortable on the M-Bessa here under the tower, always willing to take a tower shot as long as he has that E shield coming through. And has done a good job as Flyquest, again, looking to start up with Grubs up on top side. Bwipo just trying to lock him down under the tower. He has TP advantage, though, so if he can't get the push and back off, it's pretty much impossible for Leviathan to really do anything here, and we'll see what Bwipo wants to play.
And I'd say it's just guaranteed to always have the push, too, so Leviathan should not fight these Grubs. I feel like it would be disastrous. There are so many things that Flyquest can use right now to turn it around.
Yeah, Seo taking some poke there from Quad is inspired, threatening on the engage, but doesn't actually let the ulti rip. Now I think Flyquest are just going to go back and look to start it up, but is it TP right down towards bot lane for Bwipo? Has the Iceborne Gauntlet completed, but still no chance of a contest there. They are instead going to go for the Dragon, it looks like, as we have Cody down towards this bot side with Scary and Pro Delta. It will just be a trade at the end of the day, but no one's matching Masu, so it does mean Flyquest should come out ahead, should be able to get at least one plate.
Yep. Free money here for the Varus on top side. Masu will get turret plates. Bwipo should be fine down there too. Volibear is so ahead and so tanky. Already to the full frozen gauntlet here for himself, and stacking up the extra mana on the tier. Don't think he's too worried about any sort of dive after the dragon. So I think it is a correct call from Leviathan to go for a dragon, but they did have to give up more money into the Varus, and it is going to be painful. Masu finishes his first item here off of that, so Ghost Blade power will come through. A lot of these first item power spikes pretty early here for Flyquest.
Yep, you can see the Black Torch as well done there for Quad. And so much of Mel's damage really can come through items when you go for these double dot builds. It'll be interesting to see if he fully commits to that. We're seeing people do a couple different builds. Generally you see Blackfire Torch, but some people do like to go, tier into Leandry. Some people like to go double dot build. Some people go into, Void Staff and more kind of just raw AP and stuff from here. So it'll be interesting to see where he elects to go, but I do really like the double dot build. It's just so frustrating to deal with when you're getting hit by Comet and Scorch and Leandries and all of these things. Even if you just get one tick of the Q, you're taking that punishment.
Those annoying little needles from Mel definitely do stack up, and the Comet as well, quite easy for Mel to land. But I have to say, the story of this game probably going to be a lot about this Volibear pick from Whippo as Sejuani.
Yeah, they're going to look for Cody, flash in, and there's the ultimate to follow it up. Can they burst him down? Cody's got nowhere to go. The CC chain doesn't ever end. Perfectly executed there by Flyquest down in the bot lane.
I mean, this thing has just been deleting them. All right,
here we go. Does he have the reflect available? Let's see. He does. Wait, it didn't even go back. Okay,
it does one.
There it goes back and is going to be able to knock that onto him. They're going to look for the engage. Public execution goes down onto Quad. Quad going to be in some trouble here. Nice double snare there, and it's Pro Delta who gets knocked down first. Zope trying to make it happen, is barely able to survive. Scary backing out.
Okay, on the chase here, Busio and Masu.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually get anything done. One teleports out as another teleports in here. Cody does arrive the scene as Zope able to survive. Seismic Shove not going to connect here. And they are able to get at least the one kill, but it's a 1-for-1, and they lost the tower on bot side. Plus, it cost them 2 teleports.
Yeah, Whippo's just running away down there on the bottom side of the map, just destroying this lane. That Sejuani gank was so quick. They instantly delete their target, finish off the tower, no problem. That is one rich bear. Almost 2,000 gold advantage, just Whippo.
Yeah, that is massive. And Quad now moving up towards this top side again, and we'll look to just clear out this wave. Going to be able to do that very easily now. It is working towards a double dot build, so he's going to go Leandry second here. They have already grabbed the Feats of Strength, had that Feats of Warfare, and did grab first tower, so feeling really good about how this game is going. It is one dragon apiece. Hextech Soul so deadly with the poke comps. Both teams would love it, and we'll see if it's going to be heavily contested here in about minute 50.
All right, Leviathan, let's see what they can do. I mean, Maokai's just kind of hovering up here, but I think it's just to ensure that Cody will be able to finish off that wave and get back. Really hard for them to kind of create their own plays at the moment because Flyquest have been able to keep their towers pretty healthy. Even the top one up there still standing for themselves. And it is quite easy for Whippo to constantly fully push into the secondary tower. So it affords you all of this room, all of this extra time and extra control of the map. I mean, he's even by himself as a top laner messing around with red buff. Just a quick little check here. See how much he could possibly get away with his 2,000 gold lead. Fimble Winter almost completely transformed. Winter's approach over here. And I mean, he's living the dream.
Yeah.
The entire bot side of this map is Volibear territory, Azale.
I mean, it's not really a super action-packed, bloody game, but Flyquest is just constantly pushing the gold lead further and further ahead. They're going to be able to take down this Rift Herald very easily, it looks like. Leviathan in the area, but I don't really think they have what it takes to actually fight from this position. But if it was back in base especially, means he could teleport in. They just have Zope trying to get as much gold as he can, but he is going to be useless compared to Whippo in these team fights. Only has the one item and is very, very squishy. If he gets CC'd up whatsoever, could be tough. Whippo trying to hold on to this mid lane tower and protect that as much as he possibly can, and looks like they can easily go up towards topside, take down this tower without even using the Herald. They could threaten a tier 2 or save it for mid around this next dragon.
Yeah, if you're looking at it from Flyquest's perspective, all they really need to focus on as #1 priority is keep their vision up, which they have done really well. Moving vision between the enemy jungle here so that they don't get any sort of surprise rel engage or something, because as as long as you can avoid that, it is pretty easy to set up the defenses here and abuse this range of Mel and Varus in complement to your pushing side lanes here to constantly be the first ones to the objective, constantly be the ones with early advantage in health due to your poke, and then it makes it very hard for Leviathan to get that like surprise engage or that big play that is going to crack through Flyquest defenses. Seems like they can keep the Varus and Mel quite safe unless there is some sort of surprise play where the Rel all of a sudden got into a dangerous position behind you.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, I think, if they can't actually get that first move towards some of these towers. They are trying to trade back some gold up on the top side, but as soon as Scary is out of there, Whippo moves in and will be able to defend this. Going to take some damage, but not that much as the Merc Tread's completed, and there is the fully stacked tier, so now really online here. Just need a slow or a stun. You get that shield, and Busio working with Masu here, trying to clear out some vision. Lands a nice little chunk on a Pro Delta, but Scary and Seo are in the area, so they do have to be respectful of that short man advantage.
Yep. They have to be very, very respectful. You get the early move. All right, Flyquest grouping up the dreaded siege, Azale, that we've been mentioning. Flyquest 4-person grouping up in mid. Drop the Rift Herald. This thing's going to come through. Big chunk. You can already see the Mel poke. Pretty painful here. Masu as well, unloading. And Leviathan at least will be able to defend and keep the remnants of the tower up after the charge.
They are, but on the top side, it's another tower that went the way of Flyquest. That second tower has been knocked down. Whippo was able to push that in, so it cost them the teleport there from Cody. They kind of overload that side to defend, and it ends up costing them elsewhere on the map, which has really been the theme so far of this game. You can see Whippo using those Heck Gates to get right back out of the map as quickly as he possibly can. Masu has just kind of been posted up, farming comfortably, quad farming comfortably, almost has that Leandry's complete now, has both of the pieces to it. And that is where things are going to get even more difficult. Masu done his second item now as well. The Heartsteel is completed for Inspired. There hasn't really been any fighting, so he has no stacks. And Volibear up on top side, Whippo's just going to give over the tower to deny local gold. He's saying, you know what, you'll come back later and get this, but you won't get much for it. So I'll just allow it to die now.
Yep, nicely done there. He picked up the Bloody Rose that was under tower. I don't know if this other one right next to the brush is one of those spectator bugs, but it looks like he's going to go for the early recall here. The Otacon is spawning on the top side of the map, so Leviathan grabbing their vision control setup here. Maybe they're choosing, we are going to have to make our big play pretty soon before this game gets completely out of hand. But they've been, sussed out here. Quad doing his best up at the Krugs to be annoying.
Yep, takes away some of those mini Krugs as well. Got at least 4 of them, if not more. And does push him out. And again, this is Scary with the Leandry's build, so he is very squishy. He really just took 1 Q and part of the E, and he lost about 30–40% of his health. So that is going to get very, very dangerous. And there's really good synergy here, between Quad and Masu. Obviously, you're softening them up, and then you have the execute with your W on the Varus that can knock them down. That can get them even lower, so that Mel can ult and finish them off with the stack still staying up. So it is a very frustrating combo to deal with, and Whippo here helping to get that wave in.
And since Whippo does have his teleport, they should just send him back down bottom lane and move everybody else with all these 2-item breakpoints up to the Otacon. Try and repeat and gain value out of your poke comp. You have so much range, so much harassment, that anytime you control vision in an area with the main objective, aka Otacon, Flyquest going to look to try and get little chunks of damage, little chips, and really annoy Leviathan until the point where they are able to make that final move. And here they go. Looks like after just putting down those wards, they are going to go for the resets. So with Flyquest actually resetting their bottom lane here and going for full resets, it is now the other side of the coin there where you get the window for Leviathan. They got a little bit of vision in themselves and go for their own resets, although they have not been able to catch up and get to their 2-item breakpoints. So Flyquest will have a fairly large advantage if there is a full fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of members here from Leviathan going over towards Whippo. They could probably kill him if they all commit, but it would mean you lose Otacon. So, Whippo is okay, pushing heavily. He knows there's no way he loses in a 1v1. He might even survive in a 1v2. And if you send 3, you lose Otacon on top side. So he is just kind of playing with that aggressive mindset, saying you will have to send more than you can afford to get anything done here.
And I don't even think they could catch him. The Volibear with ultimate and flash available, you can avoid the CC with your ultimate and have flash distance and Q speed.
Seismic Shell shoved back. Inspired going to have to flash out to safety here. Here's the Maokai ultimate. Going to reflect the one route back. And not going to be too much more than that, but they did at least get the flash there off of Inspired at the cost of Ignite from Pro Delta.
All right, Dragon coming up. Probably will rotate our resources down over to Dragon to rack that one up. You mentioned how critical a Hextech Soul would be, and it looks like
Mel and Ferris, that's like, get me out of that game.
That is going to be #1 priority. So everybody Hexgate on down to this, and we'll see. Is this going to be the moment? Because Leviathan are using Hex Gates of their own. Currently, they're sending Cody with his teleport to go catch the top wave while this happens, but doesn't mean they couldn't try and call him in and use the teleport.
Yeah.
I think it's just so dangerous, though. Honestly, if I'm Leviathan, I would give this one and try and fight something more critical like the Otacon or the actual Soul. And try and get your other items on your carries real quick.
Sometimes when you are down like this, it's kind of between a rock and a hard place, right? Neither option seems good because you risk it here, you're down items. You don't risk it here, one mistake later means Soul, and maybe means the end of the game. So there is that cost. Of course, they do push up topside. Not really able to trade for anything major, though. It's just going to be about a denial of maybe a wave on topside. So Flyquest very happy to move to Soul Point here, especially when it is that Primo 1. You can see Bwipo again just shoving up down on bot side. Second item is done for Zove, but we see Bwipo closing in on his third, as he's going to have that online pretty shortly. And we'll have to see where Masu wants to go. Has picked up the Lost Whisper, so it's going to be going some Armor Pen, and we'll see if Quad wants to elect to go towards, some Magic Pen, go towards a Void Staff or something next, or if he's just going to continue building towards that flat AP.
Yeah, and the tension is also building because the rewards for the win on the next team fight are just going to be insanely massive. We're getting so far into the game. Baron will spawn in only 1 more minute, and then you're going to have a scenario where in 4 minutes, you'll have Otacon and Baron and Dragon Soul all on the map.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably get a confrontation before that Dragon comes up because
they're starting.
Just the Otacon and Baron are big enough rewards in themselves, but they're already going. Busio here with the wraparound Hex Gates.
Yeah, this is going to be scary for Leviathan. If you sit there and they're in the area, they're going to be able to poke you constantly off of this. No one's answering Bwipo on the bot side, though, so Leviathan are going to lose out as Flyquest pushes them back off of this. Bwipo will go back to base, likely has his third item completed here. He does. That is done as well. This guy's just going to be a brick wall, and Cody still does not have his second. It's getting tough for Leviathan. They really do have to kind of choose their moment to draw a line in the sand and say, you can go no further. We need to fight.
I will say this game is exactly why they named that item Unending Despair. Bwipo here. Oh, he's going in.
Oh, they're going in for it. We'll see if he's going to be able to turn off the tower. There's Chains of Corruption. They caught one. Scary's going to be down already. In comes the teleport, but Zove's in trouble. He's rooted up, and Masu and Quad are getting a lot of work down on them in the back line. On the other side, Inspired taking them up. Pro Delta has to flash to safety. Flyquest take the tower, take the kills, and they're going to reap the rewards. Cody in some trouble here, trying to get back. Flash forward. There's the rooted. Bwipo trying to follow up, but he doesn't even need him. Quad and Masu get it done. Leviathan is shattered. Bwipo is charging forward, trying to take down Pro Delta. We'll see if he can get even another. There comes the lightning crashing down, and Bwipo just doesn't care about anything Ezreal can do. Hits him with the thumbs up. The rest of the team's going to Otacon, forcing out the cleanse even. Bwipo is healing for more than Seo can even do, Kobe.
The unending despair is real. He's going to finish off the tower in Seo's face right now, while the rest of the team goes to claim the top side rewards. Otacon on the table, the Baron buff on the table. Ezreal Oak goes out for the dream of a steal, but it's not low enough. And Bwipo finishes off the turret while Flyquest just collect everything here. Otacon buff has been acquired, so now you just go reset, spend all the money you earned off the towers and the team fight that you just earned. By the way, that was 2 towers in mid lane that they got. They started it out by diving one, and so you spend all that money and return to the Baron here with all your Otacon buffs. Let's see. Actually, this is how they just started out. Again, the tower's so low, but we'll just go straight for the tower dive. You can just turn it off as well. And it is just almost 100% to 0 there on first target. They're going for the chase.
Flyquest going to try to force a fight here. Bwipo and Quad are behind them, and Leviathan is in a lot of trouble. There's the Chains of Corruptions connecting onto Zove. Zove tries to go for public execution, but he just connects on Inspired, and it's him who's going to be executed. Pro Delta already on the run. Cody down on that bot side, and the pings to the Baron are coming in from Flyquest.
Yeah, Leviathan got there as they were trying to get some vision on Baron and make sure that they don't lose out completely in this game. But that's going to be it. They send Cody bottom with the teleport. They seed the Baron after the kill, and they just want the objective bounty from the bottom turret. So it looks like, at the very least, during the time Flyquest take Baron, Cody will be able to get an objective bounty.
But that goes to roll. Okay, they are going to be able to secure that. But bad news gets worse because Otacon is still going to be active. The buff is still going to be active for when the dragon spawns. So they're going to have Baron, Otacon, and just be able to hard force instantly on spawn. Yes, if Leviathan can delay a little bit, it's going to expire because it won't be up for long after the dragon is up. But there's no reason for Flyquest to delay because they want to fight. They want to force this. We'll see. Does Inspired go too far here? He's going to be right into the waiting arms, but the seismic shove was not timed well. And now Flyquest say, yep, we will take this fight. Hits him with a thumbs up. Whipple is pushing out bot. In comes Quad on the Mel, and they are just taking over the opponent's jungle, making it such a nightmare to even get vision over by that dragon.
So, Azael, Whipple's almost level 18. He's only got half a level to go.
There you go.
And he's maxed out. That's quite a massive level lead.
You're catching up, is what you're saying, because he's going to cap out.
Yeah, soon he's going to cap out. Okay, Here comes Dragon Soul fight, though. Otacon buffs are on still.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a Reflect coming through. Whippo just threatening. He runs straight at him, zoning him away. Zope trying to get back and help him out. The carry's got to get involved here for Flyquest. You can see Quad just raining hell down over the side. The Hextech Soul has been claimed, and we see Zope is gone already. Masu's on a killing spree. The Chains of Corruption made short work of him. Quad just chasing after Seo, hitting Q after Q. This damage is raining down from above, but Flyquest just going to charge down mid here and look to close this one out.
Yep, should be Flyquest knocking on the front door. Looks like minion wave on bottom side as well, though, so they rotate from from mid lane here down to bottom side first. They're really just going to collect everything on the map, take the extra large amount of money here in the side turret as well. Flyquest, the steamroller here in game number 1.
I mean, Whippo is just a man on a mission. He is creating so much space, just charging forward. Cody going to see if he can find someone slipping on the way back, but Masu is able to just walk it out, dodge that seismic shove. Will stay alive and will stay pretty safe here. Flyquest just need to get back to base and spend all the gold here in their pockets. Masu sitting on 2K, Whippo nearly 2K as well. So Scary trying to show up behind him, and now he's going to be found out by Inspired. Scary will have to go on the run, procs the phase rush, and knows that's going to be that. He's got to get out of there, or he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think Flyquest are the ones that are scared here, so they just push them off, get their resets. Azael, the blue buff will be picked up, and the extremely rich team will return to the Rift. Thankfully, though, as we mentioned now, Whipple has capped out. That's level 18, max level here for the Volley Bear. So try and pray on that. Unfortunately, since Flyquest also do have the feats of strength, you get that little extra room to scale as well with the upgrades available for the boots. Even seeing some come in here for Quad.
Hasn't really been relevant, but I did like that Busio just rushed towards Mikhail's, because when you think about games like this, the only way you really lose is some sort of a pick, right? So you have that Mikhail's in there to deny, Maokai root or, Maokai flash W, something like that could lock you up and just kind of eliminate any win conditions they might possibly have.
Yeah, and there's actually not a lot of threat on the Flyquest back line because Mbessa was so behind in this game.
Yeah.
You saw in that previous fight, like Bubba just turned around and Mbessa behind there couldn't do much. They're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're going to go for the dive here. Cody in trouble, has to flash out of safety. Public execution into backline. Masu is getting cut down, and he's going to get shut down by Zope. But we'll see what Whipple can do on the other side. It's Whipple in a 1v4, and he likes those odds. This man is tanky on the bear, but is he tanky enough? He gets another kill, and he's still surviving. The damage is ridiculous that he can tank through. In comes the rest of Flyquest. Whippo stands tall in a 1v4 and takes one with him.
The damage is ridiculous, and the healing is ridiculous on Volley Bear. He gets the kill on Pro Delta and survives. Though, I gotta eat my words a little bit. Mbessa did kill Masu here, so let's look at the back line a little bit.
Flowers and I had the Cassante check. Turns out this is still Mbessa.
I would also say Seo there, the Ezreal ult chunked him quite low, so that Ezreal ult damage really did help out in the execution, and so Mbessa flashing in to finish it off. Nice little job there. So Leviathan got something out of it, but look at this monster.
I mean, this is just crazy. Stuns him up, bites him in half. Look at this healing.
Yeah.
300 and then 1,300 from the AoE heal drain there, and gets everything through and is able to survive.
Yeah. Empowered heal with a Spirit Visage, or empowered W heal with a Spirit Visage. So massive, plus the kill, plus the drain.
You know what? If you play like that, don't need a scout. Respect.
What's around me? 4 champs? Okay.
Just go in, beat
Sounds
their
good.
ass, no problem. Doesn't matter if it's Kobe, doesn't matter if it's Faker, no problem. Get in there. And we're going to have a fight breaking out again, though. Cody going to the backline, and Cody going to regret this. He's in a lot of trouble, and Masu knocks him down already. Busio going to get killed on the other side, though. Zofe in the backline this time can't kill off Masu, and Pro Delta is in a world of hurt. Quad flashes forward, looking for the root, can't quite find it. Seo and Scary will survive. Nice shutdown there from Seo. Hits him with the True Shot Barrage. Maybe going to be able to stay alive here. Whipple though charging forward. Seo has to shift out to safety. Quad just zoning them off right now as Inspired is knocking away on this tower. The rest of the Flyquest come back, and they are going to be able to claim this first inhibitor turret.
Yeah, as long as one of the 2 carries still alive there for Flyquest, they can still get a lot of work done. Looks like they're just going to get chased out here after the tower, though. No inhibitor does go down. What are the chances here that Seo maybe is able to pull off some magic? Because Seo's been putting in some work in the last little bit here on the Ezreal, up to the 3 items at least. Of course, it is a huge deficit to make back from the side of Leviathan, but they've got to continue looking for those angles.
Yeah, Scary, maybe going a little bit too far. We'll see if he can walk out. He's going to root back in here. They get another stun onto Inspired, but Inspired is just so damn tanky. And in comes the Mel damage, in comes the kill. Quad is unstoppable. The teleport arrived from Whippo, and that is the time to run for Leviathan. Pro Delta not going to have any luck getting out of this one. Whippo's just going to Doomba stop Seo, jumping in on top of him, chasing after him. The stun lands. Seo shifts to safety, but not for long. You got nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The bear is hunted, and he's hungry. Bites Seo in half. Flyquest are winning the fight in mid lane as well. Zofei's now trying to escape, trying to cut that wave, but not going to be able to do much against the might of Flyquest.
All right, this has got to be it. Flyquest here, marching towards the end of game number 1. Inhibitor will go down shortly, and it's just Talia and Mbessa here to try and pull off heroics.
We'll see if they can make anything happen. Chains of Corruption does connect, and it is Zofe in so much trouble. Surviving for now, tries to go into public execution, but it's him who's down. With both threatening, going forward. Scary in trouble. Pro Delta trying to come back. Cody seeing what he can get done, but he just can't even hurt Whippo. The Nexus towers are down. It's Pro Delta flashing forward. It's Masu down, Inspired low, but they've got no more damage. Cody standing strong, but it's him versus the world, and Flyquest have their eyes on the Nexus. Whippo just going to be taunting him, making him wish he could do something about it, but no one can get through Whippo this game. He's just too damn wide. Flyquest take game number 1.
Whippo reactions still delivering here in Brazil. I mean, the counter pick, game 5 for red side for Flyquest. 5th round counter pick here. Volley Bear comes in and absolutely destroys. Again, I really like the comp overall, though. You know, playing off of double poke range. Nicely done from Flyquest.
Nicely done. Tickets are still available, though, for our LTA Finals block party connected by AT&T next Sunday. While games are in the South, fans in the North can watch them in person at the Riot Games Arena. The LTA Lounge will take center stage in front of fans, and after the show, enjoy a block party with games, team and partner booths, food, and much, much more. Use that QR code to grab your ticket and celebrate the LTA Split 1 Finals in person. Now, let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Welcome back. You know who will be there? The 2 of us. Let's go. Woo! You can beat us. We'll be on stage the entire time. We're going to start off with this week's Pagoda moment, which is Flyquest's decisive team fight at 25 minutes. Let's talk about Mel. Because we hadn't seen her in LTA North yet, right? But Quad absolutely pops off in this fight.
I think she does incredibly well with poke composition. So in this one, this was a siege that Flyquest was pushing through. The Maokai gets immediately popped, especially with Varus ulti. And for me, what was great about Mel is once they actually secured both kills and started walking away, they're like, actually, what you doing walking up to us?
Yep, here we go. If you're ready to see someone explode on the backside. Oh, cool. We have the close-up, too,
up close and personal,
of her just destroying people. Also, shout out to Whippo in that fight. As we bring up our PGB, I'm actually really curious our stats guy told us to look at what damage taken.
Let's check
Click
this one
on that
out.
for me. Let's see.
Hey! That
And
one's
then-
huge.
I want to see this too. Team
Yeah,
heals
look,
and
check it out.
shields.
Is Mel that new, huh? Is Mel that new?
Oh,
Give her a
what?
damn portrait.
She disappeared.
Give her a portrait. I guess she's just that new. But yes, also, you can already tell how much impact that he had. Like, in general, I want to see damage dealt to champions.
Yeah.
Overall, you could see that a lot of DPS was put up by the Ezreal. So, still a big focus sale. But this game was just really difficult. I don't know how you were able to ever get control. You already saw, like, in the Pagoda moment, a lot of it was just around their siege potential.
Yeah.
They just fell behind off of the bot lane play that Inspired had. The failed top lane dive sure was a 1-for-1. They had so much control. Just dealing with Flyquest to control is going to be a tough one, Emily.
Yeah, and this guy right here. Wish we had more time to talk about. We don't. We are headed to break. But before game 2, we're going to continue to see if our pros can guess champion voice lines in Brazilian Portuguese. This has been really fun.
Tudo que está quebrado pode ser reforjado.
Is that Nivea?
Samira, the block.
Syndra? Syndra. Sounds like a mage or like something like that.
Sounds like the lady from Game of Thrones.
Just tell me what the letter starts with, yeah? Oh, Fiora.
Ribbon.
Close. That was my second guess.
Yeah, Riven.
It is Ribbon.
Oh my god, are you? No way it's Riven.
That's Ribbon.
That does not sound like Riven.
That's Ribbon.
That just. What? Oh my god.
O poder do vento está sob seu comando.
Sounds like Lux.
Lux. No, Zoe. Finally, it's Zoe. It's either Karma or Syndra. Am I gonna go Seraphine? Like, it just really gives like that kind of champion, you know?
It's Sona. Jana?
It is Jana.
Okay.
Nice.
It's Jana.
Oh, close. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's fine. I don't care about this one.
Capitão Timo no comando.
Timo?
Timo?
This must be Timo.
Timo?
It is Timo.
Yes, okay.
If that's not Timo, then I don't know who's Timo.
De fato, uma sábia escolha.
Rumble? This must be Heimerdinger.
I mean, that's just Heimerdinger because I hear his turret arming. I have no idea. I give up, honestly.
What are they, your Heimerdinger?
Is it Gragas?
It's not great.
Oh my god.
This is Heimerdinger.
Is that a champion?
What the? Wait, this is my. Was that a joke?
Rek'Sai? Rek'Sai?
Oh, Rek'Sai. That is the same.
I was gonna say it's like Rek'Sai or Baron.
Achei que nunca fosse me escolher.
Oh.
I'm so dizzy.
What is that?
Sivir, maybe?
I hear like Noxus in the background.
Samir, maybe?
Is this himself? Ambessa? I give up.
I actually don't have any idea. Amumu?
It is a Mumu.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it does sound like a Mumu, yeah. Doesn't sound sad at all. This is happy Mumu. So it's like an alpha dog or something.
Renekton, maybe?
I'm deciding between like a Renekton or a Volibear.
Scion.
Warwick.
Set.
I can't even guess what these champions are. Oh, it could be Nautilus actually. Is it Nautilus?
Darius, maybe.
Not Darius. Mordekaiser.
Okay. Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser. Oh my. Oh, okay. I completely forgot about that champ, but like I can definitely see it being that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Regras são feitas para serem quebradas, igual prédios ou pessoas.
I mean, it has to be Zoe. Finally, this one is Zoe, right?
Zoe.
Yeah, I need like happy, like high pitched. I think it's Zoe. Yumi? Maybe Yumi?
Lux.
Lux? Let's just go Lux, whatever, and I'll figure it out.
Would this one be Jinx?
That is Jinx, yes.
Okay.
Is it Kaisa?
It's not Kaisa.
I'm gonna be so mad.
It is Jinx from our game.
Really? It doesn't sound crazy at all, bro.
Oh, buildings or people? Yeah, I can see that.
Well done. How do you think you did?
Better than I expected, honestly.
At the beginning, it was pretty easy, and then I only got worse.
Yeah, have a few hours in this game.
Now I can communicate in champion voice line.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back here to the Americas stage of the LTA. Flyquest taking on Leviathan. Just took a pretty dominant game number 1 off of a bit of a Volibear masterclass there from Bwippo. I'm not sure you could have done better yourself.
Yeah, that was pretty dang good.
Yeah.
He had pressure the whole time, big CS lead the whole time, teleport advantages a lot of the time, getting extra vision for the rest of the team, invading jungle a whole bunch. And
1v4.
I mean, it looked honestly very controlled for Flyquest the whole time. So much so that it's like that game 1 is one of those games where you could see the big smiles on their faces coming afterwards. Yeah. They must be feeling very confident here because everything went according to plan there. They got to scale up both their long-range carries to the end game and were able to chip down in these fights. Let's see about game number 2 though. Switch it up here. Continue the fearless.
Yeah, we got a couple bans thrown there towards Inspired. Both the Zyra as well as the Ivern going to be taken off the table. Skarner going to remain on that ban table as Callista is going to be added to that. Of course, we do have all the Fearless bans that are added in as well, and we're going through this pretty quickly. Vi going to be banned out against Scary, and it will be a first pick Ashe here for Seo. So a little bit more of that go button needed here for Leviathan, and they are going to grab it from the AD carry.
And I think the Hawk Shot is a really, really useful tool here for this team. Flyquest were dictating a lot of this game. Most of the lane assignments and rotations were Flyquest first. So maybe with the extra information here off of Hawk Shots and that utility you're talking about with the engage, it'll be a big difference maker.
Yeah, definitely could be. You know, Leviathan, we heard from Probelta before that first game that he was really confident about their team fighting. You know, regardless of gold leads, he didn't really care about those. He was saying, you know, felt that they could make it happen in those 5v5s. But Flyquest is no slouch in the 5v5 department as well. That really is one of their big strengths. You know, they're such a controlled team. They're very hard to beat individually. They're very hard to beat in the team fights. So I think I want to see Leviathan going a little bit more aggressive this time around. Don't allow Flyquest to dictate the pace as much if possible. It is going to be a Nidalee, so we are getting much more aggressive. Ashe for the Hawk Shots to scout out where Inspired is going to be, and then Scary on the Nidalee to try to punish.
Oh, wow. All right, let's see if they get some more like point and click CC for solo laners in the last couple of picks.
Renekton perhaps, but that's probably going to be banned.
Yeah, one of the classics there. See what they can actually do, because it does feel like you really got to get proactive. Like, you need to have early invades, Hawk Shots coming over. Nidalee plus Ashe is actually one of my favorite pairings, even though you don't usually think about jungle plus AD carry. But I love it when you have the Ashe on the team, because it really helps Nidalee play aggressively off of winning lanes, and with the extra vision from Hawk Shot, maybe they're thinking we can deny Inspired a bit. But denying Inspired farm is really, really hard, especially when he grabs Lilia.
Yeah, I mean, he is a really strong Nidalee player. Scary on the Nidalee does have 4 games all time, 1 and 3 on the pick, so not something that he brings out a lot. Hasn't played it yet this year. Did play 2 Nidalee games last year where he picked up his 1 win. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it happen, because I tend to agree. It's like you have to get such an advantage on this pick for it to really be worthwhile, and that puts a lot of pressure on you as a player to be able to put Inspired down, which is just such a hard thing to do.
All right, the Yone band, no Renekton band quite yet. I guess it's not, Bwippo not too worried about, you know, the matchup there, and is thinking maybe it's lane swap scenarios or something. We'll see it. We'll see as they come through. The Poppy is the next one that they follow it up with instead, thinking more about interrupting those dashes.
Yeah, and Poppy a good matchup into the Cassante, so, you know, can be a pretty strong answer. It's really just support bans here, though, from Leviathan, trying to target Busio, trying to mitigate, you know, those picks that he could be going towards. Of course, Rakan was picked last game. That's out. And we do have Alistar and Leona getting banned out here too, in addition to the Rakan that is gone. So we will see where they want to take us.
I don't know. All right, Nidalee, what are we pairing with the Nidalee to really bring this one together? Because Flyquest, they get to pike the roaming now, but they get to keep their 5th pick for the full reveal. Corki could go mid. I'm assuming it's still going to be bottom. But definitely could go mid, and they're going to keep that question till 5th pick. But Masu Pike picked up for Busio here. Busio does love this champ, loves roaming around. He jokes about playing it a lot. And definitely want to see some newly buffed Hail of Blades Pike play, because they did juice up the Hail of Blades.
Did bring this out once last year. As you said, there have been a lot of talk about, oh yeah, you know, if I get this many likes, I'll bring it out.
He
if this
always
happens, I'll bring it out
on social media.
He did bring it out one time in the spring playoffs last year. I went and checked what game that was. It wasn't a loss to TL. And, I mean, especially when you're playing into something like Braum, that is really difficult to kind of get past. It could be tricky. Azir and Gnar are going to be the additional picks. So really no easy setup for the Nidalee, which does surprise me somewhat. But a lot of solid, strong laners here. And we'll see where they want to take us as far as this final pick is concerned. This is going to be Corki mid and Jhin for Masu. So we saw Corki mid in that last game. Has been getting played kind of more, it feels like, in bot lane these days, but still a pretty popular mid lane pick. Can scale, can team fight. This is just a lot more of a difficult comp to execute, I think, here for Flyquest, because you have not really the easiest ways to engage, right? You're like fishing for a hook from Busio, or you're trying to land a Swirl Seed into a sleep from Inspired, but there's not really that kind of point and click go button. The only one on the other side, really, to be fair, though, is pretty much the Ashe ult, and then you can look for more conditional things like the Azir ult or Mega Gnar to start something off.
The biggest thing, if they meet up 5-on-5, your Jhin and your Pyke don't provide nearly as much, 5-on-5
Braum puts up the wall.
Team fight power. Pyke is so much about playmaking. You really need to get a lot of value out of the playmaking here. So, yeah, because Braum, of course, in the 5-on-5, such a good defensive unit for them. So much CC will be applied. But we get to watch Busio work here, create some plays, some mid lane ganks, some top lane maybe moves for him as well. Definitely going to be a fun one here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it does turn out. I know when we interviewed Nuke Duck about the pick, when they picked it, they're like, so what are the strengths of Pyke? What would you? He's like, nothing. There's no reason to pick it. It's terrible. He was not feeling the Pyke whatsoever. He's like, they wanted to pick it.
It's fun.
I think it's bad, but we picked it. So we'll see if he's going to be able to pull off some stylish plays here and make something happen on that Pyke. High risk, high reward. We'll see if Flyquest can make it a clean 2-0, or if LTA South can grab their first win of the event so far.
Yeah. A lot of my experiences are just with how useless Pyke is later in the game.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what he can get done early on in this one. A lot of big potential. I mean, Jhin plus Pyke, two champions, that can create a lot of plays. So we'll see how creative they get. Generally inspired on the Lilia is super duper farm focused, as are almost all Lilias always. So we'll see how it actually ends up this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, obviously on the other side, we've been talking a lot about the Pyke, but there is that Nidalee without much setup, and who also traditionally does kind of struggle in those later game stages. So we'll see how Scary is going to be able to perform on this Nidalee. And yeah, I mean, just Braum versus double AD carry just sounds tough, right? Like, that sounds really tough for Flyquest. But last game, obviously, was not really about the team fights. It was about the individual advantages that they created. Still, though, they just don't really have that kind of dominant lane like they did last time with the Volibear to just, expect that big pressure.
Okay, lane swap wards are in place.
It's a pretty big difference, 7 versus 63. Leviathan just forming this roster, for the move into LTA South. Obviously, some big change-ups there, and Flyquest maintaining the same roster from last year, keeping that stability. Really looked strong last year, and trying to continue to build on that.
Okay, lane swap. I want to see what they can do with Pyke in lane swaps here. Maybe there's some special magic there as well, because currently, everybody hovering back, not wanting to reveal here. Bwipo heading towards bottom side, while Scary starts on their strong side quadrant here, where Leviathan do have Ashe Braum bottom. Should be able to push in no problem.
Yep, looking like that will be the case. Gnar up towards that top side, and Bwipo now does reveal that he's down on the bot side. And you can see Gnar is heading over towards mid, so will be that lane swap. I think Flyquest is going to be feeling pretty happy about this. Cassante, so difficult to punish in these, and it looks like he's getting most of the melee experience. At least got one. I'm not sure if he did get that second. And Zofe going to be over towards mid to again soak up some of that mid lane experience, as they do really love to do here in the LTA South.
Okay, meanwhile, on the top side, after getting level 2 here, Busio goes for the reset, so Pyke gonna get down there in the lane swap.
They want to dive. They're looking for 4-man. We'll see if they can keep Bwipo from getting level 2. They've actually done a really good job zoning him off of the experience, so all he has is that E. he realizes he is cornered here and may try to get his way out, but it is just level 2s and Zofei's level 1. We'll see if Bwipo can do anything. Ignite comes in. ProDelta pulling that tower aggro. Bwipo tanky, but not tanky enough. It's Scary grabbing first blood.
That was nice there, getting that the Braum stun as well. They just instantly kill him before Busio can get here. Leviathan strike first in game 2.
Yeah, going to be able to grab that, but Bwipo teleports right back, and we'll be able to grab a lot of this experience. Busio, nice delay there on the recall from ProDelta. Bwipo still only level 1, though, so hard to really kind of commit to this chase. That being said, the advantage obviously is that no one was collecting the experience or the gold up on that top side. So Bwipo, does still have a nice little experience lead, though it is very slight, and Inspired will be able to take away a camp and try to individually outpace the Nidalee.
Yeah, let's see about Nidalee going right on back, grab that before the Scuttle Crab comes up, because now he's going to have to deal with Bwipo and Pyke roaming around. Wonder where Busio goes next here. This Pyke that has been drawing a lot of questions here. He's currently seen over the vision as he goes towards mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to look for Cody. We'll see if he can find the Bone Skewer. Waiting, does connect, and Cody taking a lot of damage there. Forces a flash. Nicely done. Good sidestep on the spear as well from Scary. Flyquest should just be able to walk this out. Scary goes back in, but Inspired is here. You can't commit to that fight. Cody low, another Bone Skewer does connect, and ProDelta getting very low there. Quite close to actually getting knocked down, but will be able to survive. Quad should be able to push this in. Seo fighting against Masu, but Masu has a 2-level lead. Seo very far down as far as the experience is concerned. And now Flyquest starting to flex their muscles on the map here. Seo could be the next target.
Looks like he gets out of there just in time as Busio completes his roam all the way to the top side. So he was able to get that flash out of Cody, even though they don't take anyone down through the mid lane pass, keeping Seo out for a very short time. He could also interrupt this recall there with the ward. Now they know Busio delayed a little bit. So they get their finish off their reset here with ProDelta coming up to help push out. And again, Masu returns to that top side, back to the 2v2 here in the matchup.
And you can see Seo was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the squad last time around on that Ezreal. 37.5% of the team's damage. He kind of was the hope for the team in this game. We'll see if he can get put into a better spot in this game too to really try to have an impact. Seo and Cody, to me, they're the 2 stars of Leviathan. They're the players that a lot of people like to talk about that are very, very strong and mechanically talented. And Audie was talking a lot about them as well when we had him on the dive just recently.
Yeah, he was very complimentary of Seo. On the Ashe, a little bit less agency this time around. Gonna have to make a lot more plays for the rest of the team. And having to fight into the level lead that you're talking about is painful.
Yeah, it is, but Scary is here. They have the extra man. Can they actually chase down Masu? Busio out to safety. They're gonna try to at least force the cleanse, and they are gonna be able to get that. Cleanses both the Braum stun and the ignite. And now in comes the extra members here from Flyquest. But it looks like Leviathan has created enough space to be able to get out of this. ProDelta does get hit by the Bone Skewer. Inspired and Quad kind of backed off though, so not too much happening. And meanwhile, Cody just farming up in mid lane. I talked about him. He is a big star for this team. Statistically, he is dominant as far as the LTA South is concerned. These are all of the stats he is first place in, not just doing well in. This guy really is a beast for Leviathan, and so much of their success comes down to him having good games.
Meanwhile, off that topside play, they do get one of the grubs before Inspired comes down to check them. And is going to be able to continue on his level lead, because these grubs give a lot of experience here. So Inspired already with the level lead over Scary, gets 2 of the grubs for himself and for Flyquest. Yeah. And we'll see how well he can continue to snowball that.
I mean, he has a full level lead right now over the Nidalee. Nidalee down 4 full camps basically at this point. So is pretty tough. Zofei, though, in the 1v1, looking pretty good here against Bwipo. Bwipo obviously did get dove early on, and it has been helping Zofei to open up a pretty big CS advantage. Bwipo will be able to collect and equalize some of that, but still, Flyquest and Leviathan very, very even in this game number 2.
All right, another reset for the Pyke. Here comes Busio Azale back onto the map with Flash and Ignite ready. We will track. He did burn Cody's flash previously, which is still on cooldown, not for a lot longer, but maybe they want to try and take advantage of that cooldown. Quad here kind of leading the way.
Inspired is 6 now, so this is scary. We'll see if the Nidalee can get out to safety here. Inspired looking to try to take this scuttle, but obviously neither jungler has smite. They don't know that the other one doesn't have smite either, though, so Inspired will just back it up and look to play for blue. Quad low on health, low on mana, not a position that Flyquest really are looking to force in. But someone's got to answer Gnar on the top side. Zofei has actually teleported up there. Bwipo going to use his teleport to answer. And Cody just slowly kind of whittling away on Quad here. But of course, Quad has a tier, has a cull. He is chilling as long as he's getting farm.
He certainly is. Inspired is definitely chilling because he is definitely getting a lot of farm still too on the Lilia. Keeps up his power farm. Currently though, I'm wondering, the Pyke stocks are a very volatile stock. Are they currently going up or down for you since it was locked in?
As time is progressing, they just automatically go down.
Yeah, they automatically go down.
Yeah.
Is it even steeper than you were expecting?
As soon as you drive Pyke off the lot, you know, the value really starts to dip.
Yeah, definitely. You get the big spike in dopamine when you lock them in Champ Select.
Forced a flash, you know, we saw a little increase there in the Pyke stocks, but since then it's been a tough time to be a Pyke holder. So we'll see if he can actually make something happen. You know, is moving around, you know, trying to threaten here or there, but there's always that opportunity of the big payoff at level 6. Masu has no cleanse. Remember, you saw top side, and he is in trouble. Ignited has to flash out, has the force shot, but doesn't quite have the damage. Seo using the cleanse to try to follow. Lucio trying to get it done. He doesn't have the damage just yet until he flashes forward with the Bjorn Skewer, takes down Seo. It's a 1-for-1 on the bot side, but it's Leviathan 1 kill away from the Feats of Warfare.
Oh, Busio now also going to push the wave in and get some CS here. After the extra kill that he got, you could tell Leviathan, they went straight onto Masu. They kind of ignore the Pyke, go for the kill on.
Oh, Bwipo in trouble, gonna get Meganard back, and there's the wall up. Scary in, trying to take him down. We'll see. Duffer on the W is going to be enough. The spear very close. Doesn't quite connect. Scary, though, could just go in for this. Another sidestep on the spear. He flashes forward, but he may have made a mistake. Bwipo going to go all out. Bwipo takes him down in the 1v2. They get the flash, but Bwipo makes the big outplay. Nice sidesteps on the spears made all the difference.
Inspired's also coming, so Gnar has to be very careful up there.
Oh, yeah, Zofei very far forward. Jin is going to open up. There's that first tag. He is slowed down, and he is going to be slept. I don't think there's much of a way out of this one. Zofei is just going to hold on to the summoners and accept his demise. Flyquest take a kill.
So because of Bwipo's play, it isn't just a 1-for-1 for him, you know, going and grabbing that extra kill, going back in, sets it up for the rest of the team, and they rotate quite nicely. Quad down to the bottom lane minion wave, and then rotate Masu over to the other one to pick it up so they don't lose any minions either. And there are all of the summoners blown to go for the kill onto Masu, and then of course, you know, the Pyke got some extra money here. So Boots of Swiftness Pyke for Busio with the extra money, and now the critical level 6 for the executions. Here we go with the reset. This was Bwipo. It's critical that both those spears missed. The first spear just barely went a little bit wide, and then the second spear was a good dodge from Bwipo there. And he has the confidence to go back in, get that kill onto Nidalee, and then also, since Gnar did not leave, they get the extra one here. But back to live, we get a little bit of support fight.
Yeah, Pro Delta is going to get pulled in, throws up the wall, though, and trying to land the stun. It's a swing and a miss on the ulti, though, and Busio should be able to walk this one out. Masu, though, getting chased down here by Zofei, and in comes the rest of Leviathan. Masu's going to be going down easily, but on the other side, it's maybe a kill onto Pro Delta. He'll fall. It's now a 4v4, but Zofei still has his ultimate available, and he's looking in the Gnar form. He's going to flash forward. Quad flashes out very quickly, but he did catch Busio, and Busio is down already. There's a 3-man sweep, though, through from Inspired, and Scary's in trouble. Scary's going to likely fall here. Quad trying to run from Cody and Zofei, but it's Inspired in the backline, taking down another kill, and it's in goes Bwipo with the all-out. Zofei barely surviving. Quad fighting, Quad standing, Quad winning. It's Flyquest getting the delayed ace there. Pro Delta respawn, but we're still going to give it to him.
Oh, Inspired doing so much work on the Lilia. You can tell he's having a lot of fun prancing around here through the back line, ripping them apart. That turned out very close with the Gnar chasing and grabbing Gnar knock up into the wall, but still, this Lilia so problematic for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great flash from Quad, you know, be able to recognize that Zofei would be looking for that, and just insta flashes to be able to respond to that. Busio did get caught. He got burst down, but that's okay. Quad was looking like he was going to be in trouble in that fight, though. Still, even with that flash, was very low for quite a long time. Was surprised to see him win out in that 1v1 against Cody. And Leviathan have respawned, will be able to grab a couple grubs here, so they will at least get one of those mini grub spawns as they claim 4.
Quite a nice little break point now. Busio and Quad defending under their tower.
This is a 2v4 though. Quad potentially could be in some trouble. Doesn't have summoners. Busio has the ignite, but no flash. Hooks him in. They're just going to try to go aggressive with that. Cody just stands and fights and pushes Quad back. Busio lands the hook, but really gets nothing for it. You can see on the bot side, though, Whippo working away on that tower. And meanwhile, Inspired farming, taking away all 3 of these bot side camps before I think Scary's going to have any chance to get back.
Yeah, plus the dragon is on the map here, the mountain dragon, so they can rotate on over to that one afterwards. They do have plenty of vision kind of straggling here behind, and is going to alert them to Nidalee's move back over to her side too. So Inspired, after he finishes up his Krugs, on over here to Whippo, and they'll get their wraparound. Masu goes for his reset now, though. Let's see what he's got in base. Still going to be Inspired starting up this dragon, though, regardless, because they saw the Nidalee on those extra wards up by blue quadrant.
Yep. Inspired looking really strong. 3, 0, and 2. 8 stacks on that Dark Seal. Has the Leandries and the Tier 2 boots fully completed. And Leviathan, of course, did get the feats of warfare, got those first 3 kills. So they are the ones, leading towards that. But obviously, tower is still on the table. Great sidestep there by Masu. Is going to keep him alive for now. Is forced to flash, though, as he had no cleanse available. Could not afford to let that Braum passive go off.
Yeah. Boots of Swiftness here for both of the bottom lane members, allowing each of them to dodge a lot of stuff and deal with the slows from the Failure champions. So nicely done from them.
Yeah, Masu. Masu has been targeted pretty heavily, though, in this game. It feels like Leviathan has said, you know what, this guy is vulnerable. He is going to be the main focus here. And they've been going at him pretty much nonstop. It doesn't feel like there's been much time this game where he has the summoners up and ready.
Certainly has been a dangerous one for him. Cleanse will be back up shortly, at least to deal with the next Ash Arrow that does come through, though. So definitely going to have some options, but really we're looking at can they crack the tower up there on the side. Leviathan made a lot of top side plays. The tower still barely standing there for Flyquest, still allowing them that extra defense, and they rotate their other AD carry over there. Quad back to the top side, can farm just fine for himself, and you just plant Masu with no flash in mid lane. Much safer for him there. Just try and rely on your Boots of Swiftness and your cleanse.
Yeah, Quad.
And your vision.
Very close to cashing out on that call. Has the tier stacking up as well, so he'll be working towards that second item. Corki going to become a bit of a menace. Has created a pretty nice CS advantage for himself also. Zofe faring much better this game, though. And Whippo, is kind of on the receiving end of the push a lot of the time here on the Cassante. But something that we were talking recently about on the dive, we had Audie Land come on. He was talking about the macro as a region, and he thinks that really that is where LTA Seoul is falling behind compared to the LTA North. He felt individually and mechanically there was a lot of really strong players there, but it was the map movements that were really getting the edge. And I feel like you can kind of see that in how Inspired is playing out a lot of this game. A lot of his advantages aren't actually coming from the fights, just where he is.
Yep. And then he uses those in the fights. And he was a massive one in that last fight. Teleport up to the top side for Whippo. They still want to keep this tower standing up here, this extra point of defense. Bottom side has already been taken care of, so they quickly rotate Whippo here up to this top side one, and Inspired will cross as well.
And we're still pretty far away from feats of strength. There's only one objective point per team. Obviously one full set of grubs for Leviathan on the second, one dragon for Flyquest. So still going to be 2 more objectives. Does kind of raise the prio a little bit on the Herald, as that of course does count. You can see Scary down about 1.5 levels at this point to Inspired, and Inspired going to be working towards that second item here. Cody just trying to keep his farm up and trying to make sure that he is going to be as strong as possible when these fights come out, because this game feels like it's going to be all down to objectives, and that's where they're going to have to perform.
Certainly will be, and one where Flyquest have shown through a lot throughout the long history of this team. As you showed that graphic before, how many games they've played together, keeping the same roster from last year. But Rift Herald started up here, and Flyquest, I think, will have something to say about it.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. You can see Quad moving up on the map here. Leviathan do still have Zofei down in that bot lane.
They actually ping him back down bottom side. Quad, yeah, he was hovering up, and then they pinged back down bottom sides. They find, we'll let him have it, go back down, push out these sides again, and Inspired returns to his wolves.
Pro Delta very quick on the trigger, it feels like, with these Braum ultis, you know, just letting that Glacial Fissure rip. Doesn't connect on Busio. Is just kind of able to jump back over the wall. Busio now still hunting down on this bottom side. Hasn't really found much purchase in this game. You know, I think it will be tough for him in the team fights as a result. But Zofei in some trouble. Busio going to try to get in there. Jin knocking him down in all range here for Busio. We'll see if he's even going to use it. Decides not to. The flash, and he gets sidestepped on it. Tried to hold on, and Zofei dodges out of everything. Survives there. Busio decided to hold on for so long and gets punished.
Ooh, the Jin Pike, that is what they're supposed to do, is create those types of plays, but completely outplayed. They're not able to finish off the kill. Flash is at least burned while they get that
Cody
turret.
Battling up on the top side. Cody now has that tower. Bwipo's going to go all out and try to finish him down. There's a teleport coming in. Bwipo's got to run at this point. Does take a couple of turret shots, and Zofei will arrive, but nicely done by Bwipo, forcing out the flash from the Azir and the teleport from Zofei. Scary has to be careful here as Quad and Masu are around.
And honestly, these flashes that they did blow, you know, Zofei now has no summoner spells at all. His flash plus teleport, and then Cody's flash also preemptive to this dragon. Infernal Dragon coming up in a few seconds here. Should set Flyquest up with having so many flash advantages with a huge amount of priority there. Let's see what Leviathan do instead then, because they've got the double push on top side. Scary's trying to look around for Inspired camps up here on this side of the map while they finish off that push.
Busio will be spotted, but not going to be hit by that spear. So Dragon going to be worked on by Flyquest on the bottom side. Bwipo is here, and he's going to actually go forward. We'll see if he can make anything happen. Zofei and Scary don't have a lot of damage around. Busio going to have to flash. He gets flash followed there by Scary, and Scary's able to take him down. Bwipo has no all-out. Quad has arrived, though, and Quad does hurt. Scary trying to get out of there. It's a flashback from Bwipo. Bwipo still surviving, and Quad going to be able to pick up another kill while they get the Dragon on the bot side. Flyquest winning out across the map.
Okay, is the Pike supposed to be a sacrifice bait and like draw them in? Because Busio got annihilated there, but Scary flashed in to pull it off, and they saw them coming for so long that then the reinforcements arrive for Flyquest.
You're like the used car salesman. Yeah, the tires don't work and the window's broken, but think of how nice and cool it's going to be inside with those shattered windows.
Like, that Pike did just die there. That's all. But it still turned out good for Flyquest because they got the defense there with Bwipo being able to survive under the tower and getting the dragon at the same time. So here it is. Busio is marked currently by Nidalee off of that spear. He couldn't get out of vision to get the regen, and then Scary flashed in to finish off that kill, but he got the stun barely off, and then Bwipo is able to also barely survive on the Cassante by flashing and then doubling over just to the Braum. Braum with not enough damage to finish him off. So when Quad does arrive, you know, it's a noble sacrifice.
It's brilliant.
Really.
The Pike is so useless that it baits him into diving and allows him to set up the fight. You know, people talk about Pike having a lack of engage. You just run up and kill yourself, and then everyone else from your team gets to clean him up. But we'll see Leviathan on Otacon here. They have the info. Busio is coming, as is Quad. Will they get the teleport out of Bwipo? Bwipo is going to have to come here pretty soon, and now will be teleporting behind the team. Flyquest coming in from all sides here. Pro Delta, Cody, they got to run. The Ash Arrow does connect, but it's not going to really mean anything. Flyquest push them off, keep it leashed, though it did heal quite a bit, and they want to fight. They want to force the issue here around the Otacon. Ash coming down. They are missing that, and Bwipo going to be getting aggressive here, going for it, trying to look for the Q3. Can't actually find it. He's stunned. He's going to be knocked down there by Zofei. And now it's trouble for Flyquest. Masu low on health. Bwipo is gone, and they're going to have to try to back this up. This is still half health. It's going to leash. They're pulling it out too far. It's healing a lot now because it's casting while it's leashing. So it healed all the way right back up to full. They're trying to buy time. Masu went back to base. But Leviathan do not push the issue here. That leash really cost them. I feel like they should have been able to try to force. I think that's about as good of a chance as you're going to get. Yeah, it might have been a 50-50, but you're down 4K, so a 50-50 from that spot feels great.
Yeah, Otacon is pretty scary to deal with, too, with even just 4 members still of Flyquest. And so, in the end, yeah, just pull on back there. I think I always do. I'm so worried about Inspired's positioning there. If I'm Leviathan, you know, there's flash available on Lilia, but Ultimate was also down, so we'll take a look at the reset. Bwipo here even without the teleports upon reviving, get right back out there. So,
Masu may be in some trouble. They're looking to chase aggressively after him, but they see Inspired in the area and they say, you know what, never mind, not going to risk it.
Okay. Quad here is so rich, goes back, gets his Zeal now as well on this Corki. Massive carry potential from him here, and he heads straight back out to the top side too to collect that extra wave. Honestly, the Corki here should be the big playmaker, or the big DPS at least, from the back line. I have to say, in the last fight, you know, when Bwipo went so far forward and you see him use the Cassante CC immunity past the Braum, it's definitely always a really scary situation because you don't have another like engaged support. Your support is Pyke, very, 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 very squishy. And so
and the Pyke is alive, which is not where you want him to be. You want him to be dead so they can bait them into a bad fight.
You need him to be the one using the taunts.
Exactly, that's where they went wrong. Seemed like he overestimated his position, but now Quad just going to be Valkyrie forward. Pro Delta tanky, but maybe not tanky enough. The Ash Arrow does connect, but Inspire gets a nice sleep. There's a cleanse from Seoul, but Pro Delta not so lucky, and in goes Buzio. Gets a kill, a second falls. Cody's going to fall as well. It's everything coming up. Flyquest.
All right, that was a good bone skewer, though. They are able to chase him down. They get 2-3 kills for themselves. That's got to be Otacon. Just Nidalee and Gnar would have to work some crazy magic here if they want to change the story of this game.
Yeah, and Scary has no flash, no chance, so he's just going to be backing it up, go back to his jungle, try to get some farm here. Bwipo, though, saying, Zofe, you are not safe here. You're not going to get a free beat on that mid lane tower. They're just going to 3-man Otacon up on that top side. Even the Valkyrie getting used aggressively, just trying to speed up the process. They're going to be able to claim that. Voracious Otacon goes the way of Flyquest, and that counts as an objective. That's the feats of strength.
Certainly does. All right, let's take another look. So, on this brush, Buzio here, nice jukes to start it out, and then Bone Skewers in the Braum to collect, you know, the early lead in the fight. The Inspired ultimate, plus, wow, so much damage as they chunked him down while they're running away, and allows for Bwipo to come in, push them against the wall. Off of those kills, there's no way Leviathan can stop them on the Otacon. So now you have to deal with this buff. And the Siege with the buff here is just pushing in. I have to say, this game, so far, some pretty big honors going out to Quad and Inspired especially.
Yeah, I mean, Inspired, it's just showing why, you know, when AP junglers were meta, he was basically never allowed to play this champ because every once in a while, someone would let it through in the LCS and then they'd say, oh, okay, we got Flame Horizon, you know, got all these kills, it got controlled everything, it's really tough. And the same is true here now in the LTA. We're in the Americas stage and Quad just punishing Zofe there, baits out the ult, gets a nice chunk onto him. They're going to grab the dragon here, move to Soul Point. Flyquest again in full control. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, has the Seekers, has 2 completed items. Inspired's big man on campus.
All right, Pyke clears the ward. Pyke taunt successful. Everybody up there on the top side. And we just call off the play, reset, no problem. Meanwhile, Masu, you know, you mentioned how they constantly are targeting him. He's got both summoner spells now too, in addition to all that move speed. So this Jhin should honestly feel pretty safe. If you are Seo and you're the one piloting this Ashe and you're looking to try and you know, carve out an area for your team to come back into the game and get some gold for themselves, you know, he's looking at trying to get into this fog of war and pick off somebody else, somebody that's actually hittable with his Ashe arrow. It is kind of hard because a lot of the enemy are very, very bad targets. It's like, you know, Masu's pretty hard to hit on the Jhin with all the move speed. Pyke is insanely hard. Bwipo's not one you actually even want. And Quad as well, as long as he has the Valkyrie. But
will they force here? Because they do still have the Otacon GA, and it's going to be a hook in on Pro Delta. Has the debuff applied, but not going to commit to it. And you can see they're much more cautious than they would be pre-nerfs on these Otacons because you're giving over more gold, and it takes way longer to res. So they're not just fully sending it, and the Otacon GAs will be expiring here. So Flyquest really doesn't get much from it, but still loving their position in this game. Quad pushing in top lane. They're just kind of zoning away Cody. And Cody will be spotted here by Quad, and Quad is just going to go aggressive in. He's going to get swept back into the tower, though. Quad still winning this fight. At the same time, Zofe going to be able to have a stun over onto Inspired, but it's Bwipo winning on the other side. It's Bwipo and Masu going for Seo, and Seo is just gone. He gets blown up by the 4th shot. Flyquest will not be deterred. They take the win, and they're going to go right back to Baron.
Yeah, looks like it. They're not done yet.
Zofe in trouble, did get slept up. The Jin ulti is going to fire, just doesn't have the range. Masu can't take him, but they will take the tier 2 tower here. The question is now, will they go to Baron still, or have they spent too much time? Looks like the answer is they'll probably just go for some resets.
They got so much money there with the tower plus all of the kills. So let's see if they can actually get their resets even fully off.
Yeah, quick count was showing about 5-6K in pocket there for Flyquest. So that is most of what their lead was. Now they've gone back, spent that up. You can see third item in for Quad. Has that rapid fire working towards his IE. Masu still working on his IE. And Inspired's got to have quite a bit of gold in pocket because he's been sitting on the same components for quite some time. Has about 1,500 ready to spend.
That Medjai's upgrade. 10 stacks Darksteel, baby? That's a free ticket. Upgrade that thing. Upgrade that thing, you know.
How are the Magi stocks, you know?
Exactly. What the heck? He's got a arm guard.
He's capped himself out. He's got no room to grow.
True. You got to make the room here.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see if they make their moves over to their control wards on Baron. This is more time for Pyke to shine, Azale.
Exactly. This is exactly, got him where he wants him. We'll see if he can find any sort of play here. Scary just playing with Seo and Pro Delta, as they are going to let the Ash arrow rip, and it's going to connect on Quad from downtown. Do they have the damage to finish him off? It's an instant teleport in from Whippo. Great flashback from Quad, and Quad is just going to take the 1v1 surely. There's the stasis coming through. Busio here timed well, gets the execute. And Leviathan trying to chase after them, but Whippo is so damn tanky. Busio still surviving. Whippo goes all out. Here's Masu coming in now with the ultimate. Inspire going to arrive as well. That debuff lands on just one member. Only hit the Brawl, but he lets the sleep rip as well. I think he thought he got multiple members, but he did not. Quad, though, back to base, coming back with the teleport. Inspired just trying to buy that time, trying to keep him around here for the Corki to have arrived. And now he has arrived. They're going to flash forward, though. Masu in trouble, does have to use the cleanse, does have to use the flash, and Whippo will fall. But Inspired and Quad still full health. Seo very vulnerable. They need to get back in on it, but Scary's doing a great job sustaining him on the Nidalee. And Flyquest are saying, you know what? We might not win this fight. We need to get out of here.
Yeah, Leviathan fighting their way out. You love to see that. When you get pincered on from two sides with an evenly split team, they immediately use the flash, go for the engage on the river side, get their kills, fight their way out, and earn the right to survive there.
Yeah.
That was critical. That was such a critical play for them.
Absolutely. I mean, that stops a Baron take. You got to choose the weak side to fight towards. Which side was that, Kobe?
Yeah. Well, let's take a look and investigate. We will fairly...
Let's not be hasty.
Let's fairly evaluate both sides. Okay, so remember that Quad had saved his flash from the last tower dive that they did down by secondary tower in the push. And so he uses it here to get Cody so low, and Cody had to use the Zonias. Then Busio, he does successfully get the kill and then lure the Nidalee.
Leviathan are back to live and back on Baron. Busio in the area, but they're just committing to this. Flyquest are going to get here in time, though. Whippo trying to get there. Inspired threatening. The Ash arrow does not connect, and Inspired going to look for it. Does he get in? It's taken there by Scary, but can they win the fight? Quad is still alive in the back, and Masu is untouched. Inspired going forward, trying to threaten in onto Seo. Cody on the side trying to get something done, but it's Whippo going all out, and it's Cody who's in trouble. It's all of Leviathan who's going to fall. Scary's going to run out the back of the pit. They grab the Baron, but Flyquest crush him.
Dragon Soul's on the map as well. Scary, he could try and come over. It looks like they're going to push mid first, but you got to go for that Dragon Soul. Is there a way that Scary can actually steal this?
I think they're going to try to look for both at the same time. Quad is here, Whippo likely to zone, and Inspired will just be souling up the Dragon is my guess. Quad grabs the tier 2, going to steal away some jungle camps. They have eyes on Scary. They're going to grab the soul, as he called out, Kobe.
All right, so Scary doesn't make his way over there. Not trying to pull off the miracle. Way too dangerous. Goes to answer mid, and Flyquest will get their Ocean Soul after that scrap over here. And let's take a look, because I believe I saw like 120 health or something. Inspired had tried to go in. Okay, good dodge on the Ash arrow to start it out, but they go fully for it. Yeah, Inspired fully goes in, pulls off his Zonias right after going for the smite. Even though they don't get it, they do all group up on him, and Scary being over on the other side meant that Flyquest inside the Baron pit kind of got the extra little advantage there for the moment with their numbers. A nice little job there done on the other side for Quad. The Corki damage was very real there.
Oh, we're back to live, and Pro Delta's dead already, and Seo's got really no way out. He's got no flash. He has the cleanse, but doesn't even matter. Slowed down and ulted up by Busio. Busio takes down another one. Those Pike stocks, they are gaining some traction here.
He's kind of grouped in with the rest of the
index fund.
The Lilia and Corky stocks are doing a lot of heavy lifting.
That's true, that's true. Flyquest, though, pushing on the base here. Bwipo's up on that top side, and with no bot lane, Leviathan really cannot contest here. Cody's going to be in some trouble. Does get chunked out there by Quad. With some help from Inspired, and it's going to be 2 inhibitors going Flyquest's way. Nothing Leviathan can do about it.
Yep. At least those here. Ocean Stole, keeping them nice and healthy. Bwipo even going around see if he can fish for anything here, but the Empowered Q does not hit.
Yeah, Seo's going to be up shortly here. Bwipo does get scooped back, but he is Cassante, and he's got Ocean Soul, and it's Cody that's in trouble, and it might be Leviathan going down right here, right now. Seo has respawned. Bwipo trying to play this a little bit slowly, wants to be careful and not overplay their hand. Flyquest very patient so far in this series. Pro Delta is fishing, moving forward. Bwipo trying to heal up with that Ocean Soul as down towards bot lane goes Quad and Inspired, cutting the wave and pushing this in, looking to threaten that last inhibitor here. Busio moving forward, seeing if he can find an angle. None given to him, but it's still 26 seconds until Cody is going to be back here, and Flyquest smell blood in the water.
They certainly do. All 3 inhibitors will be taken. Super minions are going to get here, but will they arrive in time?
Pro Delta's in a lot of trouble. Quad getting damage down onto him. That wall, though, doing so much work, keeping him alive, and Scary throws in a massive heal. Zofe about to mega out here. They just need 6 seconds for Cody. Flyquest saying, you know what, we didn't get a heal there. Let's reset. So much gold in pocket right now. Yeah, a good 6, 7, maybe even 8,000 gold between the team, ready to spend. It's now a 5,000 gold lead individually for Quad. He is just killing it this game.
He certainly is. Yeah, they have not given a lot of comeback angles here. Taking 3 inhibitors, double super minions will be streaming in from all sides to attack Leviathan. Very quick reset from Flyquest as they get back out and finish the job here. Push straight down mid.
There's your Magi's.
Teleport as well from Quad. Yeah, Magi's here. You got the 10, so you got the extra bonus.
All right.
Let's see how many stacks by the end of the game for Inspired. Level 18 Lilia with Flash.
He is looking like a monster in this one. Flyquest just got to wait for the minions to do their work. They're coming in from all sides. You can see top and bot. They are marching forward. Quad going to help speed up that process down in bot lane. Leviathan, you really got to kind of find your moment and go before all these minions stack up. It's almost impossible to wave clear 6 supers at a time and still deal with Flyquest. And you can see Inspired now up towards that top side. He is going to help speed that process up, pushing them in and trying to sync these waves. Mid sync pretty well with top, but is desynced a little bit there from bot, so that will buy maybe a moment of reprieve for Leviathan.
Quad right in.
Yeah, Quad just going to go forward here. Bwipo, though, looking to fight back. Zofe trying to get something done on the Quad, looking for that Bronx Sun, does get it. Bwipo, though, just chasing after Seo. It's Seo that's in a lot of trouble. Quad gets shut down, though. Seo trying to make it happen, cutting back in the middle of his team, but it's Inspired in on top of it. It's Inspired getting the kill. Busio going forward with the ult, doesn't actually take down Zofe, but it's Bwipo and Inspired in the base, and the minions are getting the work done. They're always on Flyquest's side. Flyquest crush game 1, crush game 2, and are looking to take the 2-0 here over Leviathan, but not before styling on them, showing them everything they didn't need to do it. They claim the win, they claim the victory. They will move forward in the Americas stage.
Flyquest looking confident here in Brazil. What a couple of games from them. Still Inspired, deathless in that one. Didn't go down. Of course, Quad at the very end decided this game is over. Time to face first into the enemy team. So he ends up with 1 death. But honestly, very, very good stuff from him for the majority of the game.
Got 22 stacks as well on the Magi. So critical error there, ending the game a little bit early. Didn't get the full value.
Gotta wait for those respawns.
Exactly. Flyquest, though, looking strong. This is why people were so afraid of them. Regardless of their seeding, this team has proven how capable they are. Last year in the LCS, winning a title over Team Liquid, really going back and forth with them, and then showing just how much they can get done internationally. Love all the fans here with the Flyquest jerseys in the crowd as well. Love to see them showing up and cheering on the LTA North team. The fans have been incredible here on day one of the Americas stage here in Sao Paulo. It's been a lot of fun to kick off this tournament. I'm hoping tomorrow the games are even better, even closer.
Yeah, there's already been a lot of energy here on day number one. We got some cosplayers as well lined up for what I would assume would be a Bwipo interview, as he was the last one on stage, and he generally will deliver some spice. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially after that monster game one, the Volibear performance was really Bwipo versus the world there. You can see him congratulating the team, going down, always wanting to be that good teammate. He's talked about that so much, and about his personal journey, his personal growth. And Flyquest have really been growing so much as an organization, as a team. And it's been fun to watch them over this last year and change as we're starting off here, nearing the end, I guess, of Split 1 in 2025, though that feels weird to say, because it feels like we just are getting started.
Estou aqui também com a Lau, que vai auxiliar a gente nessa tradução. A minha primeira pergunta para ele já é sobre a primeira vez que ele joga aqui no Brasil. Então, como é que foi essa experiência? Quero que você comente pra gente um pouquinho sobre isso.
You never played in Brazil before, so tell us a little bit about what do you think about this experience of playing here for the first time?
I learned a new word, valeu. It's been great. For me, playing here in Brazil, I get it. We're from North America. We're playing against Brazilian and Latin American teams. For me, it's an opportunity to have the fans here watch me play and ultimately earn the right for their support.
Ele falou que ele sabe algumas palavras como valeu e que nesse cruze, nesse choque entre Norte América e LTA Sul, ele gosta muito porque também é uma oportunidade para ele e os fãs aproveitarem ao ver ele jogar. Então ele está muito feliz.
Bom, a nossa próxima pergunta vai ser sobre... Agora a gente já sabe que vocês vão enfrentar a 100 Thieves no próximo jogo. Vocês ainda não jogaram contra eles nesse split, então como é que está a sua expectativa para esse próximo jogo?
So now we know you guys will face 100 Thieves in next week. So tell us a little bit also about this match and what is your expectation for this game?
I think 100 Thieves is a lot about preparation. I think that when they have really good preparation and catch you off guard, they can have really good level 1s, really good swaps. In general, they've been playing better across the board, so it's a good test to see whether or not we deserve to play our finals, and they're a good opponent.
Ele falou que basicamente ele sabe que a 100 Thieves também tem pontos muito fortes e que basicamente eles vão demonstrar o porquê. São as duas equipes que merecem chegar na final.
Pra gente finalizar aqui agora, tinha muita gente torcendo por você aqui na nossa arena. Queria saber se você tem alguma mensagem que você queria mandar aí pra torcida brasileira.
You have a lot of fans here in Brazil, so any words for them?
Obrigado demais.
Lau, muito obrigada pela sua tradução. People, thank you very much. Congratulations for your winning. E agora a gente fica aguardando aí o próximo confronto da Flyquest, que vai ser contra a 100 Thieves.
Thank you for that interview. Good to see Flyquest dominate.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, a little concerned for the fans in Sao Paulo after 4 losses in a row. Yeah. If we get 4 more.
Tomorrow's the day. I predicted that both of the series today we're going to go to the north side, but tomorrow's when the mustache gets saved. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm confident. I think I got it.
A reminder, if all 4 northern teams win, Raz wins the bet. You lose your mustache.
I have to shave my mustache.
If a single one loses,
I have no idea what you're going to look like without a mustache. I cannot imagine.
There's photos out there. You could find it.
We're going to be having Busio join us momentarily.
I definitely look like a bum with mustaches. Like I've had a full year with
Busio.
Oh God, he's here. What's up, brother?
Hello.
So talk
I miss
to
you
us.
guys.
We miss you too.
Hey.
Although it felt like we were experiencing that game with you on Pike. Can you talk us through some of the big plays early in the game?
I mean, there weren't that many big plays, but like the big strength is I'm just a menace in the river with like vision, like around Otacon. I just have Umbral Glaive, I'm taking all their wards, and it's just like the enemies are constantly stressed that they need to go check the objective. And that's the main strength. Like every fight, I was just like trolling and getting like CC'd with Outmer Treads versus Gnar. But my vision game was good, and not dying to Gnar will work later. This one is me eating 2 spears into baiting Nidalee to use Flash and turn around the fight. So, well played to me.
You did get the Flash.
I guess.
Congratulations.
You can run it at any point. This is turning into an interrogation, but make your case to your coach, because I remember the last time, actually, Emily.
Yeah, I talked to Nuke Duck after the last time you played Pike, and it didn't go so well. And he was like, I was like, so is that happening again? He's like, no. So what did you say?
It happened again.
What did you say?
Oh, man.
Wow. What did you say to Nuke Duck to, get him to come on your side? Did you just show him like Carrier VODs and be like, look, Carrier is smashing with this?
Nah, I didn't show him anything. It's just good in that draft,
Nice.
We have Lilia and they have Braum, so like I'm useful, and it may have not looked like it, but I was useful in terms of vision and stuff.
This is
and
true.
Definitely,
respectable.
I'll talk to Nuke after and see if it's banned again, but I don't think it will be, but who knows?
No, I'm just joking. Thank you for being such a good sport.
How has it been in Brazil thus far? Because the audience energy is one thing, like the food has been another. I don't know if you've gotten the opportunity, but just tell me how it's been with practice and everything since getting down there.
Pretty good. I mean, like in this arena, the energy is a lot, The fans are very passionate, and that is cool to see. And, the food is really good, like the steak, lots of steak, a lot of steak. So, yeah, that's basically been it.
Okay. Well, okay, specifically the noise of the crowd, because we weren't hearing it too much during the player walkouts, but then the casters were talking about boos happening. But by the end of the game, we saw a lot of Flyquest jerseys out there. So did you win the crowd over during the match? How was that like from the beginning to the end?
Yeah, we were getting booed at the start, so that was interesting. But by the end, I did see Flyquest jerseys, so I knew we had the supporters there. And yeah, either way, it was a cool studio to play in.
How have scrims been since you got there? Have you been explicitly scrimming the northern teams, or have you been mixing it up with both sides of the bracket?
We've been mixing it up, but definitely have scrimmed a lot of the LTA southern teams. And yeah, they're good practice. I was honestly surprised. They're pretty good. So yeah, I'm glad we scrimmed them, and now we have played both kinds of teams.
Looking ahead, they asked Whippo about this on stage, but the last time you guys faced 100 Thieves, it was kind of a shellacking, I believe, in the third place match. How much do you think they've improved since then, and what are your goals going up against them?
I mean, they've definitely improved. All teams improve just over time. Our goal is still the same, just play our game, and if we play well, we will definitely win, and if we don't, we might lose. So we just need to focus on ourselves and keep playing like we normally do.
Hey, Busio, thanks for joining us. Final question, though, because we grilled you on Pike. What was your favorite moment of that game on Pike? Personal favorite.
Favorite moment. I mean, like when I first got my Umbral Glaive and I was just like one-shotting all those wards. that was.
It's about the vision.
That was nice.
It's about the vision, everybody. Before we let you go, though, Busio, can I ask something of you? Because you're giant behind us. Can you pat Raz on the head real quick? I want to see if you can line it up.
He can't do this.
Come on, there we go.
He can.
A little lower. No.
Don't let it happen.
Little pat.
Don't let it happen. Don't do it.
All right, there we go.
There
we go. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
All right.
Appreciate it.
He's crushed your face.
Oh, God.
Sorry, Raz.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right, have a good one, Busio. Thanks for joining us.
Busio, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good to talk to him. Flyquest, I'd say, dominated. 100 Thieves was a lot closer in terms of the individual game. Series was still too well. We have our players of the series officially in. First series, it was Quid. Second series, it was
Boom!
Inspired.
Okay.
Could it be anyone else? CEO of Full Clear.
Well, he was
the true CEO of Full Clear. He did what? He soloed 2 Drakes.
Yeah. He was
by
like
himself.
Nearly 2 levels ahead of the Nidalee, the ganking Nidalee, with no setup, by the way.
And game 1, he finished Locket before getting a single Heartsteel stack. That was my favorite part.
The beauty.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought his team fights were great. He was definitely clearing a lot more effectively than Scary. While his teammates were just kind of going crazy in game 2, he was the one that was full focused. So I thought he had an incredible series.
And then on the flip side, Quid absolutely took over in team fights, right? Like the game-changing team fight gave him a lot of momentum, and he and River still, to me, are like the main drivers on 100 Thieves of a lot of their fights. When these two teams match up again, I think 100 Thieves have improved, but I also think the meta has shifted just slightly enough to give them a little bit more of a chance. I still think it's Flyquest favored, but if they do want to take a lot of those team fights before Flyquest really want to, it could end up interesting.
The edge, like, of course I'm leaning towards Flyquest, but like Sniper's a more competent player, more well-rounded player, and then FBI had a really good series.
Yeah.
So I just think that we'll have to see how it goes, but it'll be a fun one.
And also remember that 100 Thieves, they're the first seed coming in. And Flyquest is the team they're all like, they're probably still the best team, but they dodged each other in the first rounds here in the North bracket. So now we actually get the answer of like who is the better team, the first seed or the team that kind of performed below expectations but then brought it back.
Yeah, let's pull up the bracket to see what we have in store. That 100 Thieves Flyquest game is going to be played next Saturday as one of the 2 best-of-3 semifinals. And tomorrow we have Isres Estral, or Estral, as they've been calling it over in the South, and C9 Loud are the 2 matchups tomorrow, with C9 Loud coming up first. So let's look at the schedule for the exact timings of how that's going to be happening. If you're watching now and you're wondering why our broadcast is ending at 3, it's because we started 2 hours earlier and we're going to do that again tomorrow. So C9 Loud, 11 a.m. PST. That's 2 hours before the normal start time for the LTA North, and then immediately following that series is going to be the next series.
If you thought the fans were loud today, oh God, the pun. Loud fans are definitely just as loud. So
that was a painful
I
pun.
did not expect it, but like it is what it is. Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
I got that one.
Terrible.
Click late.
That's it for us, Raz. End on a high note. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. Please tune in at the start of the show for C9 versus Loud.
I like it.
Don't do it!
Don't rip
Well, Valentine's is over. It is over. Valentine's is over.
You can rip it. You can rip it.
Raz hates love.
You can't even rip it, Rob.
Hola, Brazil! And welcome, LTA!
Nice, guys. Good job. Take. I'm okay. We're looking Zyra. Okay. Aura behind, guys. Aura behind. We're killing bro. Take it. Yeah. Just fine, guys.
That's fine.
Look, Kaiser. Kaiser is good. Go fight.
Keep going, good.
ITP behind, guys. ITP behind.
Talia, no flash, guys. Chase.
I made
Look, Jax. I die. Jax, no. Wait my skill. Coming. Yeah.
Let's keep fighting.
Azir here, guys. Azir out. Kill Azir.
Is he dead?
Nice. Can we have mid? We can have mid now. We can. Go back, guys. Yeah, we can end, guys. We can end. Yeah, we can.
Azale here, joined by Kobe for the second series, and we saw Flyquest come out to a lot of boos.
Look. He flashed.
Nice.
Take it slow.
I'm going.
Okay, he's going.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll kill him.
Let's go.
We need to go objectives. Let's go. He's, I think, fine.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. This guy, I want this guy too. Can you guys come and help me soon or no? Because I can buy time.
Hit the turret first. Oh, whoa. He's a monster. I have everything.
There is still a wave, and we need to finish out the tower.
Fight.
Go.
Fight flash, okay?
I think set an ult. No? Look here. Okay,
Bye.
Everyone is sleeping.
Yeah, going on Italy.
Action flash.
I have E, okay? I have E for you, Cardi.
Dark no flash.
Yeah, Dark will die here.
Guys, they can be here.
Yes, fight.
Dash is going to be out of position.
Bro, for free. It's fine, I get that ult, but it doesn't matter.
You can ult here.
I'm zoning the Azir. Azir absolutely nice shit.
GG.